Today I wanted to do a little short video about my favorite paintings of all time. The first painting worth mentioning is La Mona Lisa by Fernando Botero. I just like what he did to that very beautiful work of art, and then he made a Botero style. And now the Mona Lisa looks very silly and fun. and that's the secret of her Mona Lisa smile. She found the cookie jar. Another great painting that I like a lot is called Flaming Human by Frederick Leighton. That painting a lot of people have that painting in their houses, and it's one of the great works of art that still get reproduced and made into large wall of decor. It just looks very nice in a relaxing fashion. Just look at the way that the fabric was made. It is a very beautiful work of art. My other favorite type of painting is by Brito Rivieri. It's called Compulsory Education, and it features a little girl trying to do her homework, but then the dog keeps interfering. The pets interfered in your homework back in the old days, and they still don't want you to get educated even now, because you become distant and kind of a jerk after you get a little bit too much education. You start thinking that you're God or something. Anyhow, the next great painting worth mentioning was made by Frank Dixie. It's called The Beautiful Lady Without Mercy. I just like the way that he drew like the hair and the red dress. It just looks very fun and amusing. Another great work of art that I want to mention is by George Frederick Watts. It's called Hope, and it just looks kind of cool in a weird fashion with a blindfolder made and playing the weird harp. It just looks cool. Another great work of art that I like a lot is by James Tissot, called October. It just has, like, the way that this painting is made, it just has the great October feel, you know, with the nice, warm, dry leaf color, and the maiden dressed in black in the foreground. It's just a very nice, well-crafted painting. Very beautiful. Another painting that I like a lot is by John Collier, called Sleeping Beauty. As you can tell, it's a Sleeping Beauty. A very nice rendition of the maiden with her nice little outfit, and her helper ladies also asleep waiting for her to get up. It just looks very beautiful. Another painting that I like a lot is by Jose Arroyo, and it's called The Allegory of Dance. It just shows maidens dancing. What's not to love? I just like the way that the shimmering look looks. You know, it just has a very nice use of color and flowing fabrics. I like nice little glowing fabrics. You know, fabrics look ever so much fun, especially if they have a bit of motion. Another painting that I like a lot is by John William Waterhouse. It's called The Lady of Shalott, and she's fine. She was like one of those Lancelot ladies one of those ladies that was in love with Lancelot, but she had a curse, and the only way that she could look at the outside world was through a mirror. You know, look at the outside world indirectly, and she was half sick of shadows, and she had to be indoors all the time. So a lot of people that can only experience the world indirectly and that are stuck indoors all the time can, like, they will see a lot of themselves in the lady. She heads out, she dies, but she's just sick of seeing the world indirectly, you know. People get tired of, you know, experiencing the world through a screen, you know. Some people just want to, like, go out there even if it means that they will not survive. Anyhow, the last painting worth mentioning is by Thomas Cooper Gotch, and it's called The Shout in the World. I just love the way that the dragon looks. It is the nicest classical art version of a dragon as far as Western art is concerned. Just a very nice, handsome dragon with very beautiful blue colors. So these are my top 10 favorite paintings of all time. I hope you find the short list amusing. Bye bye, and God bless. then here's the rest of the concept art. See, there's Iris looking at like a creepy ancient. And then she being a creepy ancient right next to Sephiroth, who seems to be protecting her, which is funny considering how their relationship devolved as the game progressed. And then here's Cloud with Red 13. As you can notice in the original concept art, he didn't have any creepy tattoos. Here's him with Iris again, and she's having a bunch of spirit visions about the planet, little birds and animals. So I guess that we're gonna play more to her like sensitivity to the planet. Alright, I think this is Vincent. That was him before he got like the creepy red coat. See, like very early in the character arrangement there was Red 13. Or I think it was called Nanaki, right? Yeah. Man. And then here he is when they changed him from yellow to red. And as you can see, he didn't have any creepy tattoo. He was just like a very cool fashion accessory for Cloud. One could almost say that he probably acquired him while he was like a soldier, or maybe he ran away from the lab with him. Because Red 13, he was originally introduced as a Hoyo lab rat, so it was possible that maybe he could have been there from the beginning, maybe even before they acquired him in the Shinra building. I mean, just picture like the beginning of the game, but with Red 13 tagged along because they both escaped from the place. Oh, and this is just the early concept art of Tifa, before like they changed to darker color. I like her better in red. She was more fun like that. Well, so that's just about all of the concept art for Final Fantasy VII and all of the crazy theories based on that. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today we're gonna be ranking beheadings. Like in our history, beheadings are not like too common. Well, sometimes they just do like random severed heads here and there, but that isn't enough to qualify for this ranking. So it's only like 10. So you have to qualify, you have to be before just about to get beheaded, getting beheaded, or getting after beheaded. But there has to be like a sort of an implication that somebody like lopped their head. Like a random severed head is not gonna do it like a random Medusa head. But Medusa is going to be there, but not in painting form. But I had two sculptures missing there too. Yeah. Okay, so with that out of the way, the first painting is Arbesh Alberto, the beheading of Saint Catherine. Like a lot of saints, they suffer violent death, a la Jesus Christ style. Well, not everyone got crucified. Some just like got the like, some they just lost their head. So this one has a lot of lovely colors, but like the chick is like super chill about getting her head cut off. But I like the nice color for her outfits. So that one is more of a C. Alright. Next painting. The next painting that we're gonna be ranking is the Beheading of Holofernes by Caravaggio. So that one is, the guy's getting in the process of getting his head lopped off. And if you look at the face of Holofernes, like our historians say that that's kind of like Caravaggio. So he painted himself getting his own head cut off. You know, it's sort of like a very weird self-portrait. Well, Judith is part of one of the female worthies. Those are during the Baroque period in the Counter-Reformation. In order to like win Catholic people back, part of their criticism was that they weren't like in touch with like the modern sensibilities and whatnot. So then they added like female role models. So then under the new Catholic church scene in the Counter-Reformation, you had to be if women were looking for a role model, this is a very good role model, at least according to the Baroque Catholic Church, a shit that lumped off the head of the enemy. So, let's see. Ah, man, that one. It dragged two up. Okay, back down you go. So that one I ranked it an A because it's actually showing it's showing like blood and splatter and whatnot. Okay, so then let's on to the next painting. That one is David about to lump off Goliath's head by Michelangelo. So it's just one of the many details of the Sistine Chapel. That one's interesting, but it's not one of my favorites, so it'll go out of D. Alright, so like it's just basically David versus Goliath, yeah. The other one is a sculpture of David with Goliath's head underneath. And it's Donatello's David. We all remember who Donatello is. He's like one of the Ninja Turtles and whatnot. So that's a very nice looking sculpture, but you gotta like, if I wasn't showing the painting detail, you wouldn't realize that it's like a severed head, sculpture and whatnot. I'll put that around a B. Or maybe a D for Donatello. Nah, B is good. This one is a Japanese print of a samurai with like the head of one of his victims. Ido Hashiro. That's the name of the samurai, and it's an Okue print. So that one's like fun and colorful, and it shows that it's a very recent decapitation. I'll put it around a B, or maybe an A. Maybe. The next one is Judas decapitating Holofernes again, and this is the Artemisia Gentileschi version. That one she's like super getting in there, like cutting the guy's head and the face of the guy that's getting his head cut off is actually her art teacher, because it was a very famous case during the Baroque period that the art teacher like had his way with one of his students, and she actually went to court and sued the guy for making it harder for her to find herself a man that would put up with her because he had defiled her. So then she successfully sued him in order to get some semblance of justice for what the bastard did to her. So since suing him wasn't enough for her, she immortalized her teacher by painting him as Holofernes, and what she really wanted to do to the guy, which was to like shove his freaking head off for what he did to her. So yeah. Let's see. Okay. I feel that one is the S rank as far as the decapitation ones go. Alright, the next one is Perseus with the head of Medusa. And then he's just showing everyone the head of Medusa, and while he's at it, he's petrifying everyone that looks at it. So if Medusa's head petrified you, I do apologize, and I hope that they find a panacea or something to remove that quick petrification, and that you're now living long and prospering. Alright. That one's a nice B. Alright, the next one is the beheading of John the Baptist by Peter Paul Rubens. Basically, you may know or might not know that John the Baptist, he was Jesus' cousin or brother or something. It's never clear. He's the one that prepared the road for Jesus, and he preached ahead saying, "Oh, the Messiah is coming," and then he'd be like, "Oh wait, here he is," and now I shall baptize him. So yeah, John the Baptist, there was this queen that had the hots for him. So then, since he wouldn't sleep with her, and he went as far as to he didn't want to be one of her many lovers. So then, since he wouldn't sleep with her, the queen, she had her daughter Salome seduce the king, and then when he asked for what she wanted in the entire world, the daughter, in order to make her mother happy, told her, "I want the head of John the Baptist." So then John the Baptist got decapitated because he wouldn't give a rich prick with power. He wouldn't sleep with a rich prick. So then he died because he wouldn't sleep with because he didn't want to sleep with a married woman. So then this is the Peter Paul Rubens version of that. That one's okay, a little higher. Oh, there you go, emote. That one I feel that's a nice A1. The next painting is Salome doing the actual dance with the head of John the Baptist appearing like in a fancy apparition. That the actual painting is called The Apparition by Gustav Muro, and it's Salome dancing for her stepfather in order to like get the severed head of John the Baptist to make her mother happy. So yeah, when her mother asked for a Mother's Day present, she told her daughter, if you love me, you give me that guy's head clean up. I said, you want the whole guy? No, just give me his head. So yeah, that one's more of a B. And now the last of the Mohicans, well, it's not called that, is the Treatise of the Mystical Marriage of Saint Catherine of Alexandria, by Hans Memling, I think. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce his name. So yeah, so it's just a severed head on a plate and the dead guy on the floor. That one's more of a C. Okay. So here it is. So that's all of those paintings ranking. I hope you have fun and that you actually learned something from watching this. Bye bye and God bless. And this is the Artsy Sister talk show. Today the topic that I should talk about is that Gustav Klimt can draw feet. Well, he can. I mean, a lot of his early paintings, the ones that he did in the academy, did show completed feet. But over time, he just lost the taste for drawing feet. He got to such a point that you probably will have to put a gun to his hand for him to draw it. Like, this is one of his incomplete paintings, and I just zoomed into the feet that defeated him. And you can see how many times he tried to draw. He tried to draw the trees, first he threw it at that, and then eventually he just threw the painting out the window. And that's why his painting is incomplete. And then even over here, he just didn't even bother with this part of the feet. So yeah, Gustav Klimt, he has a difficulty drawing. Like, he just doesn't do feet anymore. Like, I think in part of the reason why in the academy he was able to draw feet well is because it's because his brother like did his homework. Like, probably he helped him with his homework. Like, he'd be like, hey brother, like, can you help me like draw? Can you help me like with his feet that you have there? You know, your brothers help you out. But that's why when he started doing paintings all on his lonesome, because since he was like rich, he could like paint whatever the hell he felt like. So that's why he could like paint with gold and super expensive items, because he was just a rich guy founding his painting house. So then he'd be like, so there are a certain point where, you know what, I'm just not gonna draw feet. All right, let's switch to the next painting. Okay. Ignore what you just saw. Bro, yeah. Okay. Here's one painting where he actually did bother to draw the feet, and just look at it. Just look at it. So then when he went to continue with the other painting, he first drew a little bit of the little baby's feet. But then when he went for the other one, it just didn't come out. So then he got angry, so then he just covered it up with particle effect, which is something. Is that visible there? Yeah. You can actually see over here that up here, right? Yeah. That he just covered it up with blue particle effect, and then he did the same thing in the feet of the mother that was holding out the baby. You know, see? He didn't. He hit the feet because when he drew the feet of the first character, he just like uber hated it, and then he'd be like, oh, you know what? If I draw any more feet, the painting just gonna look awful. All right, so next painting of him giving up on feet. All right, this is like I think that was a piece from the Beethoven frieze, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I forget. So he first drew this one and he came out more or less alright. But then when he went to draw the other face, he covered it up with a snake. Here, no feet, no feet. There. He did it again. Him covering up the feet with particle effect because it was just too much of a bother to struggle with it. Let's see, sad face. Alright, now let's see another example. Is it still recording, right?
Yeah.
Right orientation?
Yes.
Alright, the next example. Alright, this is different from the Beethoven frieze. Remember
No, like it's a little bright, so it's I'm having a hard time showing the brightest thing. Maybe we should like turn on lights.
Turn on the light?
Yeah. Oh wait, from this angle I can see it. Okay, good.
Should I turn on the light?
Yeah, turn on a light. Let me see.
Let's see how it looks. Can you see the...
Yeah, no. Yeah, what I needed was some contrast.
Okay, so let's see. Let's start over here. Like over here, this is the sketch of the planning stages of the Beethoven preview. Remember that it shows like a couple embracing? Like I would like to show more of the picture, but like you don't have like issues with people's buns and stuff. So yeah, you're only getting the feet part. So then over here they had like the rough sketches of the feet, but then in the second drawing of that post, he already cut off the feet. And then in the final form, the one that he ended up like on the Beethoven frieze, he just ended up covering it with particle effect, with like hair and stuff. So yeah, he did originally plan to draw feet, but then eventually he'd be like, oh man, this is just too much of a bother. Let me just cover it up. I'll put gold, and people will be so distracted by my awesomeness that they won't notice the fact that I just can't, that he just can't do feet. He's like the anti-Michael Bay of like feet people that...
You're confusing with Quentin Tarantino.
Quentin Tarantino, yeah. The anti-Quentin Tarantino as far as feet. That you won't see barely any feet in like on the later paintings of Gustav Klimt. He'd be like, no. That he just cannot even can. Alright, next painting example. Oh no, you're going the wrong way. Alright, so these are 4 different paintings of the absence of feet. Like over here, like in the first one over there, he sort of like blurred the feet with the hair, so then he didn't have to like bother to draw it. In Nudas Veritas, see? The feet were hidden with like the blue particle sheet, like with like blue particle effect and the little snake. So then you're too distracted with like the fancy colors and whatnot to notice that he didn't bother to draw the feet. Over here it was like more obvious. He just like painted some flowers over it so that you don't see the feet. And then over here I think that one's the medicine one. See, even more obvious. Just drew a black line over it and then it's like gone, no feet. Is there noticeable there, bro? Alright, so is there anything? Do I have any other examples or are those it? Let's see the next picture.
No, that's it.
Well, yeah, so this is basically my Gustav Klimt can draw fishing. Like, I can probably like take a more example, but they're like too close to like the body parts that I can't show in like a YouTube video. But I bet if you look to the artwork of Gustav Klimt, you'll find more examples of it. And if you find those examples, put the name of the painting in the comment section. Or if you find examples of him actually bothering to draw feet, you just find that you'll see that the feet to no feet ratio is like this instance of him not bothering to draw feet is more common than him actually drawing an entire foot.
And mind you, his early sketches will draw amazing anatomy of feet, but those are his early sketches.
Well, and like early paintings that he did in the academy. Of course, he couldn't show out to the teacher and without the feet drawn, which points to my other theory that his brother would draw the feet for him, and then when he started to just paint on his own, then he didn't bother to draw the feet. And yes, Gustav Klimt did have a painting brother that nobody knows about. Like, I can remember off the top of my head. I don't feel like looking it up, but yeah. Let's just finish it. Bye bye and God bless. And today I wanted to bring to the talk. And today I wanted to talk about Manet and Monet. I wanted to teach you the difference. Like if you would look at the both photographs of these two dudes together, you will see that that's just the younger photo of one guy, and then this guy is older. But the guy with like the dark beard is actually Manet. Manet with an A. And the one with the dark, with like the lighter beard is Monet. And the reason is that even though Manet came first, he died, and he was a contemporary with Monet. Manet died first, and I'll tell you how he died first later on. All right. So let's get into this. All right. Okay. What happened there?
Yeah, give it a sec. Like it's slightly moved, so.
Alright, press the button. Alright. So the first painting that we're seeing is Monet. This is Monet. And this little number is the Infanta Teresa by Diego Velázquez. Like Manet, he didn't originally associate with the Impressionism movement, but even though they call him the founder, quote unquote, but basically was that the Impressionist people, they just liked Manet's work a lot, so they attributed his work to him. While Manet was, in fact, he considered himself a realist, even though he couldn't pay realistic to save his own life. So Manet, he likes Diego Velázquez a lot. So as you can see, the way that he does the color and the transparency is like very similar. And he also mimics a lot the just Spanish subjects in general. Like if he like a good way to tell if it's like Manet, if it looks like it's taking place in Spain, it's probably a Manet with an A. Alright,
so basically, it's not that he's a really good impressionist painter. He's a really bad
realist painter.
Yeah, and that in fact, he was so bad at realism that he founded that they founded a whole new movement based on his style, or
based on his style, or but you will never catch. But you will never catch like a real art historian like they admitted to the fact that Manet was not a very good painter, and that's why he didn't make it far in the salon, because that was the value of his artwork. And of course they gotta say, oh, he was a brilliant, he was a genius, because they gotta raise the price of his paintings, overhyped, because Impressionist paintings, they sell for millions of dollars. So you get me. But during his time, no, and also. Another good way is look at the skin. It's like that thickly yellow way of like painting the skin, versus like nice warm rosy colors of his God Diego Velázquez. So yeah, for some reason just the skin just looks wrong.
Yeah.
So yeah, now let's go look at a Monet painting. Like, okay, so the blue chick with the umbrella, that's Monet, and the little girl with the umbrella, that's Renoir. Like, Monet inspired, even though he admired Manet a lot, because Monet was a younger kid, even though his photo looks older, but that's because Monet, he made it to the ripe old age of like 80 something, or I think almost 90, but for reasons that I will explain later. So then he admired a lot the work of Renoir. So you will notice that a lot of the paintings of Monet, they are very similar to the artwork of Renoir, at least in like how he chooses to like paint nature and whatnot with like nice, warm, bright colors. So and obviously the people with chicks with umbrellas. So if you see a woman with an umbrella, but that's less defined, is a Monet. But if you see a sheep with an umbrella and that it looks very well, like you can tell, like Renoir had like a nice rosy way of painting skin color and whatnot. And Monet tended to imitate more that. So that's a good way to tell them apart, to tell Manet and Monet apart by the way that they do the skin.
Yeah, one of them knew how to draw skin, the other one didn't.
Yeah, Monet knew how to draw skin. So you see, this looks it's kind of yellow, but it looks more natural. And look at the little chubby kid, nice and red, which are no natural colors of like a person. All right, the thing is running up there, right?
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, now next example. Now we're gonna look at Manet. So if you see like a huge crowd of people that are sort of blending into each other, and their faces they look like they haven't had sunlight, and like pasty faces and almost sickly yellow.
Like look at that baby in the middle. It looks almost demonic. Like he has like little horns and everything. Like.
Yeah, just look at just like pasty white, like. You know, I know that like French people were very white by then, but like they have rosy. But in those days, going to the outdoors and like, well, even this painting takes place in the outdoors, and yet people look like they haven't had like sunlight in like an eternity or two. So you would expect for them to have a little bit of color in their faces. And plus, as you can see in the trees, even though it's like outdoor, like the trees look like it's like the middle of the night and whatnot, and the leaves they're not even where, if you can even call it that, it's just like, and that's it.
Yeah, there are also like proportion issues with the chairs and the hula hoop and like a couple of other things.
And
like a 3-point perspective is like all wrong on the fourth chair to the bottom right over there.
Yeah, this one looks weird. That chair looks weird, and I don't know if you can tell, but it's supposed to be a hula hoop. But yeah, if the figures are just like weirdly blending in, the trees don't look like trees, the leaves don't look like leaves that much. And even the trunk is just like a random solid line. Then it's a Manet.
But yeah, pretty much the issue with Manet is that he was so bad, he was good.
Yeah, he founded a whole thing.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're looking at Manet with an O. See, same crowded scene, but you can still tell it's people in the woods, and it's still a crowded scene, but you can see that the people there are very well defined. See, you can see the shape, and even the guys, there's like slight differences between their flaneur outfit, which was what this look was called. You know, they look like they belong to Bloodborne. Yeah, that was totally the fashion in France, and see, there's like slight differences, and you see how the trees, how the individual leaves, they are very well defined, and even in the darkness, the tree trunks have differences, so they look like different, you know.
Oh, and the skin has reds in them, and there's
the skin variation, you know, like the bright white, a little bit of red, you know. And so this is the same topic of people hanging out in the woods. Monet has a more refined rendering to it, and the leaves look like leaves.
Oh, and there's actually triangular composition in this, whereas the other one's just an unmitigated mess of dots and people.
Yeah.
Like the tree forms a triangle to draw your eye to the two ladies over there and the gentleman.
Yeah, and See, a triangle with these three guys, and this guy points you to the other sets of triangle people. So see. And then there are triangle here, and there are triangle here. See, 3 little triangles.
Like if it looks like some thought went into the painting and some actual care, then it's Monet.
Yeah.
If it looks like a jumbo mess trying to be done as quickly as possible so they can polish it because he has to pay a bunch of gambling debt, then it's
Well, he didn't gamble, but he didn't fall into that because he was a rich guy.
Oh yeah, he didn't need money.
So the impressionists were after him, begging him for money.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, you can tell that he just didn't care that much.
Yeah. Okay, so now next to example. Like, and now this is a still life of Manet with an A.
It says 5 A's pointed on a small portrait, Monet still alive.
It was Manet.
Okay, well, you wrote Monet up here.
Okay. See, even I get confused.
Okay.
But I don't remember it in my head, but I just typed the O instead of the A.
Gotcha.
But yeah, that is definitely a Manet. Like, you see how like the flower are just like miscellaneous stuff, like just basic shapes, and even the background looks like Diego Velázquez painting. That's when you know that it's Manet with an A.
It's like trying to imitate the hyperrealism of those times, but he just failing tragically.
Yeah.
And then he's getting frustrated just drawing whatever.
Yeah. So next painting.
And you can see frustration and failure in this.
Yeah. Same thing. Claude Monet with an O. And he even put in his whole name 1880. So he was proud of this set of flowers that he even like signed it and put the date so you know. So you see the same flowers, but see even the background is not like a pitch darkness. It has different uses. I see reds, blues. See, it's a nice, and it's even more a la Van Gogh. But a different set of flowers because everyone knew everyone back then.
And everyone slept with everyone.
Well, not Monet.
Except for Monet, which.
But yeah. Because Monet did not die of syphilis. If he didn't die of syphilis, what he really died was of promiscuity. Cause that was just a cool way to die back then.
Yeah, like the art historians don't go into detail of just how much syphilis there was.
Yeah, like most of the impressionists in this book, most of them died of syphilis.
Like 9 out of 10. You know who didn't do it?
You know who didn't die of syphilis? Monet. And that's why he has like 1,800 paintings under his belt because he was too busy painting to be messing around. Well, but he didn't mess around, but I'll get to that later. Alright, see.
Okay, let's do a test if you can figure this one out. Pasty skin, you can't tell what you're looking at. Everything's drawn with frustration.
A lot of black.
Trying to imitate Velázquez but failing miserably.
And like the eyes, the dead fish eyes that are pitch black.
The perception issues, the lack of composition. Who could it possibly be? Like that's his thing. He's so bad, he's good.
Yeah, he started like a whole movement.
The one hand being longer than the other one. The anatomical issues.
Yeah.
And mind you, he's trying to be Velázquez right here.
Yeah, he wants to be Velázquez. He even painted like his own version of Venus, which is like I think it was Olympia, but obviously I'm not gonna show it because of YouTube has a thing with like for showing like chick stuff. Even though even though like the Vatican roof, the Sistine Chapel is covering a bunch of the naked dudes. So it's fine for like the Catholic Church, the ultra Puritans to have like a roof covered in like a naked guy, covered in naked guys and chicks, but not in YouTube. They're more Puritan than the Catholic Church. They're a bunch of prudes. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, that is.
By the way, in like 99% of the world, boobs aren't sexual. Like this is only like a U.S. and like Europe thing.
British.
Yeah, it's like a British US kind of thing.
Because they usually like if one starts something, the other one imitates it. They're like they haven't gotten out of the color. They're politically wise. They're like they usually go together.
Yeah, like they kind of copy each other even though they're frenemies.
Yeah, they are frenemies.
But that's politics. Back to.
Yeah, we don't want to bore you with politics. So yeah, that is.
We want to bore you with art.
We want to bore you with art.
Okay.
That is Manet. It's still running. It shows that it's running, right?
Yeah, it's running.
Manet. Alright, now show me the next one. Show me the money. See, same topic of a chick is surrounded by fans. But as you can see, the skin color is nice and bright, and see, even the lips have color.
And highlight, which is
highlight.
Which is something that is and it has like that little dab in the eye that is imitated in a lot of animes later on.
Yeah, like the eye shine.
Mm-hmm.
and that is Monet. And more specifically, that's his first wife in a blonde wig. Like Monet used to paint a lot, his wife and family. So unlike Monet, who used a lot, no, Monet used to paint his wife a lot. Manet used to paint other other chicks.
Other chicks he gave syphilis to in specific.
Well, not the one specific he didn't, but not for lack of trying. but I'll get into it. But you see how it has a nice bright color and it almost looks like a photograph from far away.
By the way, all of the impressionists that went through an anime phase and
yeah, that's why I wanted to show you their anime phase where they got it super into Japanese print. So yeah, the French went through an anime phase. So yeah, and this is the paintings featuring their anime phase. All right, moving along. So yeah, this is like this is Manet trying to paint the sea. As you can see, even though it's like supposed to be bright outside, just random dots of darkness. Like chips are pitch black. The seals are always.
Also, notice how at the beginning of the painting he's going for really sea, and then halfway through he just gives up and he's like, "Oh, I'm just gonna drop the ocean."
Yeah.
Whatever.
That's not even like that's not even hints away. All right, now next landscape. What seascape to be more exact? This is Monet. You can see how he actually tries to paint the waves and the ships are the proper color and all that stuff.
Also the signature.
Yeah.
And you will notice that a lot of Monet stuff are signed, but Manet doesn't sign a lot of his stuff because frustration and annoyance.
And anger.
Like he's a very frustrated person who just accidentally became the leader of a movement.
Yeah. Well, he was more notorious because of the things he painted that tended to scandalize the salon. Like, he was like, oh, so you have an issue with me painting one of my lovers, Olympia, looking at all of her patrons in the face? All right, I'm going to paint her again in a different setting with the faces of all of the guys that like to go frequent her bed chamber.
And I'm gonna draw myself too, cause like I also went there.
Yeah, I also went there. You forgot that. You forgot that it's there as well. All right, moving along. All right, so this is the last example of Manet that I'm going to show you. As you can see, all of the chicks are like pasty-faced weirdos. And this one, and you can tell that it's a Manet painting if you see this chick. This one, it was a painter called Bertha Morisot, who was an impressionist, and like Manet had like the super hot for her, but she was too much of a prim and proper lady to like sleep with the other. Well, he didn't become an old lecherous dude because he died young, but you know. But he said, and he always paid her respectfully because he respected the hell out of her because she wouldn't sleep with him. And so that was the way a woman got respect from men, by like poniéndole luz larga, as they say in Spanish, putting down the long light, which is like just stay away.
Well, in English that means something else, but in Spanish it means respectful.
Yeah, give it a lot of respect for this.
And of course, the dead fish eye, the no highlights on the eye, anatomical issues.
Well, that was a little bit. That one was a little bit better. That was a little bit better, but mostly it's because he's painting his favorite woman, Bertha Morisot. You know,
she gets more details than the rest of the painting.
Because he loved her, because she wouldn't let him have her. But you notice Bertha Morisot, but you won't notice Monet's like Manet with an A, his wife. Okay, now...
Like, compare the details on that one versus the other two that are just over there, like, on...
Yeah. And even like the guy is just like, medical draw, dude. A very stiff looking dude,
like, he spent 95% of his time drawing the chick he liked, and then everybody else.
And then everyone else just 1%. They're just their accessories to make her look awesome. Yeah? Their background character. That one, Bertha's the one that you gotta pay attention to.
Also, she has a doggy, but like...
Yeah.
There's like a dog over there.
Yeah, this was her chastity protector. Whenever I got close, the doggy would bark. Yeah. Bite it up, get away from... Yeah, bite it up. Yeah. Okay, so next one. This one is the only very dark. Next one. You download it? This one is like the only very, very dark painting by Monet, or even that of Monet. So what happened was that Monet's first wife, she like died. And then he painted a painting in order to capture her essence as she was lying dead in her deathbed. And that's when this one is even more expressionistic and impressionistic, because it was capturing what he was feeling as the love of his life was dropping dead. Because that was the same. Monet was always a one woman guy. Even if that woman belonged to another guy. Like, he eventually, well, he couldn't remarry because the chick that he loved was married. So then he became her lover, and the woman, she would look after his children, and and then he would like provide financially for her children. So then they ended up moving together, living in the same house. Monet, the children he had for her first wife, and the other woman and her husband. It's like you could call it almost like a polyamorous relationship, but that of those times, because like the husband, when like his contemporary would ask about it, he would be like super chill about it, but he wouldn't like admit it because he wasn't going to destroy the honor of his wife. But he'd be like, oh, if you can prove that my wife is sleeping with Monet, I will give you $1. But he never gave anyone another. He was just publicly he was in denial about it, but in private he definitely knew it because they would eat at the same table.
Yeah, and they were okay with it. Like
they didn't have an issue with it as a classical polyamorous relationship, but the guy who wrote about it, he had an issue with it, and Monet's contemporary had issues with his polyamorous relationship that he had with a married woman. But that was fine. The husband didn't mind. The children of the other woman, the children were super chill about it, and he raised all. That's why he painted so much, because not only he was maintaining his own children, his lover's children, his lover's husband, because the guy just had a really hard time finding a job, so he was also feeding him. So that's why he had this feelings of painting, because he was like maintaining like
a huge family.
Yeah, he was the breadwinner of like a huge family, and like the chick, the children, and the other dude.
And it also explains why he put so much work into his paintings, because unlike Monet
was dirt poor.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't start dirt poor, but he became dirt poor because he had a hard time with an and that's why his first wife died of like, I think it was like pneumonia or a weird fever. The point is that he wasn't able to provide good stuff for her because he was dirt poor, and the poor woman died. So then he just painted her as she was dying while he blamed himself for it, because he really loved his first wife. Yeah. And then he fell in love with the other woman because with the other chick, because she was like showed up at the time helping take care of his children, and and then they just sort of became a couple.
And then a threesome with the other guy.
Yeah, not officially. even his ghost will rise from the grave and he'll deny it, but I consider it a polyamorous relationship, considering how chill it was, and that he didn't write anything, and that the husband only had nice things to say about Monet in his letters and whatnot.
Yeah, like he never said, "Oh, this lover who's here and I can't get rid of it." No, he always said nice things about him in his letter.
Yeah, he always said nice things about Monet. Alright, so now let's do a little quiz to see if you learn the difference between Manet and Monet. It's running, right?
Yeah, it's still running.
Alright. Quiz. Look at this. Don't read the card.
Don't read the signature either.
Don't read. Let me hide the signature.
Well, only one of them liked to sign his word because only one of them was part of them. Like, right?
Let's not look at the signature. Alright, who is it?
Well, if you notice the signature and you notice the skin is well painted and the textures are well done, then you can tell who it is.
Yeah. Okay.
If you guess Monet, then you are right.
Yeah. All right. Moving on. Let me try to cover this signature.
No, you're like that was obviously not Monet.
All right. This one is a jumbo mess of a crowd.
Bunch of people, perception issues. The ship is leaning forward. The background he gave up.
Yeah, who could it possibly be?
And he was too ashamed of it to sign it.
Who is it? Manet.
They make the signature, you can tell pretty much.
I can't edit out the signature from the painting.
No, yeah, that is a clue. Monet really cared about his paintings, but Manet was like ashamed of them.
Yeah, well there you go, Monet, moving around.
That he wanted to be able to deny it if it came down to it. No,
yeah, okay, moving around. Alright, this one's not signed.
Okay, but let's look at the context clue. The skin, it has rosy colors.
And it's a chick with an umbrella. If it's a chick with an umbrella,
it might as well be signed.
It's Monet.
Yeah. And the water lilies and the little...
Yeah, even though it's like less defined, the fact that it's a chick with an umbrella is Monet. Alright, see, this one is also signed. But like... And the skin of the thing is a little bit more rosy and well defined, but there's a clue there of who it could possibly be.
Oh, there's several clues. One of them is the anatomical issues on the hand. I mean, that is one beefy hand.
No, and also this, where he gave up on the foot.
And the constant black.
Yeah. What could it be?
Oh, and the transparency, the attempt at transparency.
Yeah. A la Diego Velázquez.
Well, you can tell he tried because he signed it very tiny in a corner.
On the bottom.
It's like, I did this. I am almost proud of this, so I am going to sign it.
Yeah, if it's like the hot chicks, like this in the oldest would be a shaking her undergarments.
Yeah.
That would be a shaking her lingerie. That was lingerie back then, but like today that's just like your Sunday dress, your Sunday bed. But yeah, that's manic. There's a weird darkness, but if you can see, there's an attempt at drawing this like the pattern away from one. So even though it's like pitch darkness.
Yeah, you can see the light and the play on light, and there's some actual thoughts into what went in there.
And it's not even signed, so who is it? Well, up there says the answer, but I don't know if you can see it in like the video. Can you see it in the video?
No, you can't.
Ah, perfect. So it's, come on, you can guess it. Don't read it.
Okay, it's obviously Monet. I mean, Manet would never draw something this good.
Manet.
No, it's Monet.
It's Monet, but Manet wouldn't draw anything that good.
Got it. Yeah. Like, you saw that he tried to draw something like this and failed miserably.
Yeah, but this guy,
because
he tried hard.
No, it's just that he tried to draw it during the daytime. It's obvious you can only do the black silhouettes at night.
Yeah.
Doesn't work. Okay.
It was like a nice cupcake with a flower, but as you can see with the rose, it's like
it's like some flower and just gonna put some paint all over it.
Yeah, who is it?
Manet, obviously. He didn't even want to sign it.
Well, he signed it at the bottom, but that's more of a scrabble. Like
he gets swallowed by the chiaroscuro. He didn't even think of signing it white.
Yeah, like Monet, he signs it in complementary contrast so that its name is big sticks out. Like if it's green, the painting, he signs it red so that you can see it from like a mile away. Next painting.
That is not secretly ashamed of that.
Well, this one, the signature is swallowed up in like darkness out there.
Yeah, well, that's clearly not a Manet.
Yeah, you can tell that it's not a Manet because of the water. Like Manet had issues drawing water, but not Monet. Since the water is well defined, it is a Monet with an O. If it looks Spanish, who could it be?
Monet.
Manet. I wrote it wrong, okay? Moving around, but that's a Manet with an A. See?
Like, he was proud of that one.
Yeah, he signed it in a way that made sense, you know. He was proud of that Diego Velázquez rip off. Moving along.
He has a bunch of Diego Velázquez ripoff. Like, he loved trying to copy his work.
But this one is more of a trick question.
Oh yeah, this
Yeah,
one.
like this was actually bright and like.
No, the skin is a dead giveaway. This is Manet.
Yeah, I see that the skin is a little bit iffy.
Yeah, like he tried to do some blotching and he put like a dab of red on the ear, but that was it.
Yeah, and even the folds of the dress are like me.
Like this is Manet trying to copy Monet and failing at it.
Yeah, because it's like a later painting, 1880.
Mm.
Voilà.
Yeah. Oh, I think that's the last one. There's no more.
And then going anymore?
Yeah.
Alright, we're done.
Alright, so how many questions did you get right?
I don't
let
know.
us know in the comments, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know. Oh, yeah, I don't know. Whatever. But God bless. Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to talk to you about Van Gogh. Like when I was looking at, like Van Gogh was a self-taught artist, and in art schools and whatnot, they always hyper focus on just his impressionism work, but he had like, but most of it, but the whole, am I winning frame?
Yeah.
Still? But like the bulk of his artworks, it was actually pencil drawings on paper. Because like since Van Gogh couldn't afford to like go to a fancy school in order to learn how to paint, he had to like teach himself how to paint, just following simple logic and what he had heard from other artists that they use in order to learn to paint. So then you cannot learn how to paint without first learning how to draw. You can't just skip directly to painting. So this is one of his earliest drawings, at least the one that he bothered to sign. It is September 1862. And he was so proud of that jug of milk that he painted that he even signed it. So any word that an artist signs is that they are actually proud to like talk about it and to show it to the world. Alright. So first he started by sketching everyday objects, jugs of milk and whatnot, and so you can start with that. Next, he moved on to learning how to draw people and animals, since that were common in the place where he lived at. So once you get like a basic idea how to draw like people and animals, then you move on to houses and like trees and whatnot. You see how rudimentary looking the trees, but like the basic shapes are there. But you just start with paper and pencil because Van Gogh was dirt poor. So obviously he had to teach himself starting with the cheapest material, which is there's nothing cheaper than paper and pencil. So if you're like in the poorhouse and you want to learn to paint, just start with that. And Van Gogh's favorite painter was John Everett Millet, who always painted farmers doing farmer scenes. And over here, the farmers stop their working, and then they're praying, and the church is in the background. So this pencil drawing is a fan art that Van Gogh made of one of his favorite paintings because he liked the simple farmer life, and he also admired their religiosity. So once you finish like learning to paint buildings and like people more or less, also try to sketch from like your favorite artist, the artist that you admire the most. So make your little fan art. Because by making like a fan art, it doesn't feel like homework because you're actually painting something drawing something that you want to draw. Alright, once you finally master the pencil, that you feel 100% confident in your pencil drawing skill, then you pick up the brush. So over here, this is Van Gogh teaching himself how to go from pencil drawings to paintings. And as you can see, he used all the cheapest pigments available. Like you don't see any blues, any red. It's just like tones of black and brown and white, which were like the cheapest pigments available because since he's now teaching himself how to paint with a brush, he couldn't afford to waste expensive pigments. So yeah, so start with that. So then same thing here, a landscape, but a seascape. See, if I didn't tell you it was a seascape, you wouldn't be able to see it. There's a ship, this is supposed to be the ocean, and the sky. But you see, all very weak, muted colors because he couldn't afford the good pigments. And he didn't want to spend money on them because he'd be like, well, I still don't know how to work with a brush, so I'm not gonna like make big expenses yet on something that's just a practice painting. Now here he's now doing a practice painting with a still life. Like the purpose of still life, aside from like being decorated art or trying to like tell you some meaning or something, you learn how to balance a painting using like fruits and everyday objects when you don't have people available for you to pose. So then just by moving the objects around like moving your apples and stuff, you visually learn when a painting looks unbalanced or whether it needs something here or over there. So even without any theory, you can just sort of learn and intuitive by just messing around with your vegetables, cause like the brain is like naturally designed in order to tell you when something is off and when something looks harmonic and pleasant to the eye, because like that weird little spiral thing, that things that are in symmetry are pleasing to the eye. So then the brain will tell you whether you did it right or not, just by messing around with apples and oranges. Alright. Now the next step that Van Gogh did was like really focus now on painting people's faces, because artists in those days, those that didn't have like those that were in order to like get like the high commissions and stuff and to be brought into court, you have to have been a painter that went to one of those expensive universities. So since he knew right off the bat that since he couldn't go to like a fancy school, he knew right off the bat that he wasn't never gonna get like the fancy commission. So then he'd be like, the other way that artists make money is by painting people's portraits. So then his next focus in his studies and your studies for that matter is gonna be mastering drawing people's faces in order to sell portraits, because that's where the money comes in for artists that don't have like big connections. They wanna just making portraits of whoever and whenever, really master rendering a person's face. So then, but as you see, that he's still not. But the other thing that also made money for the artist is decorative art. And what was in the fashion in France at the time was, houses with like cute paintings of vases and flowers, because since flowers would like drop that immediately, it was just, I like this cute, I like sunflowers, but my sunflowers eventually died. So I'll just have a painting of a sunflower in my house. So then this is like Van Gogh now trying to learn how to draw the shapes of flowers. And as you can see, since this is one of his earliest paintings, you can barely see the shapes of the flower. So yeah, like flowers have always been popular and people are always gonna dig flowers. So if you wanna like monetize your like paintings and whatnot, two things. Decorative flowers and learn people portraits in order to get commission. Where just as long as you master those two, at least following the Van Gogh method, you're in the clear. Maybe because tastes change, but people always like flowers and paintings of themselves to put in the wall. But then here we're back to the sketching phases, because Van Gogh noticed when he was doing the painting of the maiden that he was having a hard time with hands and feet. So then he went back to the drawing board in order to really learn well how to draw feet and hands. So that's like very important as far as the artist thing, cause like like if a hand looks wrong, it doesn't matter if the rest of the painting looks right. People are gonna hyper focus on like the T-Rex hands of a human being. Cause it's like it's like pretty, like you see any painting, you would know that the hand is drawn wrong, and then you will hyper focus on it. So then he went back to the drawing board. Over here is Van Gogh finally feeling that he knows how to draw like portraits, right? Like once you like feel like your master has to draw like a person so one, then you start adding your expensive pigments. So here, like the ultramarine blue that costs an arm and a leg, you know, more blue, and like the red that's also expensive. So you see, now he's ready to do like there he was ready to do like an official portrait. And who knows, maybe he even got paid a couple of francs for that. But you see, but he was putting everything that he learned together.
Interesting. He didn't sign that one.
Yeah, like yeah. You're right. You're right. He didn't sign it. Like when an artist doesn't sign something, that usually means that he's ashamed of it and he doesn't want to be associated with it.
Or just not confident enough to do so.
Or to show it to other people. But the fact that this painting made it to the real world, to the modern times, is that Theo but didn't throw away that painting, even though Van Gogh didn't like it, because Theo was Van Gogh's little brother, and he was like and he was always supporting his brother's work, because he loved him. He loved his big brother Vincent. So yeah, this painting. This one he didn't bother to sign. It's like over here the signature, and this is a still life with like a Bible and like a prayer book and a candle. And he did it because it's like his father was like a priest person, so then he was like thinking about it, so then he made it. So this is his first experiment doing still life that have an actual meaning behind it, and that is supposed to invoke like a symbol or something. So there you have it.
Notice the meaning is actually loss of faith because the candles are off.
Yeah.
Which means that
he's losing his religion because his candles are not lighted up. Oh no, he said enough. Alright, over here he's now drawing flowers again. But this time he's actually using the expensive pigments. See, like the reds, you see the reds, like the whites, some yellows over here. But and over there in the corner by the controller, he actually bothered to sign it. So this is a painting that he actually feels proud of it. You know?
Vincent.
Vincent. Like he always signed Vincent. Not people always call him Van Gogh, but he always signed his work as Vincent because he didn't want to be closely associated with like his family's last name that was like all a bunch of merchants. He wanted to be the next Michelangelo. You don't know, does anyone know Michelangelo's last name? No? Or, well, you know Da Vinci, but he wanted to just be known as Vincent.
Did everyone calls him Van Gogh?
No, he's Vincent. He started off his work as Vincent. So, yeah. So, however you choose to sign your work is how you want, like, the future people to know you as. So, call him Vincent. So over here he's now trying like the expensive pit. So over here we're like now moving on to landscape, but using like more expensive pigments and whatnot. And like the trees still look kind of weird looking, but you know, just try your best now that you have like a basic grasp of shapes and whatnot and how to balance the composition. You see, he balanced the birds up here with like a blue dude down there. So see, that way there's objects to the left up and there's objects to the right down. And skinny tree here, some skinny trees over there. See how the entire painting is balanced. You learn how to balance a painting by moving fruits around. And like visually knowing whether something is unbalanced or whatnot. And then this is one of his earliest self-portraits. Like the reason why an artist traditionally did a self-portrait was to sell his talents. He's telling his future patrons, I can make you look this awesome in a portrait. Hire me to paint your portraits because look at how cool I made myself look. So I can make you look this awesome. So yeah, make a self-portrait to advertise your talents to other people. You know, like since you don't have clients yet that want your portraits, that's why artists back then used to used to do self-portrait to show them that you can look this awesome.
And also to show off their claroscuro, because notice that he's using like all the.
Yeah, he was over here. He was more. It's more of a realistic kind of self-portrait. He still hadn't like gotten into impressionism yet. Mind you, like, and when I was scrolling down in like the entire bulk of his work, this painting is like number 800 or something.
You do a lot. That's another thing. You gotta draw.
Right, like your freaking life depends on it. Alright, so then he eventually moved to Paris to be with his brother Theo. Because Theo, he was an art dealer and he sold stuff. So naturally, Theo had a lot of contact with the impressionist painter. So then Theo be like, since I'm selling your paintings, why don't you teach my brother how to paint the impressionist style? Because that's how all of the cool kids paint. Because
this is what's trending right now.
This is what's trending. So then Van Gogh, he met all of the impressionist guys, and then they taught him a new way of painting. So then this is a painting that he made after learning a new trick. So then once you learn the basics and whatnot, then you can start experimenting with like a different style. So then this is Van Gogh dipping his toes in the impressionism.
But notice how perfectly balanced this is, because all of the other stuff that he learned could now be applied to the new style.
Yeah. So, and like based on like the color applications and whatnot and the water, like I think over here he is more trying to paint a la Monet style. Not Manet, Monet. Like the new guy that painted a bunch of landscapes. So then you can see how he paints the water following the Monet style. And like everyone, like all of the impressionists, Van Gogh had to get into an anime phase. So then this is his anime phase, painting his own fan arts of Japanese prints and whatnot, including like putting lotuses and like cranes and whatnot.
And copying the thick borders and everything.
And and copying the thick borders and everything. But yeah, that's his anime phase.
The story of Japanese prints and impressionism is its own thing, especially how they got to France and all of that.
Yeah.
That's something we should explore
later. Alright, and over here you notice that he actually now is trying his hands on pointillism, which is the George Seurat style. You see, is it still running?
Yeah, it's still running.
You see lots of little dot. So then, as you can see, Van Gogh still hasn't found his voice yet, because now he's like trying what's popular with his cool friends, you know? So since you didn't see all the paintings that look like that, obviously he tried pointillism once, immediately hated it, and then went to try something else. Over here, this is more of a soft pointillism, but see, he applied everything that he learned from his impressionist friends, and then he made a new self-portrait using the impressionism style. Like compare this self-portrait that's impressionist to the first one he made. See?
But you can see in the beard that something's emerging, because the beard style is
very similar to this one. Mm-hmm. But you see that he's now he's trying to paint like the cool kids. I wish to be like the cool kids. Alright, so this is one of the, like at least according to like the database where I was looking at the painting, this is like his first sunflowers, and he painted a lot of sunflowers. Like sunflowers were, according to like the biography, right, the sunflower was the favorite flower of Paul Gauguin. And Van Gogh.
You had a boy crush on him.
Yeah, I don't know, whatever. He just really liked hanging out with Gauguin. He was like his best friend and whatever. So then he started learning how to paint sunflowers, because he was trying to get Gauguin to like go to his, because he wanted to form like a community where artists would hang out and like, but in the countryside, because apparently like the Paris life wasn't suiting what Van Gogh. He wanted to return to the countryside, but he wanted to take his artist friends with him.
Yeah, because he probably had attention deficit disorder, so all the noise of the city was probably driving him insane.
Yeah, that and the smoke and the alcohol and the Paris life Paris has always been crazy. So overstimulation in the Paris and don't forget his favorite painter was Millet. He missed the quiet of the country life where like things were simple and stuff. So yeah. Over here, he's now trying basic impressionism skills on like an everyday object. This time, his shoes.
Yeah, but notice that over there, that's the style that's gonna stick. Like this is him realizing something.
Yeah, this is him finding what he likes, and you notice that the fat borders from the fat lines so black that he picked up from the Yokue paintings are starting to become more prominent because he's now finding what, like, now he learned to paint, now he's finding his own style. So yeah, so once you try different stuff and then you take everything you learn and now start developing your own ninja way, your own style. And then this one is an impressionism painting that's an icing. So then you see
what just him flexing, really.
Flexing. Like impression, if you look at all of the impressionist work, you will notice that only Van Gogh bothered to paint at night because impressionists were all about observing the effect of light on objects and cities and people. But they didn't bother to do that at night because you try painting at night in the middle of the night. But then Van Gogh was crazy enough to try to paint the darkness in the middle of the night. So then that's something you can do. Not go paint in the middle of the night. Just look at what everyone is doing around you. What is the common trend, and then find the one type of painting, the one type of subject that nobody's doing, and then you paint it in order to stand out from the rest.
Also notice that there are perspective issues in the painting, but that's not a mistake. I think that is on purpose. You just didn't care because that's not what the painting is about.
Yeah, the painting was about like expressing the city, or maybe he just had a really hard time, or maybe he was just squinting his eyes too hard. So then you try painting in the middle of the freaking night. So you're trying to paint darkness in the middle of the night while you're going blind as a bat. So yeah, like find a subject that nobody's ever painted and then you paint it. Kind of like when I started painting ink art for doing slugs because nobody has ever painted snails. So then I did be like, I'm gonna paint snails. Like over here, this painting is unique because Van Gogh painted it from his memory. That is one of the hardest things to do in the artwork. Paint something that not what you see, but what you remember, what is in your mind. So then this is a scene from Van Gogh's childhood, like his mother and his sisters are hanging out in the garden. So then he painted it based on how he remembered it and whatnot.
And also know the thick lines and the...
Yeah, like over here, like the fat lines that he picked up from the animes. The anime thing stuck. Just painting the big fat bold lines. So yeah, paint something from your head, but without looking up any reference or without having like any jars or anything, just you staring at the paper and you and the pencil. And just relying on what's in your brain 100%, not even bothering to look at references to the types of flowers you want to draw, or even people's faces for that matter. 100%, you're from your brain.
I noticed that he kept the pointillism, but only for clothing textures.
Yeah, like over here, he over here he's using everything he picked up. Is the time running up there?
Yeah, it's still running.
Alright, the next thing that is very important for you to do as an artist is to paint your mother or your father or like a parental figure or an authority figure, that the person that you admire and love the most, the one that raised you and made you feel happy about your existence. So then Van Gogh over here, he painted his mom in order to earn her approval. And show her,
the Mother's Day present.
Like the Mother's Day present. Look, Mama, I painted you. I painted a picture of you, Mom. Do you like it?
And she's like, please don't.
Stand still, I'm gonna paint you, Mom. Okay. For how long? He said like a week. Aw. But yeah, paint the person you love the most, and him. But his kid was his mommy. Mommy. So yeah, once you gain your mother's approval, try to one up your hero. So over here is Van Gogh once again doing a subject that is the sower, which is by John Everett Miles, but then he's making like a better version of it all. Like the sower is like the guy that throws the seeds in like the field to grow plants and stuff. So then he's making an even better version of like his favorite painter, of his favorite painting made by his favorite painter. So
yeah, with the Japanese influence, the golden sun, the samurai scenery. It makes the sword look like a samurai.
Yeah. But you see that, now once you have your person's approval, your special person's approval, then it's time for you to do a confident bold painting, something that I really like. Yeah, I'm so ready for this.
Yeah, like when you make the Hollow Knight version of Brito, and you were like, yeah, I can do a Brito.
I can do a Brito. Alright, then make another. Then this is a sunflower, one of the billions of sunflowers that Van Gogh painted. Mira, see, he even cited Vincent on the base in blue. It's almost the other than the, but then he had to balance that blue with his blue inside the sunflower. So see. So then he painted it for like Paul Gauguin, and then he filled up Paul Gauguin's room and everything near Paul Gauguin with sunflowers, and then with sunflower painted because.
You want to go into the Paul Gauguin relationship with Van Gogh?
No, don't just say like Paul Gauguin, he owned a lot of money to Theo. So then Theo be like, my brother Van Gogh, he really likes hanging out with you, so I'm gonna forget that you owe me a ridiculous amount of money if you go hang out with him in the countryside and be like his best friend. Otherwise you're gonna paint me with your teeth. So then Paul Gauguin reluctantly went to like hang out with Van Gogh.
And then regretted it.
So then here's Van Gogh once again painting an icing, which is like which is ended up being like his most dynamic looking painting. And then there's a self-portrait. Van Gogh telling his brother, I'm alright, don't worry about me, pay no attention to the missing ear.
Tell the story how he lost the ear.
Okay, so like the previous night before he cut off his own ear, Van Gogh, when Paul Gauguin was like hanging out in the gardens, and then suddenly when he turned around, there was Van Gogh with a razor very close to Gauguin's ear because he'd be like, Gauguin, listen! So they're like, well, what is Gauguin thinking? Be like, oh my god, this crazy guy just went out to me with a knife, and I'm like super scared for my life. So then he sends a crazy letter to Theo telling him like, dude, your brother's freaking me out, and then he'd be like, well, don't leave him alone, and then he'd be like,
yeah, you hang out with my crazy brother who wants to cut you, or you pay what you own,
so then
or you go to Tahiti and hide from me.
So then Gauguin did what he did what all of the Europeans did, ran away from his creditors to the colonies. So then since Gauguin was no longer there for Van Gogh to cut his ear off, he cut it off his own ear, and then he gave it to like the other woman that he liked to see if she would listen to him. And then that's when he was sent to the madhouse for the obvious reason. But he still sent self-portraits to his brother telling him like, yeah, like, I'm alright, look, I'm even smoking a pipe, everything's fine. Pay no attention to the missing ear. I am okay, little brother. You don't need to worry about me. It's just that Van Gogh, he felt so bad. He felt so guilty about like always depending financially on like his brother Theo. So like this is like with the eye is a cry for help, but the rest of it is him trying to tell his brother, I'm alright, you don't need to help me, but secretly, please help me, brother. So yeah, those are like if you start losing your marble, because things are not going well, just try to like paint your current state of mind in order to give you a new perspective, and then leave the ears alone. There are better ways to cope with stress. So if you're stressed, just paint your stress. Don't like do bodily self-harm. It ain't good for you. And it's like painting serious subject stresses. You have to go back to painting fan art. So then here he is painting a fan art of his favorite painter, Everett Mille. He's painting his sower, his version of it. You know, just if like trying to paint serious paint is stressing you out, just make a fan art. Just something relaxing, just for the fun of it.
Like it feels like at one point he wanted so badly to make money off his paintings in order to be free from Theo that it drove him insane.
Well, not like free from Theo, it's a lot of guilt.
Yeah.
Cause like around the time that he cut him his ear off, Theo had gotten married, so obviously, and he had a kid on the way, so obviously he'd be like, my brother's up to his ear in debt, and I'm just another financial burden. And he has a wife, and I'm ruining his life because he's got married, and he's gonna have a kid, and I'm ruining his life because I'm so dirt poor and I'm a failure. So then he painted a sunflower while thinking of Pogogan. So yeah, do not hyper focus on. That was the problem with Van Gogh. He hyper focused on his failure that so much that he almost lost. That that he lost.
That he developed mental illness.
He developed mental illness. He lost the joy of painting. So then over here is another nice scene. But as you can see, it's already starting to look torn and whatnot because like his sanity is slowly starting to wane. And this is another fancy Japanese fan art like cherry blossom, because obviously he couldn't draw cherry blossoms from like the real world because there's no cherry blossoms in Europe. So then he just painted, but this one was painted more like from his memory because he started writing, because over there he was back in the insane asylum. So Van Gogh teaching himself to paint from memory, he was able to distract himself from like the fact that he was in a madhouse. So yeah, paint from memory, learn to paint from memory. It's gonna be useful. So this is like Dr. Gracie. He ends up being, when he gets out of the madhouse, he ends up having like a personal doctor. So over here, the doctor's listening to Van Gogh venting while Van Gogh paints him. So it's like, oh, I'm so worried about my brother, what's going to happen to my brother? So then like, yeah, yes, I know, and then Van Gogh just ranting while like, while this guy slowly losing his sanity listening to Van Gogh complete. So yeah. That's another painting subject idea that you could try. Just paint your therapist while he listens to your rant. Because like painting in and of itself is like a good way of expressing yourself, and it relaxes you. So it might actually be cathartic and make it easier for you to talk to your therapist if you're like if you're like doing something that relaxes you while you're talking to the therapist and whatnot, instead of just sitting there trying to get in contact with your emotions. Just unwind. So then that's what Van Gogh was doing, trying to get in touch with his emotion while painting, while this guy was slowly losing his marbles listening to him. Well, psychology was a new thing back then, So then from this point on, and since Van Gogh was slowly losing his grip on sanity, he just started painting whatever he felt like, because he trying to recover his joy of painting, because since he had become so obsessed with making money out of his painting, he had lost the joy of painting. So that's something that in your path as an artist, that's something that you must never lose, because if you lose the joy of painting and whatnot, then everything you're gonna make is gonna it's just gonna frustrate you. And there's nothing worse than trying to paint while you're like overcome with like anger and frustration. So you sit back, go see your therapist, relax, and then once you come, remember what made you want to paint in the first place, and that's it. And that's how you learn to paint and that's how you teach yourself to paint Van Gogh. You first learn the skills, then you learn other people's techniques, Then you decide, then you make your own, then you create your own style.
You see what's trending at the moment, and
you see what's trending at the moment, and then you learn from it, and you make your own stuff.
But without letting it swallow you up.
Yeah, but without becoming hyper focused on actually making money out of your painting, because if you let the money consume your life, you're gonna lose your freaking mind, cause you're gonna be hyper focused on the fact that you're obviously not making any money because you haven't made it yet. And then if you lose the joy of painting, everything that you're gonna paint is just gonna be bitter and angry, and then you're gonna suffer mentally for it. So never lose the happiness that you feel while painting. Okay, so I hope you have fun learning to paint Van Gogh style. Bye bye and God bless. Kissing in Western art. You may take for granted just how many silly little kissing paintings there are in this day and age, but during the medieval times, and especially after the oh man, this is remove that, bro. It looks like strain of sod. That after during the medieval time, when Catholicism became the dominant religion, the whole kissing in a romantic sense was completely taken out, or it was just in show. If you did see any type of kissing, it was basically Pontius Pilate kissing Jesus to tell in order to snitch on Jesus for the Romans, or Virgin Mary kissing the feet of Jesus Christ, or when he was crucified. But it was always in a religious sense, but never in a romantic sense. So then during the Rococo period, when which was also during kissing started making in a romantic sense, started making a resurgence. Why? Because the Catholic Church was was no longer as popular as it once was in Europe. So then, since they weren't into Catholicism and the morality that they postulated, then kissing started researching in the Rococo period. This is one of the early researches of kissing. Is by Francois Boucher. Is Hercules and Olfanda. There's more I crossed it just to the kissing part because in the original painting they were in bed and everything with clothing and whatnot. So yeah, they were so that was just something that they would paint, and that was it wasn't socially acceptable yet during the Rococo period. But if a nobleman wanted to put a painting of Hercules kissing his bride in his living room and pay for it, then it wasn't neither encouraged or discouraged. It was tolerated during the Rococo period, displays of romantic love and whatnot, and even lust and whatnot, without it being considered lewd. Well, it is kind of lewdish, but not in a prudish sense. This was something that was considered fine art back in the day. Yeah. So also in the sculpting department, it also started to be more socially acceptable. This is more in the neoclassical, where the Greeks are making a comeback. They're not kissing yet in the sculpture, but it is still called The Kiss, by Antonio Canova of Cupid and his wife's Psyche, which means soul. So then, it was making a slight return, because with the neoclassical ideas and the return to the Greeks, the Greeks were all about exploring, we're all about romantic love and exploring your sexuality and all that nonsense. So as the Greek values started to become more dominant and the Catholic and the Roman Catholic values started becoming weaker, kissing in sculpture started becoming more commonplace. So you could say that the more kissing you see in Western art, it means the weaker the Catholic Church. It's just like you can see the decline of the Catholic Church, and you see more people kissing in sculptures and painting. So this one now, so yeah, see another one from like the late Rococo period. And it's one of the servant kids stealing a kiss, which is and in the background is like the family and whatnot. So yeah. So as you can see, it's not a religious subject, and it's like painted in a nice light-hearted. It's not like saying, oh, you're gonna go to hell for like stealing a kiss. It's like no. The guy saw his chance and he stole a kiss before running away, It's like, and it's about being useful and fun and happy and the experience of being human and whatnot. And there's nothing wrong with just being lighthearted and funny while your stuffy parents are like playing poker in the background, you be you. So, it wasn't like being painted in a way to like shame them or whatnot. It's just, look how cute. Young kids being like young teenagers being young teenagers. What of it, But while if it was done in a Catholic sense, the next painting would show that they're both in hell. But it just shows like the slight process of being liberated in a kissy format, And then over here we're now featured like in the Impressionist period, like closing more to modern times. This one's like from like the 1800s. We're almost at like the 20th century. So you see, now kissing has become more commonplace, and this is more in a symbolist sense. This is like Dante Gabriel Rossetti, and this is Dante's Dream and whatnot. And here's Beatrice being kissed by an angel. Wow. Well, Dante watches, wishing that it was him and not the angel kissing his beloved Beatrice as she drops dead. Well, that guy,
look at the face that Dante's gives. Like, he's like, yeah, kiss that. He's just giving a very.
It's like the kiss of love, but you see that it's like cute how the arrow is pointing that way. Like, he wishes he could kiss his beloved, but she dead. But it's like Dante's like an old poet from like the medieval times. He wrote like this long Dante's Inferno and whatnot while he was in exile because he was thrown out of Italy for one reason or another. I forget. A lot of people used to get exiled all the time during medieval times for like the stupidest things. But that's another story for another time. But as you can see, not just in Impressionism, but like in different art movements, kissing has become, and being displayed has become more commonplace. Even though, like, remove the symbolism behind it, just take it as face value. It's two chicks kissing in a painting. We're more about to kiss in a painting. Just removing the symbolical and the allegorical part of it. Just taking it at face value. It's a painting of two chicks kissing while a dude watching. If you take the meaning behind, if you take the meaning completely out of the equation. But yeah, if you
there's like a phoenix also to the far right.
Yeah, like remove, but as you can see, like in modern art, as you get closer to like to the 20th century, like that they're becoming more liberated as far as showing people romantically involved in like paintings and whatnot. And then over here is a romanticist painting, because like the romanticists, they all love medieval Europe. It's like this time it's a woman stealing a kiss from a guy, so it's a reverse Sleeping Beauty, which is when it's a princess kissing a dude. So this time it's not even so much that the woman is always the receiver of the kiss. In this one it's significant because this time it's the woman who's stealing the kiss from the guy. So women are allowed to like not be the objects of affection, but they can be the ones that are the active partners in the relationship. They're no longer like she's the woman that you gotta conquer, like or whatnot, And it's displayed and all of the other chicks are just watching and laughing, because gossip and whatnot. But You see, as in closer to modern times, she's no longer being displayed as the passive receivers of romance. You know, like they become their own agents of their own destiny and whatnot. And then, of course, Romeo and Juliet, they become, 1884, they become more, the Romeo and Juliet paintings start like popping up even more and more and more.
Look at the last name of that painter.
Frank Dixie. Well, now you know what he sees all the time. Do we see a He never know. But yeah, just kissing after engaging, after like sleeping with each other outside of marriage, you know. So the subject of Romeo and Juliet was more of a, like you could almost see it as a, like the original Romeo and Juliet, you could almost see it like a moral display that if you like go behind your family and you do all of the, and you like don't marry, and you marry without their permission, it's gonna lead to tragedy. So, you know, but like, that would have been like the Victoria, like the Baroque, like the moralist implications of back in the day, because like a lot of the plays back then were just made in order to tell a moral of the story, and the original moral of the story of Romeo and Juliet is that yeah, they were like a great couple that could have been married, but they were like forced to go around it because of their family were fighting over stupid grudges and whatnot. That's why it was so important that they were all the same rank. So like they had everything to be together, except that their families were being jerks because of all grudges and whatnot. So yeah, Romeo and Juliet became as something that was like painted more and more often the closer you get to modern times. You know, just another excuse to show like people being people. You know, it's not, there's no religious connotation behind it or nothing. It's just the simple human passion and love and whatnot being displayed there. Then kissing each other before going their separate way. And then of course we got one of the most famous kisses is Gustav Klint's The Kiss.
He drew the feet very well.
Yeah, that time. That time. But he almost hit them. He said, but then he said, they came out fine. So yeah, so, but it's like kissing her on the cheek and whatnot. And even during Rodin's time, he also got criticism by being like, how dare you show a man and a woman kissing? Like, what are you? You prove. Like, what are you? It's like, what? They would tell like, what type of this would be considered porn back in the 1900s. Back in like the early 20th century, because like people were super prudish by then, and like just a simple kiss was enough to be like, no, like it was fine to like show them like in the nude in a classical sense, but if they started appearing like normal humans and engaging in normal human emotions, they go from allegorical to physical, which makes it prudish, which makes it bad. So like painting a kiss back in the old day, that was just the other way of showing the middle finger to the establishment, and it'd be like, this is the normal human condition, and it's fine to kiss and stop being so prude about it, and you know, and let people be people. So yeah, in 1908. And then Latouche-Lautrec, he also, this guy went a step further with his kids, where he just threw them in the bedroom. So the Impressionist guy, you know, he went a step further and beyond a typical kiss. Yeah, they're kissing and they're in bed. Deal with it.
Are those two chicks?
It's debatable. And well, one has short hair. Yeah, it's debatable. Oh yeah, but also but the chest here is like, yeah. It could be.
Plus, Henry Latouche-Lautrec worked at a brothel in Moulin
Well,
Rouge.
he didn't work; he just lived there. with all of his artist models, with all of his artist models.
Like that guy had a
Yeah. Well, he was like a rich guy that could do whatever the hell he wanted and paint whatever the hell he wanted. While his family be like, shame. Yeah.
He was too busy having fun in the brothel to hear them.
Yeah, to hear them. If I want, shame. If I want to like, spend all of my money being in the brothel painting shit, that's my business, my parents. But yeah. But as you can see, Edward Munch, he also drew a kiss over there. You know, there's so much kissing that their faces are practically blended into each other.
Oh, that's an Edward Munch. Maybe afterwards she started screaming.
And now even more modern time. Norman Rockwell, the kids, 1931. See? And then once you get to modern times, it's like cool. Everyone be cool. And then Rodin's kids. Now,
oh, I thought that circle there was the eyeball of the woman.
Now it's just like a problem with the marble over here. Like once you get to modern time, you finally have a sculpture of two people kissing by Rodin. And there's a funny story around this one. Like eventually a guy he asked for this sculpture to be finished in like bronze and whatnot because this is just like the marble unfinished for, and then he insisted that they also finish because everything gotta be defined and whatnot to put on display and whatnot. So if you see a Rodin, a case that has all of its parts completed, then you gotta send that random for insisting that part be finished. But see, it's all about, once you get to modern times, it all becomes about expressing yourself and like not seeing it as something lewd, as something that's taboo that people should be ashamed of and whatnot, but like just kissing in general, everyone does it in public, get over it. Oh yeah, so yeah. So if you see someone kissing in public, just get over it. Don't be a prude about it. Bye bye and God bless. William Adolphe Bouguereau. Like he's a painter that, like I sort of ran into his artwork while looking at random paintings, just looking for poses and whatnot. So then I looked at more of his artwork and I'd be like, why don't they teach this guy's artwork in school? He's like really talented. And then when I saw the time period that he worked at, it made perfect sense because in art classes they usually said, oh, this is a painting from the neoclassical period. And then as soon as the impression, and then afterwards they jump to impressionism, and then they only focus on the impressionists, but then they completely omit all of the artworks or the people that were also maybe producing paintings that were not impressionists, you know? So it's like they say, oh, the impressionists happened, and then that was the only thing that people painted, but other people were painting other stuff while the impressionists were alive. So this is the work of William Adolphe Bouguereau. He was a salon painter, so he was one of the bad guys, quote unquote, but you know, he was just going with the flow, you know? He was start to play neoclassical style and he taught his students how to play neoclassical style. And just because he wasn't like the impressionists which were like popular right now, doesn't mean that his artwork is terrible. He's a really good painter. So he mostly did traditional art. So then here's a religious painting, the Virgin Mary with her chubby baby Jesus and a couple of angels. Very nicely well painted. Here's an example of his Greek classical work, art and literature. You know, personifications of both of them. So you see that the art, the painter stuff, and literature with like the harp and for the lyrics, you know? A very nice classical work. But you know, like people don't even mention him and whatnot. And then here genre painting. Genre just basically painting like poor people and whatnot. So, you know, here we are, two poor little girls by the ocean. No, it's very nicely well drawn because in like traditional ways, in the classical paintings, what was taught during the time, it said that you were only considered a very good painter in the salon if you knew how to draw a woman well, because it was considered back then that drawing woman and making it look like actual feminine woman was like something really hard to do back then. So he would draw a lot of shapes to show off. And he also did portraits. You know, he did everything that was expected of you everything that was expected of you to be considered a good painter. But his biggest legacy, even though his paintings and all of his things were forgotten and whatnot, his students are very well remembered because he, aside from painting, he also taught a bunch of he had like hundreds and almost thousands of students that he taught how to paint. so that in of itself is like his biggest legacy. The works of his students. That he taught them really well how to paint, and most importantly, he taught them how to make money out of painting, which is something that they don't teach you in school, which is like literally the most important thing: how to monetize your painting. So then, and not only did he teach them how to monetize their painting, he also taught them how to, like, he also made certain that one work of all of his students was showcased in the salon, because the salon that in Paris, that was the only way that you got exposure. So basically, how the salon worked is that an artist would submit their painting, and then a panel of judges will come in and rate it and whatnot, and also like the journalists will give them a review. So then, by having your artwork show up in the salon, even if they talk bad about you, you actually got exposure. So the worst thing that could happen to you was for your work not to appear at the salon, because even bad reviews, like, people know your name. That's why what's his name, Manet, with a name, always exposed all of his paintings in the salon, because even if they didn't like it, they knew his name. So yeah. He was still sad. If he wasn't going to be famous, he was going to be infamous. So now we're going to look at one painting of some of his most famous students. Like, this one is by Cecilia Bios. After the meeting, like, as you can see, she learned a lot from the master, how to draw the body well. And it has a very complicated composition and whatnot, because she's like sitting at a weird odd angle. But her work leans more towards the impressionist, as you can see, with like the fluid brushstrokes and whatnot. But she still remembers the most important thing: how to compose and see a female body, or in complicated poses, because that was the thing that William Bulgakov hammered on to his students. You need to know how to draw a person well, like the body of a person. As long as you get that, everything else doesn't matter. This one is Jefferson David Shaston, the visiting champion. See, took his playing checkers, and then the audience, and then the other kid watching him play. See all of the seated figures with variable poses and whatnot. See, each of them are seated differently. So yeah, this is him applying into his style what he learned from his teacher William Adolphe Bulgakov, that the importance of drawing the human body well. And not just doing like a simple pose, but a complicated one. Like you see over here with him clenching his fist as he's thinking, and before making his move and whatnot, and the tension of this kid watching the other guy making his master stroke. See, there's a drama going on in this simple painting and whatnot. The seemingly simple. Like, if you look closely, it's a very complicated painting. This one is by Ewer Irving Kouros. If I'm butchering the name, I'm sorry. Like, I think it's kind of like written half up there. So then, you see, he also applied what he learned from the master, a very complicated crouching position pose on the Native American that he painted. And he also got another advice from like his teacher, which is to like try to paint something that your contemporaries are not painting. Like Bulgakov's, the Bulgakov, he painted Breton women, so that's how he stood apart from all of the other neoclassical salon painters. So then this guy, in order to set himself apart from his contemporaries, he painted Native Americans, and not so much in like then the bad guys or hyper romantics. It's a Native American painting like a painting of a painting, a painting of a painter,
Yeah, showing that there's also art.
Yeah, that they are also painting. Yeah, they're also artists, So he's painting a painter, which is something that back in those days, they didn't bother too much to like give a proper rendition of like what Native Americans were truly about and whatnot. So yeah, it's a painter of a painter. This one is by Anna Elizabeth Klumke. Huh? Klumke. Klumke. I am. So yeah, she leaned more towards like the classical aspect. So just a maiden among lilies. So what you see is what you get. And nice, graceful female figures, and even though it's slightly a little bit more impressionistic and whatnot, the figure's still perfectly well rendered. So she was a good student, She learned well the biggest lesson, learned how to draw a shape properly. This one is by Lawton Silas Parker, Midsummer Idyll. So yeah, this one is definitely more. This one is more flat out impressionism with like the high vibrant colors and whatnot. But even though it's already like full blown impressionism, you can see that the figure is very well composed and whatnot, and it has a good natural color. So yeah, even though it's impressionistic, it's still she's still applying what she learned about composition and how to properly frame a female body that she learned from her teachers. So you see, and also a still life, to balance out the composition and whatnot. So it has classical elements in an impressionistic painting. See, the still life in the foreground and the classical seated figure in the background. And even the background elements, they're a little bit more chaotic and whatnot because she wants your eye to focus on like the seated figure. Because that's something else that you notice in Bogarov's paintings. Let me just go back for a second. The background is more like meh. It's just there to it's like very limited background, just there to make certain that you focus on the seated figures and whatnot, and on the human character, because he wants your eyes to just focus 100% on the persons that he drew. So as you can see over here, even over here is the same scene. The background is very muted and. Because he wants your eyes to focus on these guys. So see, it's them applying what they learned from their teacher. Alright, over here, this one is Lady 70 by Frederick Jude Ward. And this one went a little bit more crazier with the background, but the figures they have variables in their poses. This one is pointing, this one's holding the tea, and this one's holding a cookie in adjustment of fashion while holding out her pinky. So yeah, see? But even the background, even though it's slightly more ornamental, the eye is still hyper focused on the maidens.
In fact, it almost wants you to look at the still life.
Yeah.
Because the maidens are all pointing at each other and at the still life.
Yeah. So see, even the classical still life in the center. So see, over here you see all of the classical training that this painter learning in Bogarov's atelier, which is what he called his school and whatnot. Well, it was called.
This is Atelier Bogaro would have been cool.
Well, it was also I think it was like Julian or Lucian school. I forget off the top of my head. He also taught there as well, but he had a lot of students. He taught a lot of painting. And this one, it may look like a William Adolfo Bogaro painting, but it's actually a Jane Gardner painting. And see, it's Elizabeth Gardner. Elizabeth Jane Gardner, Younger with Grapes. And it looks practically like a Bogaro painting because she also studied under the master, and she studied so well that if you put a Bogaro painting, one of her paintings and one of the paintings of her teacher, they look practically identical. I mean, just look at this painting, and now let's switch to another little, and then let's switch back to another little girl painting. See? Look practically identical, yeah? So she learned very well from the master, almost to the point that she could easily do imitation or like a counterfeit version of it if she really wanted to. But not that she had a reason to, because she's his second wife. He ended up marrying one of her students, as is cliche among all art teachers. Even in modern times, our teachers are still marrying their young female students. But that's just how the artwork rolls. So then This is the last student painter that I wanted to show you. Believe it or not, this is a Henry Matisse painting. So this is one of the earliest, like literally one of the earliest works of Henry Matisse when he was studying in, was studying under William Adolphe Bouguereau. But now, this is the type of art that you consider it, but now this is Henry Matisse, 1952. This is literally one of his last paintings, and it's an abstraction of a seated female figure. And even though it's abstracted, you still see the complicated poses that he learned from studying under his master, William Adolphe Bouguereau, but he applied his own twist into it. But you see, very complicated figure angle pose, you know? Even though it's like a collage, paper cut version of it, still, even down in his subconsciousness, he was remembering all of the lessons that he learned 60 or 50 years back. So, you know, the time that he spent, the time that William Adolphe Bouguereau spent teaching Henry Matisse was not wasted. Even though if you put both arts together, they couldn't be more polar opposites of each other. See, Henry Matisse here, and let's zoom all the way back, and then you see, William Adolphe Bouguereau, night and day. But even so, he still remembered the importance of rendering the female figure in an accurate way, even in an abstractive form, which is very interesting. All right, so I'm done here, and pay attention to what your art teacher teaches you. Bye bye and God bless. Usually, when they teach art history from the 19th century, they usually do it in such a way that makes it seem that after they finish with realism, after they finish with neoclassical, they immediately stopped doing neoclassical, and then they went directly to realism, and that's the only thing they did. And then Impressionism took over the art movement, and that was the only thing that the artists ever did. But the reality is that all of these movements, they were still continuing all throughout the 19th century. They didn't just, when Impressionism came about, they didn't just stop doing whatever they were doing. They just continue on their flow. So all of these movements, they're like happening at the same time. It's not like one new thing came about and then they immediately stopped doing their stuff. So then, like, the first one that I wanted to show you is the Pre-Raphaelites. They started around the late 1700s, and then it continued all throughout the 19th century. And the perfect example for that art movement that I chose as a representative is the artwork of John William Waterhouse. And this guy, he painted as a Pre-Raphaelite all throughout the 19th century, and he even continued in that vogue even well into the early part of the 20th century. So basically, the Pre-Raphaelites, they seen that art went to hell as soon as Raphael came about. So then they paint so then that's what they call the Pre-Raphaelites. So then they paint in a way that they paint in the art forms that are not made by Raphael. So, and they also like color and like medieval subjects a lot. And among many of the subject matter that they love painting often is William Shakespeare, more specifically Hamlet or Ophelia. So you know that it's a Pre-Raphaelite painting if you see a crazy woman surrounded with a bunch of flowers near the river, and that's how Ophelia doing Ophelia things. And you can almost see here in the background like the maid silently judging her. But Ophelia just doing Ophelia things. And another subject matter that the Pre-Raphaelites liked a lot is the Divine Comedy. So they would do a lot of Dante. They would be crying. They would do Dante a lot, being, just going through different circles of hell. Alright, so let's see which way. Okay, it is, there we go. And now the next art movement that was also throughout this is made by this was the art movement that was that the scholars that the academic people and like the salon and like the rich people and everyone like, you know, academic art or neoclassical, classical art started in the Renaissance and then it got refined over time until they started calling it, until the art historians started calling it neoclassical. But it's basically classical art, which is the Roman stuff, you know. So then over here it's called the Roses or the Heliobalos. It's a historical subject, you know, just the Romans chilling while and like playing flutes, you know, the Romans doing Roman stuff or the Greeks doing Greek stuff, you know, in like a classical setting, you know. But in lots of stuff, So they also like historical paintings, landscape still, like, you know, just think about like as vanilla as you can, you know, female nudes and what. Just think of like the more, and also, I already mentioned historical paintings, right? And also, you know, portraits, you know, just what you were expected to paint in order to be considered a true painter. In order to be considered like a true painter and what, you know, just what they would teach you at school. This is neoclassical, yeah, or classical art, the potato. So yeah, so neoclassical didn't disappear when the Impressionists started. As a matter of fact, they made a dear business to make certain that every Impressionist painter was in the poorhouse. And they succeeded in that very, very well because like most of the Impressionist, like the Impressionist paintings is still alive these days, but when they were alive, these guys were responsible for making certain that they only made like 20 francs, 30 francs for each of their paintings. So yeah, these ones are technically the bad guy art, you know, for keeping down the little guy, but the what?
Illuminati art.
The Illuminati art, whatever. That was just a joke that my brother wanted to me to throw in there. Okay, so yeah. Neoclassical. And this one is the painter is Lawrence Tadema, Sir Lawrence Tadema. So he got knighted for his artwork, for his neoclassical art. Alright, so then this one is basically realism. And this guy, and it shows Gustave Courbet. He's the one that they teach you in all of the schools and whatnot he's the one that started the whole realism trend, more or less. Which is basically, just as the name says, is rendering reality without any ornamentation and whatnot. And they were also concerned with like social problems and whatnot. So they would also paint the plight of the proletarian, to put it in layman's terms. So then this is a self-portrait of the artist, you know, and then as the desperate man, that's how he titled it, and then he just can't stand the rain or what he's looking at. So then, you know, it just, you know, just painting crude reality and whatnot. And like some of his nudes, obviously I can't show it because like YouTube and whatnot, but you should look them up. You should look at his female nudes. Especially they're hilarious. So yeah, rendering of crude reality and whatnot. So here's the other art movement that was also going on at the time. That was still going on is romanticism. Like people say, oh, is it still running back there?
Yeah, still running.
No, yeah, because like I don't want to the internet. My internet's been rather funky. So yeah, romanticism, like they act like romanticism ended in the 17th century, in the 18th century, but this guy David Caspar Friedrich, he was still painting romantic. He was still painting romanticism well into the 19th century. So romanticism didn't die when neoclassical came about. So like romanticism was made as a reaction to like neoclassical art because they thought that they were getting a little too Greek with their art. So then they wanted more of a return to like wholesome religious values and whatnot. And they also like to paint nature in like epidramatic form, in an epidramatic form. Like it's not just a landscape for landscape sake or making a landscape in order to like teach you about the Bible or something. They just say nature is awesome and like crazy, and we should illustrate that. So then here's the Wanderer. And some people even speculated that's actually a self-portrait of the artist, just him painting his back and what he's seeing, And like the epic, because like Phidias, he spent a lot of time in like nature painting stuff, and and that's why all of his paintings have a certain degree of solitude about him, because Friedrich was like a very solitary man that he also suffered from chronic depression, and his friends used to worry a lot about him because he would just isolate himself in the mountains to paint, and like was just avoiding human contact altogether because he was just, well, there were medicines for him back then, so yeah, it's just sad. Okay, moving on. Let's move past Romanticism. Alright, so then here we have obviously the Impressionists or Post-Impressionists, like potato. So yeah, and this is Renoir, one of my favorite even. Like I never know, I like of all of the Impressionist artists, Renoir is like my favorite. So then they were interested in painting in the study of light. So then they studied like the complementary colors and whatnot, and So then, they were maybe interested in the study of that and painting unconventional subjects. And most of the time they like to paint like Paris life. Oh, here's a perfect example, then just like chilling at a restaurant, and after going rolling for a bit. And you see this woman with like the doggo, this one here? Like I read in Rena's biography that he ended up marrying this woman that's making googly faces at the doggo. So that's why she's very well defined, because this chick is gonna be future Mrs. Renoir. I guess you're not like one of those women that are like tied to their dog as if it was a baby. Well, you can almost hear her saying that to her dog. Talking cutesy to her dog. So yeah, the Impressionists. And they also did like landscapes and whatnot, but very rarely you would see like an Impressionist artwork, something that would like religious subjects. Well, except if you're a Van Gogh. Van Gogh like will sometimes paint like religious stuff. But then again, Van Gogh spent a time as a priest, as a priest. So obviously, religion is gonna show up in his work whether he wants to or not, because you can take the habit out of the monk, but you can't get the habit,
Plus, his final painting was a religious painting.
Yeah, painting. One of his last painting was he painted a church. Mm-hmm. So yeah, yeah. But yeah, most there's not a lot of. Most of them just like to paint like other landscapes at different times of the day, or people in Paris doing Paris stuff, like leisure stuff, just hanging out and chilling, painting reality as there's a slight bit of realism in one, painting reality as it is in one, it's almost like a snapshot of a photograph, because everyone is like in mid-motion doing something. But yeah. And the next art movement that was also going on in the 19th century is Expressionism. And I chose Munch because he's like the best example of an expressionist painter. It's basically you paint art not to draw, not to show what it is, but to try to get an emotion out of you. And the emotion that is expressing is pure and utter terror. So it's like the scream. And obviously Munch suffered a lot because like a lot of his family like dropped dead, and they even speculated that he had like a mental illness and whatnot, undiagnosed schizophrenia and whatnot, or social anxiety. And you can see all of that in the painting and whatnot, just a painting done by somebody suffering mental illness. And then he's trying to show the viewer what he's going to expression, trying to express an emotion, to try to elicit an emotion out of the viewer. But yeah. Alright, so then another art movement that was like going on during this time is, well, Gauguin falls under Impressionism, but they call his art more of primitivism, which is basically drawing from motifs or like subject matter from like people of different regions and whatnot. Or if you're Rousseau, just painting like you never painted before in your life. Which was true for that painter. So, just making it rather rustic, almost as if you're trying to mimic like a cave painting, Just making it, and then steering as far away as possible from subject matters related to the Europeans. But,
Hey, that painting that we saw the other day of the Native American making a painting, would that fall under this category?
Well, yeah, kind of, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because he's trying to steer away as much as possible from European subjects, But not paying. But this is different from Orientalism because he just literally because Gauguin went to Tahiti and he literally painted what was right in front of it. Just some Tahitian woman just like chilling there. One of them is like ironing a dress. The other one just picked up some fruits and then just sitting down, Just painting it as it is, not like trying to make a glamorized version of what the Europeans think that the Tahitians should look to them, which is what the Orientalism was all about, just painting a glamorized version, to sell the Orient in a package in a way that a European racist would understand.
Yeah, basically when Van Gogh would draw his anime face, it would be an Orientalist face because it's not really showing.
Japanese.
Yeah, Japanese risk.
Like Orientalism, yeah, but basically if it's not Western, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, primitivism was going on. All right, and the last art movement that was getting started, that was like going on in the 19th century is Art Nouveau, which is like decorative art, and they liked a lot those flowery patterns and whatnot, and most of it is just fanciful looking advertising, because advertising became a bigger deal as with like the Industrial Revolution finally kicking into high gear in like the 19th century. So it's just basically making art for like the consumer. So then they will like paint posters, they will make posters a lot. And the best example of this is Alphonse Mucha.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Henry Letouce-Lautrec.
Well, he also falls under Art Deco when he's making fanciful posters and whatnot. And and obviously Gustav Klimt, when he finally got of his academy, when he finally left the academy, he decided that I'm just gonna paint whatever the hell I feel like. I am too rich for this. Screw you, and I will paint whatever I want.
And I will put gold all over my paintings because I got
Yeah. So that's the last art movement that was going on in the 19th century, going along with all of the other art movements at the same time. It's not like one thing started and then everyone started doing Art Deco. No. Everyone's doing their own thing at the same time while other people were doing their own thing. Yeah. So I hope you found this educational and whatnot. Bye and God bless. Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to talk to you about 5 painters whose work you should study in order to learn how to draw dynamic poses. So as an artist, I have like a huge collection of like paintings and stuff in my computer just for references and whatnot. So like for more classical but still very naturalistic and very expanded poses, we have the works of William Adolphe Bouguereau. And I wanted to show you some examples. Like this one may look like a simple pose and whatnot, but there's a lot of drama in it. Like this guy is black. This guy is the Lazarillo, or like the walker, like the person that takes care of like the blind poet Homer. So as you can see, he's like guiding him by the hand while he has rocks on his hand in order to like throw it at like this rock that at this dog that's like trying to bite the person that he's trying to take care of. So then this guy, he has his eyes closed and trying to keep his cool while the kid is the one whose eyes is gazing at the dog. So then like, even in the leg poses, they see that this guy is like standing still, holding his ground, but bracing for impact because he doesn't know what the hell is going on around him. While the kid is the one who's reacting by moving slightly away from the barking ravenous animal because like, this is the Greek times, and you didn't know that you had to hit a ravenous dog with like they didn't know about rabies and whatnot. So yeah, they really gotta watch out for the ravenous dog. So see, even just a simple looking pose has a lot of drama because it took the time to make lots of like variables and whatnot, and even like the hand that is like clenched into a fist.
Right. Getting ready to hit someone with a stick.
Yeah, but he doesn't know from where exactly. But you know, they're bracing for impact. So then here's another painting, more relaxed, you know, the guy offering cherries to his girlfriend, and then she's putting them on as earrings because apparently you could do that during Greek times. You know?
Usually it's been to go on the ear. How are you putting that as earrings?
Yeah, that's like crazy, but yeah. Earrings made out of, not grapes, cherries. And then you be like, and she's the original cherry lady, so they see here's cross-legged. And nice, and here, even looking at the hands, you see that there's like good variables and whatnot. So yeah, here's another example of this guy with dynamic poses and whatnot. A little girl sitting down, poking at a little crab by the beach. You know, it's a very complicated sitting down pose. Here's one knee under the dress and the other one, and the leg sticking out this way, and the hand folded and forward, and there's even foreshortening. So this may look like a simple pose, but if you sit down and analyze it, it's actually very complicated and whatnot.
And there's like a second painting on the back of two men.
Yeah, of two men putting a boat inside the dog. And even then, they're also, you know, shifting. You know, this guy reclining forward, and the other one in a classic contrapposto, classical grippo, which is that you have one leg in resting all the way in one leg while the other leg is in restful position. Little and short of it, Michelangelo's David. That's the one that you gotta look out to see what a contrapposto, you know, an S-line and all that stuff. But yeah, here's another very complicated one that you don't see very often, like paintings and one at a girl giving a piggyback ride to her little sister, you know. And that is definitely a very complicated pose to like pull off naturally and whatnot, you know.
Like in anime, whenever you see that pose, they usually zoom it in or they show you parts of it because drawing the whole thing is extremely complicated.
Yeah, so if you wanna like draw somebody being carried on piggyback ride, you can use this one as reference because trying to find like a human to stand still to like, or you can just. Like even when you ask someone to like pose for you and stuff, since they have no idea, they're usually like very stiff about it. But you know, but it's good to get a professional model for that sort of nonsense. Like not like a American style model, but more like somebody that poses for like paintings professionally. And that knows all of the proper ways and whatnot that drawing people need for that type of work.
Yeah, they did the contrapposto S curve. He knows exactly what you're talking
about. Yeah, they know exactly how to stand and whatnot. And yes, that is a thing. People actually make money out of that. Not as a American style model, but as a model in the art history type of sense. Alright, so the next painting we're gonna be looking at is Michelangelo. This is a lesser known one, but see all of the demons got like different poses and whatnot.
That's a Michelangelo painting?
Alright, so now, yeah, but let's not look at it that much.
Okay.
Oh yeah, moving on. So another, like, if you wanna, like, he has a lot of, like, when people say he painted the the roof of the Sistine Chapel, you should talk about it like one painting, but no, he's like, he painted, but you gotta look at each segment as its own individual artwork because like this shape is life size, you know, and painted up in the roof in order for you to see her that well. So like all of the in between each of the painting segments of each of the episodes he illustrated, he also added like seers and prophets. So then this is Libica. And then as you can, and he also varied a lot the way that they were sitting. So this is one example of she's sitting like that in a very weird thing. So if you want to like find different posing positions, just look at the roof of the Sistine Chapel because each of the sitting figures is like completely different. Like Michelangelo is a very good one to study for like different poses and whatnot. And also his statues, they provide you like a good 3D model of all of the angles that you need. You know, just walking around in.
Oh yeah, tell me about the horns.
Oh yeah, that's a statue of Moses that Michelangelo did. And in, like the Bible said that he grew horns so light, so then he just painted him with horns. And because back then there was like a weird myth that like a very anti-Semitic myth that like you people had like horns on their head and whatnot. But yeah, people be jerks by then. So there you have it. So if you see Moses with horn, that's what it was. Them being jerks, but whatever. Yeah, like this was a commission where like the priest guy wanted it that way, and Michelangelo wanted to make money for his family, so then he just sculpted what the guy paid him to. So yeah, you want horns on your Moses, I'm not gonna question why you want it. So there you have it.
It's a little sad, but yeah. Oh.
Yeah, that's it. That's God.
God's
flying
butt.
away. God flying away.
That God's butt.
No, it's like his robes, but since they're full like that, it really defines the two celestial spheres that he has. The world. Okay, but see, even back poses are very complicated. Back, you want a good Superman back flying pose? Yeah, that's a good one.
That's God's butt.
Alright, so next painter that you should like study a lot for more complicated poses is Norman Rockwell. So then here it is. It's a girl playing with marbles, and she's already won all of the marbles that belongs to the boys. So then you can see over here that their bag is empty, and then they're like very annoyed because she's about to win their last marble.
You can see that one of the kids is crying. Like,
yeah. This one's already crying, and this one just came here to watch. And see, this one has like the marble bag in his pocket because he already lost everything, and he's just admiring the work. And he's super chill about it because yeah, my dad can just buy me more. But this is like the one that's crying is probably like the poor kid that can't afford all of the marbles.
I know that she only has a sack full of marbles, and then it's already full. So now
they just store on the side, like you know, like she's a pro at it. So see, you see how you told an entire story with just 3 kids and a few prop elements. So Norman Rockwell is very good at telling a story in a very minimalistic amount, but with just poses and whatnot. So Norman Rockwell is somebody that gotta study for poses and for visual storytelling purposes without required, because if you have to like see. If your drawing or a picture doesn't tell the story, if you like require like a narrator explanation, then you're not doing good visual storytelling. That's why my mangas and whatnot, I don't have like a narrator. Like if you can't understand what's going on based on my drawings, then I did a bad job at it. And then here's another complicated pose. It's a self-portrait or Norman Rockwell from the back, you know? And you can see that he painted himself in a very complicated angle with him just thinking about what he has to paint because he has a deadline. Like the painting is called Artist Facing Blank Canvas Deadline. So like on that day he has to like make something for the Saturday evening post, but he hasn't come out with anything. And over here, you see all of his sketch and references and whatnot. So yeah,
Area. Do they right there?
And do they so. Build a visual collection of poses and references because they're gonna save you a lot of trouble if you're like thinking, oh, how am I gonna see this city or add drama to it? No, just like look at a painting reference and like move on ahead with your life. It's like taking the time to build a visual references is just it saves you a lot of trouble in the long run. So yeah.
He even has a horseshoe, so he's like hoping that he gets lucky with the
horse. Oh yeah, see. So yeah, so there you have it. That's Norman Rockwell. It's a good one to study his work if you want to like good dynamic poses and whatnot. And then here's another one where the girl is like reading his poem, and then you see a very variation in like the way they sit and whatnot. You know, him with like. But the reason why she like pointed his shoes inward is because that's like a defense mechanism that some guys do whenever they're like feeling tense about a situation or nervous or shy, and like she's sitting like a lady and leaning more forward because she's more confident. So she's like an extrovert and he's an introvert.
Yeah, he's not manspreading. He's
doing it backwards. It's like you know. See, and all of that you can tell based on like the pose and whatnot.
What's that on her waist? And those hair extensions?
That's a fan. Oh. You know, like the flappy stuff with fan. Oh. Yeah. And he has in his ring finger he has a glass ring. See that is bright red. And she has like a pinky ring. I don't know if you can see it in like the whatever. Like eventually I'll get around to posting in my Artsy Sister blog the high quality version, so then you can just look at them better. But I'll get around it. And here's another good Norman Rockwell painting. This guy's playing checker, like the ringmaster, like the owner of the circus is losing checkers against the clown, and the crown prince of crime, and he just laughing it off. Phidias.
Yeah, I noticed that is a very crucial decision because the black piece has to choose which of the two to eat, but then the other guy can just eat him. So it's like
like see well your next move. Like see, he's like your turn. That's the gesture, and the other guy is like, what do I do? How do I get myself out of this? And it's like at the crucial point of the game where there's only like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces. You know. And the dog is asleep because this game has been going on for a while, and he's like already bored. It's you know, so then like he doesn't want to look because like his girlfriend is back over there like watching. So then with a woman watching, guys feel like I can't lose in front of them. I can't lose in front of the hot chick.
To a clown.
To a clown.
Yeah,
it's your boy, right?
Yeah.
I can't lose in front of the hot chick to a clown. It's gonna make me look uber bad. I'm losing to the clown. Yeah. So there you have it. See, a lot of drama just based on the poses and whatnot. See, that is why it's very important to study poses and whatnot as a form of visual storytelling. You can tell a whole story just by the gestures of the human body.
And also the painting direction to the middle, which forces you to get in the shoes of the other guy and try to see what move to make. Like like you're thinking about the next move just like the other people in the painting.
Yeah, like there's a hollow being there so that your eye is 100% focused on the checkerboard. So yeah, so it's also a checkerboard puzzle going on there. So yeah, you come up with something as well. So it's inviting this guy and also the viewer as to think of a way.
How are you gonna be the clown?
How are you gonna be the clown? Think your way out of that mud. Think your way out of that death trap. Yeah. Alright, so next painting. So the next painter you gotta study is Frederick Layton. There's another Layton, Edwin Blair Layton, but no, we're looking at Frederick, who also paints well, like doggos and dragons, but very cool, dynamic looking dogs. But I wanted to focus on this Layton, the Frederick one. So then, like, this painting, you may have noticed that lots of people have them in, like, reproductions in your house because it's like, it just makes a good decoration piece. Just a great chick sleeping in, like, a very complicated pose of one.
Yeah, you try sleeping like that and see if you manage it.
Yeah, see if you fall asleep. So yeah, Leighton definitely saw Frederick Leighton, but also the other Leighton, but more for doggo poses. Is one that you gotta like study and whatnot because like you try to get a dog to pose and to stand still for you. Like most of the time you gotta like chase after it to get like a good photograph of it for like your paintings and drawing references and whatnot. But you know, if you don't want to do that, just check out the other Leighton. Both of them are good. And then here's another example of Frederick Leighton's work. You know, chicks picking up seashells by the shore. Seashells by the seashore. This is where here's where the tongue twister came from. So then there you have it, like great chicks picking up seashells, and each of them are in different poses. See, it's like reclining forward, which gives you that pose in that angle, and then also that same pose over there repeated, but in the front. So you get like the side liner and the front and the front liner, all the same pose repeated. So
yeah, he was just flexing, showing.
Yeah. He was just flexing, showing how well he could like draw poses and whatnot. Like I also had like better examples for like the previous, for like Michelangelo and stuff, but like you know, YouTube being YouTube again, like you know, they don't. I wanted to show you the David, but they had a problem with the David marble, whatever. We're moving along. And then here's another painting by Frederick Leighton. See, just two couples sitting, and she's watching him right while she silently judges him. She felt like you can just see like the shining just about to happen. What you writing, honey? Oh, nothing. Just for me thinking about how much I love you. There she is, looming over my shoulder. Leave me alone, you crazy woman.
If anyone's reading it, then the last thing they want is somebody looking over them as they're writing.
Yeah, either looking over my shoulder while I write, or looking over my shoulder while I try to draw. It's like very distracting. Or just looking over my shoulder, period, while I'm trying to do bloodborne stuff. It's very distracting because if the other person moves even slightly, your human eye automatically like goes to it. You know, like if somebody's like moving around and doing stuff near your blind spot, your eye just imperceptibly trained to go for it because humans used to be like hunter-gatherers, and if something like coming at you from your side, very quickly it means that they're about to eat you. So yeah, just a cute painting of she's silently judging her husband's work. And then here's another complicated pose. It's a mother eating cherries that her little girl's giving her. And then you see you have the complicated reclining pose of the mother, and also the pose of the little girl sitting down and whatnot. So you see
have a bird too. There's like a stork right there.
Well, I think that's more of a Japanese thing. Oh. Remember that the stork is very Japanese, so then you also got a little bit of Orientalism going on in the background. Well, more Japanese meaning. Everyone went through an anime phase, even this guy. See? Storks. If you see storks, you gotta think Japan. So yeah, and then the last painter that I wanted to show you is Joaquin Sorolla. That is an impressionist painter that I like to always paint by the beach. So then like, yeah, you have a chick changing out of, pulling out her, well, I think she's actually changing out of it. And then he has a towel for her so that she doesn't get cold and whatnot. So then you got like the complicated pulls by the hands, and it travels to the feet and whatnot. So yeah, just check out his beach stuff to see good like complicated poses by the beach. But see children running, very complicated and naturalistic look of people running by the beach, very realistic. It almost looks like a photograph.
Think about it, there's no way that those children could have been posing, so that's probably just drawn either from his memory.
Yeah, that is probably drawn from his memory because like how do you keep a kid standing still in that complicated pose and the dress flowing like that? So yeah, girls in Spain could like go to the beach and like chill out like the boys as long as they were wearing a bathing dress. So yeah, they could have fun. So yeah, well, not a beach scene, but still very complicated nonetheless. It's like a dance scene, you know. See that they're playing the castanet, so that's flamenco.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They go
tak 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 tak, like the horseshoe crab. So yeah, and then you have the main dancers here, but there's also like some variables here, cause like the women here, if you don't notice yet, their eyes are looking at the viewers as they suddenly judge you for like leering at them. So, and these ones are also looking at the viewer, you know. Oh, and even one of the dancers is looking at the viewer. It's kind of like almost breaking the fourth wall, which was something that the painters originally started with. They have the painting, the characters in the painting look at the viewer and thus create a mental connection between the artwork and the people who are looking at it by forcing direct eye contact with you. So then.
Yeah, it's like you just arrive to this party. They're like, oh, yeah. here he comes.
Here he comes. Here he comes. Yeah, here's a yeah. And like and just by making eye contact, it creates the illusion that this isn't like a painting, but like a scene that you're watching in real time that is just frozen in mid-action. So yeah.
Like another good example is Velázquez that has a mirror, but in the mirror it shows the king, so it's as if you're the king walking into.
Yeah, like walking into his studio.
Mm-hmm. To watch the girls play while he paints.
Yeah. So then here's another painting with lots of complicated poses by Joaquin Sorolla. Here we have like the main center that is like this gitano. That's how it's called in Spain, right?
Yeah, gitano.
Gitano. Or romano.
Yeah, or romani. Just don't call them the G word. They don't like.
Yeah. But yeah, yeah, thinking in what's a play off the top of my head? La Casa Venandaba. Mm-hmm. They used to call him the Romans, Peter the Roman. So she was, so she was married
the Romani will be in English.
Yeah, but in Spanish they're the Romanos. So yeah, there they are, you know, just chilling, you know, him leaning forward, telling a great story, and then she is also leaning forward. But you see, it's a very complicated sitting pose, and then over there we have a repeat of the sitting pose, but in like the background setting, and then we have a guy standing. But you see, it's varying the poses and whatnot. So this was in a lively conversation, and the other guys are more mellowed out, listening to that guy sing talk a story. Or maybe they're just slightly critiquing his work because it's like leaning forward, almost like he's talking to them, but not really playing. You know.
Yeah, it feels like they're asking him to play something. He's like, okay, well, how was that going in? And then they're just like singing.
Yeah, making a song request. Mm-hmm. You know. And then here's a tambourine that probably belongs to this. So then it's like one of the musicians, they're just sharing. Mm-hmm. You know. But you see, all of that is just from the poses. And I think this is the last one for now. So as you can see, I hope you found this information useful, and I hope it helps better you in the making of your art. Bye bye and God bless. About the art of self-portraits, and here are 10 self-portraits that I wanted you to look at. Like the first one on the chopping block is a self-portrait that Goya made. And like it's a bit of an unusual looking self-portrait. I mean, here's Goya. He painted himself looking within an inch of his life with his doctor, Dr. Arieta. Like he made this self-portrait in order to send his doctor for saving his life. So then just after, as soon as he got out of the sick bed, he made that self-portrait. And you gotta consider when an artist makes a self-portrait back in those days is that they wanted to promote something, or either their artwork or themselves. So then Goya, what he's doing is not self-promoting, but he's promoting his doctor who saved his life because he was just that thankful. So you can see over here him with his eyes like running. It's just like Goya. By that time he was a court painter, so his like his work carried a lot of weight in Spain. So then he'd be like, no, people need to know the face of like the best doctor in all of Spain. So then we, as modern people, we know the existence of Dr. Arieta because of the self-portrait, that Goya made, including his doctor in the picture frame. So then here is the doctor, nice and healthy, giving him Goya his medicine. And unlike those other plague doctors who are like, who give you your stuff from like with a stick from far away, he got like up close and personal, and also risking his own health in order to help out Goya. So like that meant a lot to Goya. So that meant a lot to the painter, you know. That this guy risks his own neck to save his life, because you know, when you're like treating sick people, you also run the risk of getting infected yourself. So you know. So yeah, so it's an interesting self-portrait where it's not just the artist being like, oh, look at how I'm looking like this painting at me, you know. Alright, so the next painting, self-portrait that I wanted to show you is this one. Like, I could have made this entire lecture on Frida Kahlo, because she's like the master of making self-portraits with like strong meanings, with power, so you know. So then, over here you see Frida Kahlo, and in her hand she has a scissor, and all over the painting is her hair, because she like chopped off her hair. So then, and on top of it is a painting. I mean, it's a song with a lyric and even the musical notation. So you could almost read the self-portraits as audio-visual, because it even tells you what notes you should play to the song lyrics, and she put it up there.
What he says, mira, si te quise fue por el pelo, pero ahora que estás pelona ya no te quiero.
Yeah.
Which is a children's rhyme.
No, it's not a children's. It's like a popular love song back in the day. So yeah, let me translate. Look at this. If I care for you, it was because you had hair. But now that you're bald, I don't care. I don't love you anymore. So then the song is about a guy who's dumping like his shit because she's shredding, because she's no longer cute no more. So then Frida Kahlo, she painted it right after she got off her divorce. But by she's chopping off her hair, she's like shedding all of her feminine traits and saying to the audience, I don't need a man in my life. He said, Diego Rivera didn't divorce me. I divorced him because I'm a better man than he could ever be. and I don't need a man in my life because I'll be my own man. And that's why she's like wearing a guy's tuxedo as well. But interesting enough, she still left her feminine female earrings. So she's what she's saying is that I am the only person that I'm ever gonna be, because I'm a strong, independent woman and I don't need anything and anyone. So yeah, you could easily.
She also left her heel, her high heel.
Yeah. See, over here there's also like her high heel. So then, like, cause most online and book stuff, they hyper focus on like the male tuxedo and the short hair, but they don't notice that she also left a few feminine traits. So then, well, she didn't completely share her femininity, she just combined both of them into one. She embodies everything she would ever need. She's both a man and a woman. Yeah, I am both. I am everything. I'm everything that I'm ever gonna need. I don't need it.
That's gender neutrality and
in the 1940s.
Yeah. So for the people that say that that's like a new thing, no, here is Frida Kahlo in the 1940s becoming recognizing herself as gender neutral.
Yeah, in the 1940s, before there was even a name for that. I chop it all off. I don't need anything or anyone, but yeah. And also her eyes are staring right at the viewer, like say what? Say something. I think she's challenging the viewer to like I'll cut you with a pointy, challenging the viewer, yeah. So like, cause usually in like Mexico society, if you were a woman and you got yourself divorced, that was it. That was the end of your social life. That was it, man. Game over, man. Game over. But she'd be like, no, he didn't divorce me. I divorced him, and I don't need him. I don't need anything. Alright, so then like the next self-portrait is interesting because the painter didn't paint his face, he painted his back. He's not looking at the audience. That's Jan Vermeer. So then he painted himself with the allegory with the allegory of the arts. She has a trumpet and a book and literature and even a sketch. So then she's like an allegory of art in general. And he's starting to paint over there with the reason why he has no money.
Because blue is expensive.
Yeah, I love it, because the blue back then was made of that semi-precious mineral called lapis lazuli, which you gotta get from Egypt. And Egypt is far away from, like, I think it was in the Dutch land, but, oh yeah, Dutch, Baroque, yeah, I remember. So yeah, and on the background you see a map of the world, and over here also punctuated by the blue highlights and even the curtain. So he's parting the curtain to show the viewer everything, how hard he works on his paintings, you know. And then it's just it's a self-portrait showing them like everything that he wants to show them as an artist, you know. It's like him promoting his artwork, you know. And by showing them his paintings, and the closest in the foreground is a chair where he's inviting the viewer to go sit there and watch him paint. Yeah.
Yeah, and also say, I have lots of lapis lazuli.
I have a lot of lapis lazuli. I also had 14 children that I started because I have lots of lapis lazuli, but I'm not bothering to paint them. But my family is starving because of my hobby of sleeping with my wife so much and painting with lapis lazuli. Well, it was a religious thing, you know. You gotta have as many, I don't know. Well, potato. He really likes his wife. 14 children. Moving along. Alright. The Nelson portrait is another one of the similar type, but this time is the painter Diego Velázquez looking at the viewer. Even though the painting is called Las Meninas, it's really just a fancy self-portrait of Diego Velázquez. And then on the biggest frame over here, you could almost say, because this painting in like the real world is huge. So then he's basically painting this painting. Well, not really, because over here you see what he's actually painting. He's painting a corpse. Well, actually not even that, because based on how everyone is looking, the king and queen just arrived and their faces are reflected in the mirror down there. So we don't know what the hell he was painting when the king and queen showed up, but like the little Menina princess, she was over there. Well, the Menina is actually her attendants. I think her name was Maria Teresa, right? Yeah. That little princess. And the reason why she was so very important is because she was the last healthy heir of that branch of the Habsburg, because inbred from inbred and inbred again. Yeah. She also died because she also died, like, I don't want to bomb you down, but she also died of childbirth at like a very young age. Because of inbreed, because like they made her marry one of her cousins. Because the Habsburgs, since they didn't want to share power, they would just marry within each other until like their genetic pool got so stagnant that you know, that's what they call it, the Habsburg nose, because of inbreeding. You know, if all of the family portraits, they all have like the same nose, it's because they were too rich. And they were too like rich to like bring new people into their family fold, because they were like super paranoid of outsiders, so then that just led to inbreeding because of money. So yeah, man, so like go marry your maid or something to add some genetic diversity to the family pool, because like you don't want to end up like the Habsburg. That a bunch of inbreds. Okay, but that's not important to the self-portrait. Here's Diego Velázquez, him painting, and everyone that's stuck of the king and queen, because the king and queen showed up, and here's like the nun who tends to like the princess's religious needs and all that. So all of and the pet and all of his friends and all that. But and in the background half scene you can see paintings in the artist studio. So basically this was just Diego Velázquez showing you that he's such a big part of the core family, that he can be hanging out with the princess just chilling, and you know, and he's like they're all in a lower plane, all of them, and showing reverence to the princess, but he is all standing up, meaning that I'm at the same rank as the kings and queens, at least as an artist. So what he's showing is that because of his art, he was able to rise to the similar rank of like higher level court nobility. just by the virtue of how well he paints. So that's what this self-portrait is saying. It's a power flex.
Is he also wearing musketeer outfit?
Yeah, like over here, like the cross. But I remember reading that like the cross was painted post-mortem. So even after he's dead, like he was just originally wearing the black outfit, but then he got knighted after like he died. So then somebody went to the painting and added that post-mortem so that.
Okay, that's.
So in order to raise his rank even more. But yeah. He was just that important to the Spanish court because they respected the hell out of Diego Velázquez for making them look awesome in their court paintings.
I didn't know that thing about the cross.
Yeah, no, you gotta remember in one of the old art lectures that I got from like back in high school from like Mr. Sanchez, remember? That he also like while we were studying literature, he one day felt like doing a small semester on art. So then I was just remembering that, like you know how you sometimes remember something that you haven't like read or heard of in like gazillions of years ago? Well, I'm not that old, but back in high school, you know, like you suddenly remember something that you were taught in high school. Yeah. So yeah, so that was basically what this self-portrait is all about. That I am such an awesome artist that I get to hang out with the nobility. I can hang out with the cool kids, with the inbred Habsburgs, but I don't call them inbred in front of their face. Whatever, next painting. Next self-portrait. So yeah, this is Nicolas Poussin. It's that one's also a painting that I like, that I like studied, but this one in university. Like this painting, he made it for a friend. Because a friend wanted to promote his artwork, so then he'd be like, oh, well, maybe like a self-portrait and then put in, make me a self-portrait of you, my dear friend. So then Nicolas Poussin was like, you want a portrait of me? Okay, sure, well, okay. I don't see anything wrong with it. So then, like, the black hair that he has is actually a wig. The guy originally, when he made that self-portrait, was like by 56 years old or something. So then, since he didn't want to look old in his self-portrait, he put it on a black wig. You know?
He looks like Snape.
Yeah, he definitely does look like Snape from Harry Potter. Is it still running back?
Yeah, still running.
Yeah. So then over there he wants to, so then what he's collected, effigies, Nicolas, Pasión, Gendis, Pictoris, Anotadas, Roma, Invisible, 1650, yeah. So then over there, and then over here he has like a painting board. So what he's showing is how he wants to be known is as his important role as not as a painter but as a teacher of painting. Because Poussin and then through him and then later Ingres, he's the reason why all of the salon paintings ended up looking the way they do because of their sense of aesthetic. You know, this painting is crowded. It looks full, but it's not crowded. You know, it's like perfectly balanced. You wanna learn how to paint like neoclassical style. Everything you need to know to learn that, to see how that art style works is summarized here. And in the background is like it's like a piece of one of his paintings where he sees a piece of a Greek maiden. So then he's showing over there that he really likes Greek stuff, you know. He really likes classical Greek stuff. So you know, and little cigarette, family ring, you know. So then the painting is just him doing a summary of his aesthetics as a painter and what he wants and how he wants everyone to paint like, you know.
Can you imagine this same painting but bold? Like just try and picture it for a second.
Yeah.
Like I can see why they would. Also triangular composition, but the eyes they lure you into the little image on the side.
Because they're like the eyes are kind of like pointing this way. Well, or maybe he was, you know how like the supposed to have like one of their eyes a little off center? What kind of like mine? Yeah, no, my bad. Am I doing it?
No.
Okay, so there you have it. So that you know, a self-portrait he made for a friend where he summarized what he thinks about how he feels that art should be made forever and ever, you know. but while also keeping, and also him trying to idealize himself, but while still retaining all of his recognizable features, which is why he wears the black wig at the age of 50 something, and he probably smoothed out a couple of wrinkles, especially like in the forehead. You know, it's like Photoshop before there was Photoshop. You know, I don't like this wrinkles, so I'm not gonna paint it. I gotta like, make my face look a little younger. And I bet even the little mustache, I bet even that mustache was originally, he probably also painted his mustache black so that he looks a little younger. Alright, so the next self-portrait that I wanted to show you is by Norman Rockwell. It's another self-portrait where the artist has his back turned to the audience because he wants you to focus on what's important to him, which is his artwork. So then over there is artist facing black canvas, and then he says down there deadline. So then he's showing him that sometimes it just takes him so long to make a painting that like the deadline is just right around the corner and he hasn't figured out what, he's literally drawing a blank what the hell he wants to paint in.
He's painting artist block.
Yeah, he's a painting of artist block. And over there it says the Saturday post, meaning that this is a paid convention and he hasn't come up with anything for it. So like, he's like, you know, like it's not like you drawing an artist blank, or it's not like you having artist block for like a work that you're just doing for in your house for like whatever. This is like paid commissions that make you sweat bullets because like, you know, they usually give you an advance and then you already spend the advance on food and surviving, and now you gotta like the up and deliver, otherwise you're gonna earn the money, and then if you don't feel that, and then if you don't do that commission job well, then like the Saturday Night Post is gonna like complain and like blacklist you to all of their friends and all that.
And they can sue you for non-copy delivery.
Yeah, so then that's why over here he has all of his painting references, which is something that like all like artists have. Me, my something joy. I can't read that very well, but it's like a little text, and like that's the highest resolution I was able to find on that painting. You know, maybe it's like if I like see the real one in like the physical world, I'll be able to read what the hell that says. But that's interesting, that little writing over there. You know, like whenever an artist like puts like a little writing and whatnot, it's always very amusing. Well, yeah, he's still like in the drawing phase. That's why he has like a pen, and in the floor he has all of his paintings ready, but he hasn't used them, you know? And he's just like, what the hell am I going to paint? This thing is due tomorrow. The thing is like due tomorrow and I haven't come out with anything. I'm going to get so sued because this is in 1938 and you get, and this is America, and people are getting sued left and right, and I don't want to get sued for like not finishing this stupid painting. And it's due today. And it's a front cover for a magazine, so yeah, everyone's gonna see how good or how bad it comes out. So you know, the stress of, so what he's painting is the stress of being paid by commission artist, that even though what he's painting is like commercial art, it's still stressful because, you know, that's his bread. He's living off of living off of his artwork, and like doing it bad, it's gonna like well, I already went to that. Moving on. He takes his work very seriously. Alright, so the next self-portrait is just Peter Paul Rubens with his hot young wife. He painted that shortly after getting married, and the reason why this is a painting that's a power flex, because Peter Paul Rubens was very I wouldn't say love because love is a strong word during those days, especially during the Baroque period where marriage was actually based on financial reasons. Not especially if you're not finally rich, if you're rich enough to like wear those fancy clothing and cute jewelry, you're not getting married out of love, but you want to fake it anyway. So then it's just the husband and wife pretending to be in love with each other in a fancy painting. And the reason why he was so proud of his pretty wife is because she was a higher ranking noblewoman, so he was able to like move up in the fortune because of his like painting talent. So then that's just in power flexing his hot young wife to everyone. Like, look at this, I made it up in society because I'm such an awesome painter. Like they say that like Peter Paul is like is one of the earliest examples of an artist a painter who actually made it. You know, like that was not only did he was he able to live off his painting, he lived well because of his art. So and that's what this painting is, and that's what this painting is showcasing, a power flex and whatnot. So then over here, even though she's in a lower angle where he's showing that I'm the man of the house, his hand is actually pointing to the head, to like his own hands over here. And as you can see, she's putting her hand on top of his hand, which is showing that it may seem like I'm the man of the house, but since she's of a higher rank than I am, she's actually the one who's in charge. So that's why he's pointing at the hand, because even though as a woman she's like in a lesser framing because of societal expectations and whatnot at a lower level, she's actually, since she's of a higher ranking, she actually bosses him around because that's how things roll back then. Like, the higher your social position, the more bossing rights you had in society, even if you were a woman. So then since she's like the blue-blooded noble with like all of the fancy titles, he's saying, she's like the one who's in charge, yeah. That's why her hand is on his hand instead of like the other way around. And that's why he's pointing with his sword at that hand, so that, because the sword is also a symbol of masculinity. So then by him pointing at the woman's hand, he's showing that she's the one who's in charge, even though I'm the man of the house. So all of that was just in this section over here. And then the whole garden thing, they'd be like, oh, we're just a young couple out on a stroll. And then we sit down because the wife was tired. Yeah, but like the symbols are here and there also very important, and they're both looking at like the audience and whatnot, because that's what was starting to become fashionable. Then looking at the camera or the viewer in this case. Well, there wasn't a camera back then, but when a painting makes eye contact with like the viewer, it creates a psychological effect on them that makes them feel that they're dealing with a creature of flesh and blood and not like a painted person. So yeah, all of that crazy stuff related to this painting. So that's everything that went into this power flex self-portrait, where he's showing I'm rich, I'm popular, I'm a painter, I married a blue-blooded noble. Things couldn't be better.
She controls everything I do, and I have no freedom.
Yeah, that's why she looks happy, and in his face, he looks a little tired. I thought I was gonna be the one in charge for that. She comes in with, and that's why her dress on the top is black, and her skirt is purple, which is like the color of royalty. Even though while his is more golden, to show that he's a slightly lower class than she is. That's why her dress is fancier, and why she has a frill collar, which was how the blue-blooded noble showcased like I'm like the super important. I remember the painting of Queen Elizabeth where she has a ridiculous frill collar. That's how nobles used to power flex by them. But the bigger the collar, the more powerful they were.
So he has the biggest collar in the world.
Yeah. Well, his color is more mundane, sitting down, more toned down, because he's not as awesome as his wife. And he has to paint it that way because society demands it, and God help you. And since she's a noble, if she complains, her father can come in there and just chop them off, and it will be legal, and she will get a parade. Because that's how nobility worked back then, you know. Even if you were, mura, powerful self-portrait. So yeah, here's another self-portrait by a surrealist painter. This one is René Magritte. And then over there it says, he called it a clairvoyant self-portrait. Over here he's looking at the egg, he's painting what the bird is gonna look like as soon as it hatches and flies. So then what is he trying to tell you? Is that he paints not what's there but what's in his mind. You know, that's what he is. So his paintings are more mental than what's seen before you. So
yeah, so that's some pipe.
Yeah, this is not a pipe, you know, like, this is not, like, he has a painting where you see a bagpipe, well, then he writes underneath, this isn't a bagpipe, which is his way of showing you how he sees, how he tries to paint the world, because he's painting what his mind is thinking. Because that's what surrealism, painting your dreams, painting your thoughts, not painting what you see before her, which is like trying to get away as far as, or surreal, in a realistic format. Trying to convey in a realistic way the dream world or the world of the mind and whatnot. And nightmares and so forth. Because that's what the surrealism were all about, you know, trying to paint in a way that like everyone could see realistically what their subconsciousness and whatnot. So yeah, that's this self-portrait in a nutshell. Like if I didn't explain it, you would just see, okay, so without meaning, it's just like some guy painting, looking at an egg while painting a bird. That doesn't tell you anything without knowing the context behind it and what surrealists were all about. All right, next self-portrait. I just added this because I like dogs. Like this is a self-portrait by Edwin Henry Landseer. And he's a painter that made all of his money because he draws animals really, really well. And when he included in his self-portrait him and his two dogs, his dogs are looking at his artwork, was silently judging him while he's trying to sketch what's before him. So then see, he's like instead of painting whatchamacallit in an artist studio, what he painted in his hand was actually a sketch pad. So that is very interesting. So for him, the sketching for real life is the most important aspect of how he ends up making his paintings, because when you're like sketching what's right in front of you, you're able to get like the most naturalistic version of it. And then once you get all of your sketches, then you can sit down calmly in your artist studio and then render the painting. So then basically what he's sketching before him is actually the two dogs, which is why they look very realistic. Yeah, man. I mean, you look at it, you see that, yeah, those are actually very realistic expressions of dogs, you know.
In this day and age, you would be drawing cats though, not dogs.
Yeah, yeah. That cats didn't pick up until like the 20th century. Dogs were more popular back in the old days. But I have seen decent cat paintings, but cats were more popular among women. That's what all about dogs. Alright, so then here's like Van Gogh did several self-portraits of him missing his ear. And this is one of them. So then, as with most of his artworks, his self-portraits well, they all passed by Theo's hand. So then this is just Van Gogh telling Theo that, yeah, I didn't chop off my whole ear, just a little bit off the top that was bothering me. And don't worry, everything is fine. And he also included like one of his Japanese prints, because like by including white canvas. So what he's saying is that I'm going to take it easy and I'm just going to paint what I like, which is like, I'm just going to make a couple of anime fan arts and try to chill out, because this whole painting thing and trying to make money out of painting is driving me freaking mental, but I'm going to take it easy. And I'm not going to do like difficult works, you know, you don't have to worry on me. I'm going to try to take better care of myself. So that's
Please do not send me to a mental institute.
Please do not send me, there's no need to send me to the madhouse yet. He doesn't end up going to an asylum. I think twice actually.
And also, have you heard of Paul Gauguin? I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, can you like bring Paul Gauguin over from Tahiti? And when is Paul Gauguin gonna come back from Tahiti? I need to chop something out. So yeah, so then this is what this Van Gogh self-portrait is. He's him telling his brother Theo that don't worry about it. Like all the crazy things that the people are saying about me, they are exaggerating. The police did not have to send me to the madhouse. They are the ones who are not. See, everything's fine. Everything is fine. So yeah, now for the next self-portrait that I want to show you. You may recognize the one. I did this self-portrait, and then over here the reference material that I chose to make this self-portrait, and this was more done a la Paul Gauguin style, but using watercolors and whatnot. So then I chose for the painting a couple of dead sunflowers and the Mexican butterflies that show up in my garden, and but really I like better roses, so that's why those flowers are there. And in the back are my tomatoes. And the reason why I had those tomatoes is because I always had the dream of one day growing in my own vegetable patch, and the tomatoes are the embodiment of my gardening frustrations because I haven't been able to grow a tomato in like forever. And when I do grow them, the bugs seem to always get in. They even get through the paper bags and then they eat them. So yeah, that's just my gardening frustration. And this is just a pillow. See, and over here you see like the reference I showed for it. Like he was holding a snake, I decided to hold up a little butterfly. But you will never catch me doing that in real life because bugs scare me. So yeah, so with the painting that you saw, you should be able to make your own fancy self-portrait that has a little meaning. And you add enough weird elements and people are going to be talking about it for centuries. So as you can see here, I have other self-portraits and whatnot. I mean, it's just a good exercise just to do self-portraits in other painter style. Is it in frame, bro?
Yeah, it's frame.
And yeah. So yeah, this was a Frida Kahlo style and whatnot, Cubist style. But that is Brito style and so forth. Van Gogh. And then, you know, it's just, you can experiment with different styles and whatnot. So I hope that you find this useful as far as the purpose of self-portraits is concerned and what you can do with it. You can like tell the audience something about yourself, or you can also use them as a weird power flex, or you can use self-portraits to express your frustrations with making art in general, as Norman Rockwell shows over here. So bye bye and God bless. The history of cats in Western art. Like, this is not to say that like cats didn't happen in other places in the world, but you know, in college they only talked about Western art. So this is the subject that I'm familiar with, and I'm sticking to my strengths. So yeah, like we're first starting off with the ancient Greeks. As you can see here, they had their approach to depicting cats in their art was very naturalistic. You know, they knew that cats were good for hunting mice, and they took care of their kittens, but and whatnot. You know, just very. They didn't hate them, but they didn't worship them yet. That was more of an ancient Egyptian thing. They deified cats and they were even buried with them, but the Greeks, they were like, man, so cats, there be cats, what of it? So, you know, they were super chill about it. The ancient Greeks. But then, this is like the goddess Hecate. But then over time, due to their contact with the Egyptians, the role of cats started to get uplifted. So it was said that the goddess Hecate, she had a cat as a familiar. So, and that she could also shape-shift into a cat. So then slowly, because of Hecate and contact with the ancient Egyptians, cats started to get associated with magic. So, but that started to happen in the Hellenistic period of the ancient Greeks. Because during that time, they started to travel around much. You know, remember that Alexander the Great, he made it as far as India. So obviously the Greek Empire was expanding, and then And even the Ptolemaic period, they were when they were even the kings of Egypt for a while. Remember that Cleopatra? Like like she was a Greek princess that was in control of Egypt. So So yeah, so then that also counts as Western stuff because it's not like a native Egyptian being in control of Egypt. No. It was a foreigner in control of that country.
Yeah, like the name Cleopatra is not Egyptian. Like all of the Egyptian pharaohs were called Atem, Atum. Like they was like the
Nefertiti or something.
Yeah. No, they was like
and Ak. A lot of them had like the acne. But Cleopatra, that's like that is such a Greek name. Hey, there's even like some names called Cleo, for sure, So Cleopatra doesn't count even as an Egyptian princess because her father was like the Greek Ptolemy. I forget if it was one or two. Like I cannot remember for like which of the two. So I think it was the second Ptolemy. But
and also the art that was made for Cleopatra herself was more Greek-like than Egyptian. Like had a lot of Greek influences in it.
So Cleopatra she counts as Greek even though she's living in Egypt. The same way that Europeans doing European art in the New World counts still as European even though they did it elsewhere because they were taking with them all of their colonialism stuff and all of the cultures and values and forcing it onto the native population as was tradition among conquerors. But yeah, and while suppressing the population of the art of the local population and their culture and whatnot. So then we reach like the Dark Ages. So Catholicism, in its struggle to become the dominant religion of Europe, during the time that they were repressed, they were like they created a lot of resentment between them with the Romans and anything having to do with paganism. And since the Catholics were associated with magic and paganism, that hatred that they had, all of that hatred that people forget that even though Catholicism right now they remember for the Grand Inquisition and all that, they used to be a religion minority that was repressed. Like the Romans, they were like sent into the Colosseum to get mauled by lions in front of everyone. Heck, Jesus Christ got crucified. When they eventually got into power, they brought with them all of that resentment, and then they went from being the oppressed to being the oppressor because they weren't gonna go back to that, with their culture's values being like repressed. So then Catholics, they started to, so then since Catholics were associated with paganism, and in specific, the goddess Hecate and the goddess Magic, and there was even a cat god. Then Catholics started getting associated with the devil and demon worshipping. So yeah, so here you have in medieval Catholics, like they no longer get like Catholics, like these cats, they're being like. They no longer resemble normal people because they no longer even look like cats anymore, They
walk on two legs and they have weird.
Yeah, they walk on two. Yeah, and all that.
And there you got a cat licking himself.
Yeah, which was also associated with promiscuity, which was bad in Catholicism. Because the Catholicism that eventually came about was a reaction against the values of like the ancient Romans. And Romans were a little more liberal. Well, then again, reaction, but the Romans were complicated because on one end they were like ridiculously repressed, but then on the other hand, their Caesars just did whatever the hell they wanted.
That's not complicated at all. That's how it is in the real world.
Yeah. Do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah, like think about it. We have a huge repression in the Catholic Church, but the popes can have as many children as they want. They're legitimate.
Yeah, and you think we're making that, just look at the Medici popes and all of their nephews and cousins that were totally not related to them by blood or illegitimate children. And we used to put them in key position. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about cats.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's nothing weird about our society being repressed while the leaders do whatever they want.
Yeah, that's every country, literally everywhere. Something hasn't changed. That's the status quo, and it was like that in medieval times, and it's still like that now. So yeah, so then this brings me into the most notorious cat-hating pope that ever poped. And his name, so you remember, is Pope Gregory the Ninth, and he like issued a paper bull that's like a law saying that black cats are the devil's minions, and all cats are awful. And then since he was super allergic to cats and he hated cats, then that eventually led to the Black Plague because they started hunting cats down, and they would even torture them to death as well, and burn them alive. This guy was awful. Was an awful person to awful cats, and he doesn't, and he deserves to be remembered as an awful human being that he was an animal abuser. You know?
Well, not just animal abuse. That guy was in inquisitions as well.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was just a horrible human being, and because of his hatred for cats and women, that led eventually to the Black Plague because the cats went in to kill the rats that were the main transmitters of the Black Plague, and then Europe went to hell. So yeah, there you have it.
Like he killed more people by hating cats than both atomic bombs put together.
Yeah, and among the crazy things that he like spread. Well, I don't think he was crazy because he was like very well educated and whatnot. But because you had to know a lot of stuff in order to eventually reach paperhood. You're not an idiot if you make it to, because during medieval times the Catholic Church was like the one that controlled all of the little feudals. It was the closest thing that Europe had to an organized government, and they had so much power that they could summon all of the feudals to go to the Muslim lands in order to do crusades against them. So yeah, the Pope had a lot of power. He wasn't an idiot. He knew. He wasn't that big of an idiot.
And he controlled the location, so it makes sense that the person at the highest position on the church was very educated.
Yeah, so he just hated cats, and he wanted everyone to hate cats. So it's easier to say, I hate cats, therefore I made this law. No. It's easier to tell the dumb masses that cats are the devil's minions, and therefore you must hate them. But yeah, so, and among the things that he spread was that cats, they were sinners that had been brought back down to earth in the form of animals, and they were there to mess with leading to the past, to ourselves, other people like it. So they say that cats used to be humans. Whatever.
Where did they get the cats walking on two legs thing? I keep seeing that.
Yeah, and even holding a book. I don't know, medieval cats be weird. They were probably jealous that cats were more literate than the common pets. But yeah.
Oh wow.
So yeah, there's another thing in the fiction of a cat that they were said to spread the plague. So yeah.
Well, we have seen cats with their tongue out like that.
Yeah, but apparently that's a devil's minion. I don't know, just put it in there because I thought it looked hilarious, and I want my folks to learn but also to laugh a little. Derby cat. Is it still running?
Yeah.
Okay. And then over here, they say that the devil appears in form of a black cat. So then here's somebody that was hung, a sinner that was hung, that he immediately turned into a black cat after his death. And then the people be like, oh my God, it's the devil, and all that stuff. But you see, it's just then the demonizing cats in general. And that was the book back then. But then slowly over time, when we start getting close to the Renaissance period, the attitude, the cat lovers started to fight back against all of the negative propaganda being spread about cats in general. So here we have a Last Supper made by Pietro Lorenzi, 1320. This is before the Renaissance, but we're getting close to it. And then over here in the corner, let me see, can you see it? Is it visible here?
Yeah, it's visible.
we have a little black cat just chilling in the, just being a black cat. So then what I'm saying is that there was a black cat in the Last Supper and also a little dog because the apostles had cats.
Wait, so what are they saying is that the cat ate from the body of Christ as well?
Yeah.
Does that make it a Christian?
Yeah, he ate the leftovers from like the Last Supper. so that makes cats holy because there were cats at the Last Supper as well.
They probably were.
Yeah, a lesson of fact about the Last Supper is that the cat and the dog also ate from also ate the bread and the wine. Just the leftovers. But yeah. And then, like, the biggest proponents as to the nobility or trying to push that cats were naive or demon worshippers or whatever, were like the nobility. The nobility loved these cats so much so that they would also include them in their self-portrait. Is it still running?
Yeah, it's still running.
Yeah, they would include them in their self-portrait. So then here we have the Earl of Southernport by John the 1603, and then here we have him with his tuxedo cat,
His epic cat. That cat looks...
epic cat. He's dressed in black and white, and he has a cat that's in black and white, so
And that cat looks epic.
And then he's like, the cat has a secret, the cat is silently judging and hating you.
Like, that cat is making eye contact with the viewer. The main person on the photo is looking to the side, but the cat is looking straight at you.
Yeah. So yeah, there you have it. Like the nobility, they love their cats, and then they started pushing back against all the negative propaganda about cats. And then here's another noble lady that loves her cat.
Is she a medicine? That knows.
It's just basically a portrait of a young lady holding a cat by Antonio. Oh man, he cut it off on top. By some Antonio guy. But yeah. There you have it. Noble woman with her fancy cat. But yeah. But then, and then once you get to the folklore Renaissance, you start seeing religious paintings that feature cats, specifically black cats every so often, in order to show that, because the main center for the negative propaganda against cats is that the black cat is like one of the forms of the devil. So then, in order to do away with the superstition, here they have a lesson of fact about St. Matthew. Is that while he was writing the gospel, he had his cat nearby, and he was a black cat owner. So there you have it. So a lesson of fact about St. Matthew is that he had a cat, and his cat also showed up in the Last Supper.
Yeah, he brought his cat to the Last Supper. And
he was traveling there and also brought his cat. He had a cat. The more you know. And then here we have a weird, it's the Maastricht hours in the Netherlands. And then here we have a spinning thread, and she's also playing with her little white cat. With a white cat with stripes. So you see, they started making religious paintings showing cats that they were owned by religious folks, to show that cats were not demons, that they're saintly and they're holy. Yeah. So then they went in the complete opposite area. First they say that they're demons or former devil worshippers in the form of cats, into saying no, like the saints, they had cats. Cats are holy. But that's all part of the nobles pushing, pressuring the church in order to do away with the negative stereotype of cats, because they love their household pets. So then, since the church, during the Renaissance period, the nobles became the dominant power, because once feudalism started to go away, they became like nations. So then, like, the Catholic Church no longer had the sway that it once was. So then they had to go along with what the nobles wanted, or else. Like, the Renaissance period was a very turbulent time during for the Vatican and stuff, because And then Martin Luther happened, and then like Henry VIII also founded his own church, and like
Nice Gloria, which nobody talks about, but it's also during that time.
Yeah, like a lot of stones were being thrown at the Catholic Church, and then everything, and then like every institution, they caved in under the pressure, and then they had to start making changes. And the biggest change that the nobles apparently wanted during those days, aside from like being allowed to do whatever they wanted, is that you gotta stop saying that cats are evil. Look at it, it's such an awesome cat. You know, the cat lovers fight back. And then here we have another propaganda painting for cat lovers. And here we have the Virgin Mary, the Mother of Christ. She had a cat.
And the cat could see the angel. The cat is freaking out that there's an angel right there.
Yeah. So yeah, even the cat is in the. Oh yeah, is it still running?
Still running.
So even the cat is able to see the angel. So you know what a cat is doing. So since the Virgin Mary had a cat, you know what that means? Jesus Christ grew up with a cat. And therefore that means Jesus Christ was a cat.
So yeah, when you see your cat freaking out, there's probably an angel there.
Yeah, there's probably, the cat can see the angels. If you see them like freaking out or something that you can't see, is that their second sight allows them to see the angel. This painting is Renaissance painting, 1534, by Lorenzo Lotto, the Annunciation. But you see, it's a cat in a very naturalistic form, and not shown as a demon. You know, him like reacting like all normal animals would react to like a freaking angel showing up out of nowhere. And it's interesting that like he drew the wings not as bird wings, but as butterfly wings. They're more black butterfly wings.
Yeah, but usually when they draw angels, what they're drawing is a Nike or Samarath, which is a Greek god. But this one has butterfly wings instead of Nike wings.
Yeah, black butterfly wings. So it's a very interesting. Different depiction of an angel. So, like, if you want to paint your angel different, you can also give them butterfly wings.
And that would be another interesting blog that you can do. Talking about the depiction of angels as a Nike or Samara.
Yeah, and how it changes and how the depiction of angels changes throughout time.
Yeah.
But
and Murillo and his little chubby angels.
Like when chubby angels enter the picture. But yeah.
Yeah, I went from the cherubs to the.
Yeah.
Okay.
But even the depiction of like that, since it's like Renaissance period, he looks practically like Zeus in his cloud.
He's dressing red in a cloud, throwing lightning.
Yeah, that's a great depiction of Zeus. but that's a topic for another day. And then.
What are they doing to that cat?
They're messing with it they're bothering him with like scorpions. Like kids are jerks to animals in all time period. So this is mannerism, and then it's two children teasing a cat, 1590 by Aníbal de Carrassi. So then now you finally start seeing cats suffering to children, as most people usually do.
Those kids are bad. That's a scorpion he has on his hand. Like how many kids do you know that play with scorpions?
And your cat. That's some scary kid, man.
That is one bully.
Yeah. Is it a live scorpion?
He looks alive. Like he looks like he's snapping at the cat, and he's grabbing him by the poisonous tail.
Oh my god, that is insane.
That kid is a psychopath.
That kid is nuts. And his girlfriend is cheering him on. She's also a creep too.
And the guy's like,
The cat is pissed. And then here we have finally we reach the Baroque period. Like right now,
Judith Leyster.
Judith Leyster.
I like that artist.
Laughing Children with Cat, 1629. So you see now, as we start making our way towards the modern time, you know, they're showing cats as now they're no longer too high, but like cats, the cat condition is now normalized. It seems like just another children's toy. Like it still hasn't, the cats still haven't earned like respect, and one of them still seen as like pretty much useless things, but they see them more as a good diversion for children. Like if you can't afford a good toy for your kids, just get them a cat. That'll keep them entertained for hours on end. And then here's the little cat. A very nice, realistic is depiction of a kitty cat. And as if you can notice, the hair is standing on end because it's like freaking, because it's like scared out of his wit.
He's like, oh, this crazy kid got me. Ow.
Oh, and now I have to stand still for 8 hours?
Oh, yeah.
because paintings took like forever to get made. And now I gotta stand still for hours and hours. And then this one is, now we reach the Rococo period, and we have the little farm made by François Boucher, and she has her little cat over here. But yeah, but now you see that cats are now just like, they're more depicted as like children accessories, you know. Not so much like this. Now they're just normal. They're neither hated or disliked, but are seen as the main pastime of children, you know. But they don't get respect yet. And then here we have neoclassical, and it's a girl with a kitten. It's a pastel work by Jean-Baptiste Perrault, and then it got cut off up there. Oh yeah, and it's 1743. Faronio Green. It's a weird, somewhat French name. French last name. So yeah. And then we're back again to the nobility and their cats. But cats are still associated with women. It's like very rare to see in our works, like in Western artwork in specific, like a guy with a cat. They usually put with like more masculine animals, like dogs, hunting dogs.
Except for that one novel that had like the coolest looking tuxedo.
Oh yeah. But you see that, except for that novel guy that had an awesome tuxedo cat behind him. With like bright yellow
eyes. That cat had more authority than he did in that painting.
He was more regal. He was more regal than the noble guy. But yeah, you see, still associated with women. And see, again, children. This one is a romanticism painting by a portrait of Louise Burnett as a shadow by Theodore Getty-Count. Yeah, I remember that one. And we have his cat, but you see, it's still the cat is still seen as a woman pet only, you know.
That is a huge cat. I'm sure that's not like a little tiger. It's very big.
That is a very big cat. Or maybe she's a small girl. But yeah, it's a big cat. And then here we have, and now we're really close to modern time. We're like right now at the 1800s, and this is an academic painting called A Playful Burden in 1865. And it's a little girl with like fooling around with all of the kitties, and the mother's just like worried about like, dude, like make 2 more trees, man.
Are you sure you don't have enough
cats? That little girl is. Yeah, so there you have it. A little carrying like a bunch of cats while they're trying to escape.
No, I think that that's a little cat because a cat on the bottom looks like she just gave birth. Like she has like the swollen sac at the bottom.
Well, that could be what they were aiming for, but the cats themselves are. Oh yeah, they do look like little baby cats.
Yeah, those are tiny cats. They're baby cats. She's just carrying a little cat.
No, but they're not newborn 100% because newborn cats are a little bit smaller than that.
Yeah, but they're definitely.
Yeah. I think that they're 1 to 2 months old. But as you can see, it's like it's a very naturalistic, like a very naturalistic form of the kitty cat. You know. And it's an academic painting, around this time, the paintings of children fooling around with pets, they started to become like a very popular subject for like the academic painters. They would sell well, like people would like to have paintings of children just like fooling around with animals as wall decor. And it was such a popular subject that some other painters were able to just make their money just painting children fooling about, you know. Because leisure, believe it or not, was a new concept back then, you know, the whole idea that you could just take a few hours of your day and then just like fool around, you know. And the concept of leisure was done as a reaction to the industrialism and like factories where like workers will go to factory bred, but they made so little that it was just practically going there to die. Where you only made enough to like survive to like get enough bread so you can survive the next day of labor, and it was just awful, just awful. But yeah, so then as a reaction to that, the whole concept of, maybe I don't have to spend all my time working, maybe I can just goof about. So then the idea of leisure started becoming more dominant in society, and cats are an extension of leisure, and children also represent leisure. So yeah, so then that's why cats and children were becoming a popular subject during those days. And then here we have the Impressionists. They also painted cats. And here we have a nice tuxedo cat. And it's called Woman with Cat, made by Manet with an A. And she's
the bad one.
The bad one. And she's like, oh man, what am I gonna do with my? She's just very worried. Like a face palm like that, or she has a freaking head, or she has like a headache.
That cat's probably purring.
Yeah, it ties her clothes, yeah. And then also in realism painting, they also, but you see, it's still woman with cat. Like, I bet it would be even interesting to try to dig up a guys with cats and over speculate about them. But yeah, cats are still seen, even all the way out, even scratching the modern times, cats are still seen as a woman's successor. You have women carry purse, and when they're soaking, they have their cats to cheer them up. But it's still seen as a woman pet only.
That is the face of depression. That you can genuinely see what the woman's feeling.
Yeah, it's Ivan. Well, she's Russian. That's what she has that face. Oh. Ivan Kranskoy, 1888, girl with cat. They were going through some stuff back then.
They still are.
Yeah, it's hard. Russians, it was this is the time period that brought out Dostoevsky.
Oh my God. Reading Dostoevsky.
It's a quick way to become existentially depressed very quickly.
We should totally read Dostoevsky.
Yeah, we should totally read Dostoevsky. And then here we have Impressionism, Young Girl with Cat by Bertha Morisot, 1892. So you see, still a woman accessory. And Woman with Cat by Renoir. See? She's like squeezing her face against the cat. Yeah. But yeah.
Oh wow.
And this is an expressionism where you're trying to convey an emotion, and the emotion that she's trying to convey is, look at this awesome cat. Girl with Cat by Franz Marc, 1912. So yeah. I was
trying to ask, are you sure they're not demonized again?
Yeah, she's like playing with her cat, and she's very happy about it. And that's what it's there. Oh yeah. And here we have I Knew of Hediod and Cat from St. Paul's, 1893. So that's a bigger cat.
Yeah, that's Tiger King Low.
Or maybe tried to paint King Smith. Remember that's actually a magical cat? Mm-hmm. Like that has like a white patch of fur on the chest, but it's usually like a bigger cat. Yeah.
Not to be confused with the Final Fantasy one, but
yeah, King Sid is way older than that. Not everything is Final Fantasy. And you gotta also remember that it's also like around the time period that brought you like Puss in Boots, a cat playing a heroic character, helping out a kid and all that stuff. And that, if you think of it, that's like a boy and a cat. But still, this is Pablo Picasso, cat eating his fancy food. It's a cat with lobster. This cat eats lobster. They fed this creepy looking cat, Cuban cat, lobster. So yeah, it's what Picasso's cat demanded to eat. This cat wants lobster. Yeah.
I'm Picasso. I can feed my cat lobster if I want to.
Yeah. Still alive with lobster.
Like Picasso's one of the ones that made money while alive, right?
Yeah, I think so. He did well.
It was enough to feed lobster to his cat.
Yeah, that's how you know you made it when you can when you can feed your cat lobster every day. That's how you made it as a like whatever it is that you do for a living. When you can feed your pet cat lobster. And that was type of lobster. Here we had blue lobster, red lobster, white lobster. But yeah, the cat has so much lobster that it can't decide which one it wants to eat. But yeah. If you can feed 3 different types of color lobster to your cat, then you know you made it. And then here we have social realism, a scout.
A normal Rockwell.
Yeah, it's a normal Rockwell painting. So then here we have a guy saving a little girl from a flood, and he's carrying in his shoulder a tuxedo cat. So you can see a lot in artworks. The tuxedo cat is one that gets painted a lot, even all the way back to the Renaissance period. Black and white cats were a very popular subject matter for like it's interesting. The tuxedo cat is one of the ones that gets painted a lot, more so than now that I think about it. All right, this is
What happened?
this is a surrealism cat, and it's the fern cat, cat grass.
Oh wait, it's cat grass, right?
Cat grass. A cat that he became one with his cat. It's what happens when you give too much catnip to your cat. He becomes cat grass. But even though they're depicted in like a weird surrealist, it's by Remedios Varo, 1950. Like even though it's like a surrealist depiction of a cat, the mannerisms are still naturalistic, and they're not being depicted as he was just like aggressive.
Sure?
It's fine. Sure? Yeah, I mean, look, even the clouds are watering the cat. You see how it's like putting water on the cat so that it stays nice and green? It's just a realist painting. You have to talk about them like a crazy person. You can't talk about surrealism without sounding out of your freaking mind. But yeah. Like, basically, surrealism is just like trying to invoke a dream-like quality. So maybe she just had a weird dream like that. And she was watering her cat. Because it's a cat grass. Alright, so this is Papa. Andy Warhol. And it's also another tuxedo cat, you see?
Another thing, the same thing to Marilyn Monroe, so you have the cat at the same level as Marilyn Monroe as far as Andy Warhol is concerned.
Yeah, so yeah, the tuxedo cat is very popular among the art history painters, you see that? Yeah, once again, another tuxedo cat. And this is the last cat I wanted to show you. Another tuxedo cat, but very chunky tuxedo cat. Made by, and this is the type of armament is primitivism, which is like making, I don't know, or they just drew him there in order to try to explain the way Botero wrote.
Botero is not primitive. He just likes to draw fat things.
Yeah, he just likes chunky stuff.
You guys stand little cat balls like that.
Don't point it too much. You don't have to issue with anything, right?
Yeah.
Alright, so a cat on a roof by Fernando Botero in 1978. So as you can see, it is another tuxedo cat.
But he's been hitting the gym. That's not Schwarzenegger's cat.
Yeah. The cat on the roof. So then I just wanted to let the cat blog was like the silliest cat I could find while doing research for it, and then I thought, oh, chunky Botero cat. This cat makes me smile. So there you have it. I hope you have fun learning about cats throughout our history, and like by now, cats already took over the internet, so and the world. So there you have it.
Yeah, Shimbacha the cat.
Yeah. So bye to all cat lovers. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to talk to you about 5 great painters that are very good if you wanna figure out how to render fabrics in painting, or it also works on drawings. Because these painters are very good with combining fabric with pattern. So yeah, so it's something in how to harmonize different types of patterns and fabrics. So it's just very useful. It's just very useful if you want to add a little extra flair to like your clothing drawing. So the first painter on the shopping block is called James Tissot, and his mother was a dressmaker. So then while he was growing up, he would see that his mother working with fabrics all the time. So then he applied everything he learned from his mother's business into his painting. So as you can see, all of the, like here we have polka dots, 2 little flowers, one in red and one in yellow, and leather, and then they're sitting on a rug. And then there's a different pillow over there. So as you can see, it's different. Oh, and over here there's like a red velvet, softer looking fabric. So as you can see, in this painting, there's different plays of fabrics working and harmonizing one another. So as you can see, it's it's just something to consider when you're trying to render fashionable looking folks in paintings, you know. And even the composition, it will balance and whatnot. So yeah, so there you have it. Now let's see another painting example.
That beside what I was saying is check out how good I do fabrics, because you can also see human touching fabrics in various ways.
Yeah. Like even that, the poses are quite varied, because he's like leaning over there, the girl's like lying on the side, and even the poses are very naturalistic. So, but the center photo is him showing how different ways of bending fabrics, you know. Here's another painting example. It's a beautiful blue dress right in the middle, and then surrounded, and over here you can see like the reflection and whatnot. So that's something else that you can work with as far as fabrics are concerned. Finding a way to like paint it while creating a nice echo of it using reflective surfaces and whatnot, because mirrors are very good, and reflective surfaces are very good props to work with as far as painting is concerned, and how the dress is reflected off different surfaces and whatnot. So this one is in like a wet black towel. So it's just something very interesting to work with, yeah. And of course, flowers go well with everything.
Yeah, why is it that your eyes go directly to the reflection instead of the actual painting?
Yeah, you're right. Well, then again, it's because her gaze is like looking downwards.
So you're like, what is she looking at? Like the painting somehow wanted you to notice.
The also reflection of the dress on the floor, and then see, it's a very nice, complicated dress. So it's
yeah, it's still nice. I can see.
Alright. So then here's another very interesting dress. Like the whole thing, the dress is always black, but there are different shades of black within the dress. And even, I don't know if you can see it, but over here, like the dress, it has like some slight golden pattern. So you have like the coat, a different shade of black, the furry necktie, and the hat and the feathers on the hat, and even her hair is like black golden. So it shows that you can even make variation when just working with the color black. So as far as the study on how to work with different fabrics in painting is concerned, this is like a very good example, and it also helps to put the black dress against a golden background in order to make it pop out, even though it's like a dark color and whatnot. So it's just something interesting that you can learn from just how he chose to render a black dress. Yeah. So here's another very good example of different fabrics being used harmoniously in a painting. Over here, you have the red carpet. And over there you also have like the curtain, but the main centerfold is the different lines on the dress. You got like one layer of lines, so the golden top of the dress, the underdress which are black lines, and the blue sash, and also this part of the dress is complemented by the ribbons on the hat and whatnot, and the golden dress combines well with her blonde hair. So you see every little piece of accessory is working in tandem with one another. And then there's even some repeated lines in the little frilly thing that she has, the little scarf thing that she has for merely for decoration. So you can see that the James Tissot, he had a his mother taught him how to give him very good female sense of fashion. So yeah.
Yeah, he's doing color, like what you normally do with the color wheel, that you echo the color, but with fabrics. This time something that you normally do with color, he's doing it with texture.
So this, and even the way that the dress folds and whatnot. So this is like very good for for like working with lines as far as dresses are concerned.
And the background doesn't steal focus, even though it is awesome. It could be its own painting.
Yeah, you can remove the chick and just leave the dog looking at the fireplace and you're good. But yeah, it's a good painting. It's a good fabric painting. Alright, like since I had already shown like a bunch of chic fashion, I felt like now showing how to do guy fashion. So then if you're strictly eyeballing it, it just looks like guys wearing almost identical suits. But if you look at each of them individually, each outfit is specifically individualized. Like these ones are wearing like golden or undercoat and like different shades of neckties. So then these are all like fashionable looking men. And specifically, they're wearing like the flaneur outfit, which was like the outfit that like guys wore whenever they were going to the city to like be the pretty boys. So yeah, and to like go to the cabarets and the brothels and all that stuff, vividores.
Yeah, they are all flamel and they're all individualized and they all have the same fashion while each of them, each of them express the personality of the person.
Yeah, so see, there's a bunch of, there's a lot of individual touch and whatnot. And this guy's like almost falling half asleep. And even the pants, they're also, some of them are different colors. And this one, and with the overcoat, they add different types of accessories to it. And some don't even use like the black coat, like that fellow over there that just wore a brown coat to the party and a different color hat. So they're unified as a whole, but if you look at the painting from closer up, you see differentiations and whatnot. And even in the shoes, because this one's like has a little brown shoe, so not all of them are wearing black shoes and whatnot. And a Dalmatian is just a Dalmatian.
Yeah, that's a Dalmatian.
Yeah, because dogs are considered masculine. A bigger dog is like a masculine thing. You notice in the other painting, like the small pet dog, that's a female. No, even the dog, you see that the necktie is like a golden line. So, and even his collar is designed to go with the woman's dress. So the dog is a fashion accessory, or the noble woman that pet the pug. Yeah, I think it's a pug. While the Dalmatian is a fashion accessory.
Yeah, that's a hunting dog. That's
yeah. Well, the Dalmatian is a fashion accessory of this man.
Yeah. So yeah. The fact that there's a hunting dog over there tells me that maybe they're just waiting to
Yeah, well, it's called the Circle of the Rue Royale. So yeah. They're in business.
Mm. Yeah, they're gonna go hunting later, but they're waiting for the sun to go down. So
or something. Well, actually, that's not like a hunt. They're not dressed like hunters. They're dressed to go out to the cabaret.
Oh, so they're just waiting for the night to come.
Yeah, they're waiting for like the night to come in order to like go out and party and stuff. Yeah, and the dog is just a dog. The dog is just part of my outfit. It's Roddy, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, the dog is a fashion accessory. But... Alright, the next painter that I wanted to show you is Edward Blair Layton. And he does like fancy fabrics, but the painting style that he liked to do was like, he was more into like the Romanticism period and like medieval art. So all of his paintings, they're like the fashion of back in medieval times. So as you can see, like the fabrics are very nicely rendered and very realistic and whatnot. So who knows? Maybe he had like a bunch of old medieval dresses in his house that he could like paint for real life. And there's a different interplays of fabric because we got like fur over here, we got like the scene they're sitting on, stretching all the way over here, and then we got like her fancy dress and her whatchamacallit, in her like princess thing. Well, I think she's more of a queen, and the king is like being like, well, is that musician hitting on my wife? He's like, you think? Because like the purple robes, those are usually, and obviously the king crown, that's usually the stuff worn by kings.
So this is not Macbeth?
Well, no.
Well, it says historical genre.
Yeah. So it's a historical painting, but of them and fooling around. And not like, he's not like trying to display like nice going, doing like serious stuff. It's just focusing on like how medieval people used to live in a shallow type of sense when they weren't worried about the plague.
So yeah,
that's
the
why,
king is like, what is that musician doing?
Oh, and there's extra fabric here because she was sewing this. Over here there's like a loom thing. And over here is all of the little balls of yarn that she was using in order to make a cute little medieval angel. So you can see there's even extra fabrics there, a bunch of different types of fabrics being displayed in this painting alone. So, and how they work harmoniously with each other and whatnot. And even though he's a peasant outfit, he's still able to render an interesting pattern in his tunic that is echoed by the design, by the floral design of the harp.
Oh wow.
And then here's this one, bunch of different little princesses with the main one in this beautiful golden dress, but you see how like it's very shiny, and then and it has like fur on the end. And the center focus is this guy in red, so it's like a reverse Sleeping Beauty because the woman that's about to kiss this guy that fell asleep or whatnot, and the other she's just like, is this crazy shit gonna do it? And whatnot. So there you have it. So it's like, and the gargoyle also has his eyes looking down, which is like an extra creepy touch.
Yeah, why is the gargoyle?
Yeah, the voyeuristic gargoyle.
It's weird because it balances the whole thing really well.
Yeah.
Like I feel like the guy didn't know how to balance it, and then he's like, you know what? I know what's gonna balance this painting.
I'm gonna put a creepy gargoyle. You see the number of fun in that?
Yeah, I see.
Yeah. So there you have it. And the center focus is a guy dressed in black. Also, all of your eyes are immediately drawn to him because he's in the center of the painting, and he's also wearing the darkest outfit in there. But even though he's dressed in black, there's like differentiations and whatnot, and even like little golden highlight borders. So that's just something interesting to consider when you're trying to render a painting where you have one character dressed in light fabrics and the other one dressed in darker fabrics. How to best harmonize it in the painting where it's not like a stark contrast, or if you just want the entire eye focus to be the person dressed in like black and whatnot. That you can surround him by people dressed in very light outfits and put him like right stuck in the middle of it. Alright, so then the next painting is, here we have like this, they're watching a military parade, as you can see, like all of the guys over there. But if you notice something, one of the little soldier guys is looking up over there, so maybe he's passing by his family. Oh no. Here, this woman, she's pointing down over there. And then this grandma over there is like looking down as well, and they're also watching it. So maybe she's like pointing at her sweetheart.
Yeah, so he's like saying, no, grandma, that's him. That's saying he came back, and then the grandma's like, oh really?
Oh really? Oh, so that's the guy that was courting you, and then he went to war and stuff. Oh, is that so? It's just she's showing her grandmother the military, the soldier guy she likes, while her grandmother, or her regular mother, is just silently judging him as a mother-in-law, looking into her little spectacles. That's the guy I like right over there. And then he's looking up because, he
recognized the voice and looked up to see
Yeah. Or maybe he knew that his ship was going to be there in that balcony and whatnot. But yeah, but I'm getting sidetracked. It's just that, you know, you gotta know how to read paintings. You look at you can tell what a painting is about just by looking at where they're pointing at and where they're looking at, you know?
Not that even though like in the far corner to the left, your eye goes directly to that, even though the bigger stuff are to the right.
Yeah, well, with like the fancy dresses and whatnot, and you know. You know, but you know, it's that was a little bit more of a modern depiction, not medieval art. And then over here we have thank.
Still one.
And then over here we have a textile merchant, and then over here a guy who sells fabrics for fashionable ladies, and then over here you have like all of the sheets in like fancy dresses and whatnot, and just looking at the little fabrics, but. And see, over here it's like a different type of pattern over here, very interesting looking one, and it contrasts very well with like the top one. And then all of the other fabrics and whatnot, but here's something that you didn't notice, this guy like creepily looking out.
I thought it was an old lady.
No, that's a dude, because you can tell with like the next thing. That, you know, the weird...
Oh, that's the halfway saying, oh my god, they're gonna waste all of my money on this stupid fabrics.
They're buying a bunch of useless stuff. Don't they have enough fancy fabrics for their little pretty dresses? Oh man, they're gonna buy fabrics again?
Yeah, it doesn't look happy.
Yeah, and over here he has like a whole bag of stuff that he's gonna unload on those women. So it's like a traveling salesman. Yeah, and then they're just checking out what he has to offer. But yeah, as you can see, fancy looking fabrics. And then they balance out this guy with like the judgmental father in the background saying, oh, these chicks are wasting my money again.
Bunch of ribbons.
Yeah, bunch of ribbons. Don't they have enough ribbons? And then over here it's like a beautiful wedding dress. And they...
Oh,
like,
Don Quixote.
well, maybe this guy, but like, it's the army guy. Like, dude, it's time. Oh, I know that it's like your wedding and all that, but it's time for the draft, man. Time to go to war. Yeah, like something went down immediately after we're getting out of the church. But yeah, like the top layer, you got like a fur overcoat dress, and then underneath you got like this nice little frilly pattern. So then you have two different types of white fabrics being in display here. And then over here you had like the red worn by the husband person.
What happened in that painting? Because look at it, on the back you can see the wedding guest and then an army.
In the background.
Yeah.
And then the guy just standing there, like, there's something seriously going on, and then he's like holding on to his sword because he's nervous. Mm-hmm. And so maybe like they're getting invaded, and maybe he's like a general, or maybe he's a prince or something, and then they're like, dude. I'm sorry to interrupt you on like your wedding man, but like things are going down. Like the messenger showed up, like, dude, we're getting attacked. You better get on it immediately. And they'd be like, what?
And everyone looks like, what is
that?
Yeah,
and everyone outside is like looking out to see what's this guy yelling about.
And also those petals on the bottom, they can also be confused with blood. Like it's saying, okay, a massacre is about to happen. It's foreshadowing something.
Yeah. But and also look at the transparency on the veil of the hair and on the background here. Like one of the hardest things to do with fabrics is like transparency.
Tell me about it.
Yeah. That is something else. But yeah, you can do transparency even on white fabrics. The next painter is Auguste Tormuche. It's French academic. Well, most of them fall under academic art, because these are like the painters that were painting while the Impressionism was happening. And obviously people don't know them in modern times because like a bunch of rich guys bought a bunch of Impressionist paintings at like $5 a pop. So then they only teach the Impressionism in order to raise the value of their paintings while these other painters they languid in obscurity. Well, that point aside, over here we got two performances on a day teasing. Maybe it's like a play or something because of how stagey it looks. And also, there's no food on the plate, so perhaps it really is a play. A place in our sense. So then, this guy's dressed like a period, so then that would mean that she's a Colombina. Like,
now you gotta explain what a period and a Colombina.
They're a type of clown. They're an archetype, you know, like a mime or something. And then they appear in specific types of play where the period, we're about Caruso is just a period complaining that his wife cheated on him. That famous one. So that one was that famous one. So yeah, so then they're performing a play scene. So then over here you have like the weird, like the fancy white puffy fabric, and her fabric is more like and even semi-transparent, more glossy feel to it. So it's like very interesting and whatnot. And also over there the tablecloth and the carpet and even the chairs. So then you have bunch of different fabrics to take into consideration and whatnot.
Yeah, I think the back looks like a painted stage. It looks like like a stage, not like an actual
place.
Yeah.
Over here, this one
wow! I was making eye contact with your soul. Look at her eyes.
Yeah, this is called the Young Reluctant Bride.
Yeah, I am not marrying that guy.
I'm not marrying that old guy you got for me. I'm not married. And then her sisters are consoling her, while the other idiot little sister be like, "Oh, look at the pretty veil. I want to be a pretty British bride too," but she's not happy about it.
She's like, no. Does I say no?
No, those eyes say I'll bite it off. Well, that's not important. Like she's wearing like her dress has like a lot of puffy fur-like details on the neck, and it's being echoed in the red and black dress over her sister or maybe her mother. No, I think this was the mother. And then she's like wearing like this fancy shawl. And in the background there's a huge tapestry and whatnot as a part of the decoration. So you have over here different examples of fabric or different types of textiles and whatnot and patterns working together in perfect harmony. This one is, this one's like a chick trying to read, but she's not into it. Lazy afternoons. And here's another, and as you can see, like the dress has a lot of fancy patterns and the couch as well, and even the throw pillows and whatnot. So it's a good interplay. Oh, and even nice combinations of lines and pretty patterns and whatnot.
Now this looks like you interrupted her while reading, and she's like, "What?
What is it? What do you want?"
Can you see that I'm reading?
Can you see that I'm reading? Whatever you have to say is not more important than this Kafka book. I think Kafka was alive and writing back then. Yeah.
She's really metamorphosis. She wants to know what happens to the guy at the end.
Yeah. What's in the middle of the book?
Yeah. It's a spoiler alert. You're not going to like what happens to the guy at the end of Metamorphosis.
Yeah, and then over here she's like getting her hair done. But that's more of a nightgown. It's she preparing for bed or maybe like putting her hair down. So maybe she's like getting ready to go to bed or maybe with her hubby or something. Yeah, because of the random flower that has nothing to do with anything. Because you wouldn't go to bed wearing like a flower like you're not going to sleep if you're wearing a flower in your nightgown. Yeah, she's getting ready for some action to consummate her wedding. Yeah, because the flower is taken over here from a bouquet that's on the table, so...
Somebody gave her flowers.
Yeah, and she's getting ready to put out. She's putting her hair down. So yeah, well, and then more importantly, like the thing that is part of the whole blog is the whole little fabrics and whatnot. Like there's actually a very slight little dotting patterns on the white dress, and it's combined with like the blue dot, with the blue dress and the weird dot patterns of the nightgown and whatnot.
You can see some of the patterns and styles for the drapery that I use a lot in anime being used over there, you know, the tricks.
Yeah.
Like the folds.
Oh yeah, like lots of folds and whatnot. And it almost looks like an open kimono. Mm-hmm. And then over here, like, I think that's the same chick from that was reading the book. Talking to like her friend. And then they're like hanging out in the garden, and then we had like two different interplays of a white dress, but the focus naturally is the chick with like the blue umbrella, but the blue is also echoed on the head ornament of her, and the white is echoed on like the white stuff on her hat and whatnot. So these girls, they like the painter, he would color match them together so that they will both harmonize. It's just that when you repeat a color in a paint, you can just like have one area with only one random color. You have to repeat it elsewhere, otherwise the painting is just gonna look unbalanced and whatnot. And this painter is also doing the same with like the patterns and whatnot by creating echoes over here and there. And of course, like the flowers are echoed in the extra dotting pattern, so the blue scarf and whatnot. So that's something that you should consider when you want to do like fancy pattern dresses. You need like a background that echoes that a little bit. Otherwise, it's just gonna look Otherwise, your painting is gonna look unharmonized.
Yeah, that echoes it without overtaking it, because notice that there's a lot of green to make sure that the other things stand up, but the colors of the flowers repeating the background, and the color of the house repeating the dress, and the umbrella has the same color.
Because it's like a white house, white dress. So you see, one on the top and then one on the bottom, and that way the painting harmonizes itself. Alright, so we're now for the fourth painter, Frederick Solacross. I chose this painter like more specifically because the dresses that he does are more towards the satin, very shiny, very shiny. For those that like to paint a lot of high reflective surfaces, so this is a good guy to study for as far as rendering of shiny fabrics is concerned. And like you see over here, like Lasso, and even like the guys, like it's like Lasso, sweet pastel, very high Barbie pink. And over here, the pink of her dress is echoed over here in this tropelo.
Yeah, this is almost Tintoretto saturation.
Yeah.
It doesn't get that high, but it's very, very saturated.
Yeah, it's like very blue. And even like the blue of the guy's outfit is balanced out by this weird little blue flower. So he couldn't like find a good place to draw a large amount of blue, but in order to just say that he balanced it, he just drew a splash of blue over there. So that's something you can do in order to trick the brain into thinking that the painting is harmonized, because you got blue over here and blue over there, pink here, pink over there. And whatnot. So then that's how you harmonize a painting. That you don't need to put like a very big. Oh yeah, look at the transparency here over there in the little.
Oh, you also saw a little bit of blue in the sky as well, like slightly.
Very, very, very soft muted, because it's more gold than the water and whatnot. And then over here we got different another textile merchant. Selling fabrics to the woman, and then we got like fabrics in the middle, but most of the painting is focusing, and then you notice that the fabrics of the woman are more elaborate than the ones of the noble woman, because using their outfits and their fashion, they're advertising that they sell lots of pattern dresses and whatnot. So then they're selling to the noble woman a fancy little shawl and whatnot. So then that's something that you consider to have in the outfit of the person invoke the thing that they're trying to pawn off. So since they're fabric sellers, they wear outfits that have lots of fancy patterns in order to sell their craft. And then over here we got a very muted soldier outfit being played off a very fancy pink red Phidias outfit. And then his outfit is, is harmonized. Like he's harmonizing his. Well, the gold and the black is also repeated over here, very hidden in the background in this base back here. And the pink of her dress is repeated in the fancy sheer and whatnot. And his belt, and also the feather hat. So, and the rest is just golden. And you see like the blue over here is also repeated over here. So you see it's trying to harmonize the different fabrics and elements and complexity. And since he didn't want to have like too much complex black and gold in a dress, he ended up just putting a fancy looking vase in the background that had the colors of the soldier. Time, bro?
Hey, it's still going.
Okay. And And then we have a woman listening to a guy play. And like in this painting alone, there is a ridiculous amount of fabrics. You got like this tapestry over here, the chair, the little crowns in the thing.
The bed.
The bed. Okay. The net frill. And the fancy dress, the golden pillow, the red floor, and this red mantle over here and over there, and the curtains. Like this one is very heavily reliant on textiles and patterns.
Yeah, a little bit of transparency in the bottom there and in the tiles.
And there's even some play on reflections right over here. So like, if you want to see what's the best way to go ham as far as fabrics and textiles, this is a good painting to study in order to make it in such a way that it doesn't look cluttered. Because
look at the window, the transparency of the window.
Oh yeah, this is a really good painting. Alright, and now the last painter of the day, Tango.
Yeah, it's still going.
Is Adolphe Alexandre Lesre. Like I chose it specific because I've been enjoying way too much like girly girl painting, paintings that just feature woman fashion. So then I wanted to make you aware of a painter that focus more on guy fashion. So then here we have like some fashionable looking men reading as men do in a very manly fashion.
These are pergaments, not books.
Yeah, women read books, but we read pergaments.
That's a weird word to say.
Parchment, we read parchment. Books are for girls. Oh, there you have it. Very
nice. Are there 3 musketeers? Here's 3 guys.
It could be. And then over here you got like this amazing rug. Look at all of that fancy pattern. And that fancy pattern on the rug is repeated over here on like this fancy looking chair and whatnot. And also on this guy's sleeve. So this guy came in there to color match the carpet in the background. And this guy color matches the red in the window. And this guy's in white because they want him to be the center focus. And his outfit is like, he's the one that you see the most of.
It's pink. Because pink is manly.
Yeah, pink was a baby pink. Pink is a manly color back in the day. Back in 1890. You can see over there.
And notice that he wrote it in cursive to make sure that you could read what.
Yeah, they were like in text.
Yeah, so you could read his name. You can tell whether an artist believed that his painting was good by
how well he signed it. So yeah, this guy was proud.
Like compare that to Manet and his signature.
Yeah, alright. Alright, and over here it's like a crazy way. It's a baptism of the Conde. So yeah, over here.
I see the baby right there.
Yeah, and the baby's getting baptized, and like the grandma's darting over the baby. And the woman that's carrying the baby is not the mother of the child, it's the wet nurse, because noble women, they only saw the children when they grew up. Because they had to like be pretty with it was tradition that like that rich women wouldn't like raise their children and whatnot because they were too busy being like the fashion accessory of their husbands. But I'm getting sidetracked. So over here you got like the fabrics of the musician, the kids bringing in all of the stuff, the woman singing, and the carpets on the floor. But most of the fabric stuff is located in the middle. The background is mostly architecture. But over here you get like a big interplay of different types of fabrics. Of both rich and like noble, of rich and poor. But since this is like a castle and whatnot, everyone's like dressed fanciful, even like the poor people, because even your servants were finely dressed servants were a fashion accessory within the castle setting.
It's like we're so rich that even our servants dress like kings. So there you have back there, time is still going. There you have back there 2 servants, one in the middle and the other one to the side, that are dressed with extremely well.
With luxury, because you gotta have your fancy looking servants and whatnot. So over here is the Flemish lords visiting Rembrandt's workshop. So over here in the darkness you have Rembrandt, and then all over there you have like the rich folks silently, well, very loudly judging Rembrandt's work. And then he shows in the background holding pointing out to his paintings and whatnot. Yeah, and over there it's looking at one of the paintings. It's actually a small fragment of like, it looks a little bit like, remember I did the Night Watch, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, or a small fragment of the Night Watch over there. Not like the full painting, just a smaller segment of it so that you can recognize it as, because at least as far as this painting is concerned, that's like the best painting that Rembrandt ever did. But Rembrandt is more muted towards the background because like the center focus are these two rich couple in like their fancy dresses. So that's how it made you. So that's how you can use the color fabrics in order to force the eye to know who are the main characters in this story, which are these two guys in like the brightest, loudest looking outfit, while everyone else is like in dark red or in dark gold, or even shoved off into the background.
And you can still see the rules of color matching. You know, the red on the left is in the same place as the red on the right.
Yeah, and like the blue of her skirt is being echoed over here and whatnot, and etc.
Like even in the Hollow Knight parodies that the Artsy Sister makes, you will see color matching being done.
Yeah, I try my best.
Still going.
Alright, so then I think that, and then over here I wanted for your eye to focus on less characters, so then it's just the musicians, and the one in the foreground is the soprano of the group, and she's holding, and she's reading her little song over there. And like her dress is extremely fanciful, and like the fancy green pattern of her dress, as you can see over there, is echoed in like the shirt of the guy. And the red is also echoed on the cushion. So that's something that you can consider and wonder if you don't know how to balance a painting. You just throw a random little small accessory here and there.
And you can see their patrons in that painting in the back, but they're really muted.
Oh yeah, like the portrait of the owners of the house. They're there in order to entertain these two guys, and you can tell that they're like rich people because like the bigger the frill, the bigger the puffery.
Yeah.
The more the money. That's how like rich people show that they were like powerful by the ridiculous bibs. Remember, Queen Elizabeth is the queen of like ridiculous.
Frill. She won't kill anybody who had a bigger frill than her.
Yeah.
Because
and so and the kids would be proponents of fashion. So if I
it's fine, I'll come back.
And if it doesn't,
bye bye, God bless.
It's gone.
Oh, it came back.
It came back. Good. Okay. I think that was the last painting. No, here's another. There we are. It keeps going. So over here they're showing them the new model. So yeah, over here we have two different shades of red, or red and pink, and then golden, and then red again, but in a different shade, and then yellow.
Yeah, you can see in the back the actual ship that they're showing over there, but huge way in the background. Like, look at the window.
Yeah. Oh, here it is.
Yeah. Right there is the real ship.
Yeah.
Of the model that they're showing off. So they're like, okay, this ship that you see over there, that's what it looks like.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. That's the whole armada. And these guys are grouped together in red because all of their eyes are focusing on this guy. So this guy is the judgmental prick that went to judge your work. And these are the makers of the ship that are trying to sell their fancy ship to like this random rich guy. Or maybe like a count or something. Yeah, he gives me the ear of a count. Yeah, and also since they're all like in like shorter positions and whatnot. No, yeah, these ones are like selling the younger apprentice, but I feel like the main one who designed it is this old guy that's like sitting with his cane pressed forward in the same domineering manner as this guy. So there you have it. That's how you can tell who's like the main designer or whatnot. And also he's the one that's in the foreground. These two characters are the main ones that are in the foreground. While the other guys are just there as decoration. And plus, look, the metallic bib. Only rich people get to wear the fancy metallic bibs.
So I think there are two patrons, not just one. Like two people came to buy a ship, and then the guys in the back are telling, "Oh yeah, this ship is awesome."
No, I feel like this one's the designer of the ship, and this one's like the buyer because he's more because they're connected by the color red.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Mhm.
Yeah, then the other guy, the one that's sitting down is the owner of the company, who's
yeah, and the other ones are like the salesmen, you know. And this guy's a prospective buyer. And over here, the deed of the ship. So yeah, let me see. I think that was the last painting I wanted to show you in order to I hope you have fun looking at the fancy painting with fancy fabrics. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to tell you 15 fun facts about the great painter Michelangelo. So like the first thing that like not a lot of people know is actually his full name, which is Michelangelo di Lodovico Burromate Simoni. Like he has one of those like very long names, but not as long as some of the names that you find in Cuba and whatnot. Well, but the point is that when he was saying his work, he would actually separate his name as Michael and then Angelus because he really to highlight the whole angel aspect of his name. Michelangelo was also one of the according to the biography book I read about him, he's actually the only artist in Western art that was a sculptor, an architect, and also a painter. Like think on the back of your head. Do you know? And even elsewhere around the world, do you know of any artist that does all three things? You know, so that's the very unique thing about Michelangelo in a nutshell. That he was legit a true Renaissance man, because like the whole Renaissance thing was about being good at everything, but very few were just so at everything. But he was legit good at everything he tackled. Another thing that was not well known, other than doing those things, Michelangelo also was a poet. So then here's one, and a very prolific one at that. So here's how in a good number of his sculptures, he would also attach a poem to them. So then here's a poem that he wrote to his friend, that he wrote after his friend Victoria Colonna died. She was like the only woman that he considered his friend. And a lot of people used to speculate that they were lovers because Michelangelo, he never married and he never had children. Well, any children that were legit, that would be considered legitimate, you know. So then here's what he wrote. When she who was the source of all my signs fled from the world herself, my straining side. Nature who gave us that unique delight was sunk in shame, and we have weeping eyes. Yet shall not vow for death enjoy this prize. The sun of suns which then veiled in night, for love has triumphed, lifting her up light. On earth and midst the saints in paradise. And what though remorse and impietous doom deemed that the music of her deeds would die, and that her splendor would be sunk in gloom, the poet's page exalts her to the sky, with life more living in the lifeless tomb, and death translates her soul to reign on high. See? He wrote like an awesome poem for her after she died. So then, like despite being a very talented sculptor, like he would take it as a personal offense if you call him, hey Michelangelo, if you say, hey Michelangelo sculptor, he's just a sculptor, because sculpting was considered something that only like the lower class, like sculpting that was considered something that only the lower class would do. And since he was a nobleman striving to be like a high noble and whatnot, in order to uplift his family up because they were like their family finances were slowly sinking until Michelangelo like got like uber serious about art, and then he lifted his entire family out of potential poverty and whatnot. But obviously in the letters, they wouldn't say that they were like close to the poorhouse. But then again, that's something that a nobleman wouldn't scream to the four winds saying that like that Michelangelo is working hard because like his family's in the poorhouse. No, 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 no. So yeah, that's why he would take it as a personal offense to be called a sculpture, because since sculpting was something that was labor intensive, it was considered like something that only poor people did. But secretly, in his heart of heart, of all of the things that he tackles, he prefers sculpting above all else. And this is well known because when he was like at the age of like 87 or something, like he worked all his entire life. And his last work are all sculptures. So then, well into his old age, he was like with the hammer and chisel because he just liked to shape marble into very beautiful shapes. So even went into it, so yeah, he loves sculpting, but he couldn't be like open about liking sculpting because that would make him look less fancy feast. Because you know, people were jerks back then, and they still kind of are, but you know. So yeah, so that's why Michelangelo didn't want to be called a sculptor. So yeah, another thing that like Michelangelo's work, of a lot of those, his work was heavily censored, and there was a painter specific that made his whole career out of censoring Michelangelo's painting by painting loincloth to hide out the guy's bits. But yeah, like his work was very heavily censored, like especially the Last Judgment, and even a sculpture that he made of Jesus, they'd be like, "Holy Jesus, why did you draw the Messiah as marble? Why do you sculpt the Messiah as marble? What are you nuts? What are you nuts?" So then they put a piece of bronze over the Messiah thing to hide his masculinity, because you know. So yeah, a lot of Michelangelo's were censored specifically for like the guy, both painting and sculpture, specifically for like the guy's marbles. They were shown with like women, but yeah, they just have more. The censors back in those days, they had more. They were more show with seeing a woman in the nude than with seeing like guys marbles. So yeah. And there's some painters that made their whole career out of censoring that. And then like I forgot what his name, but they used to call him like the painter of the pantaloons. Cause that was all that he was always called to like draw pants on all of Michelangelo's work. So like that's a funny fact that you can say about that.
The painter of the pantaloons.
Yeah, it's Italian. Oh yeah. Another thing that Michelangelo was notorious, despite being Angelus, he had a very bad temper. He had a very foul temper, and he was somebody that was very difficult to work with, and like he would even throw sass at the Pope. And like he survived actually 4 different popes in one, and mostly because he lived to the ripe old age of 88, and like he lived in a very turbulent time, and it was very difficult for him to like trust him. Like he would even send death threats to his own family members and things, because he'd be like, "Well, I work for all this money, my nephew, and instead of asking for your inheritance, you should have given me money and telling him to like go chill during my old age, you freaking mush." So yeah, that's where most of his threatening letters one. And also, if you see a painting or a sculpture of Michelangelo and you see that it has like a beard and a crooked nose, that's actually an artist's self-portrait, because when he was young, he got like in a fight with his best friend, or because his friend insulted his drawing. So then, like in the fist fight, he ended up getting his nose broken, and that's why he has a crooked nose all the way out to his old age, because of a stupid school fight when he was little. Oh yeah, he also lived to the ripe old age of 88, and as you can see, crooked nose. That's a secret self-portrait of Michelangelo. So before Frida Kahlo was doing her thing of making all of her portraits all about her self-portraits, he was doing his thing with his religious side.
Is that God?
Well,
he painted himself as God.
Well, more of a prophet than one. But yeah, just in painting himself in his old age, and yes, he did have big hands like that because don't forget sculpting is that you're grabbing a hammer and a chisel, and then you're like ripping pieces out of a piece of marble, and then you leave the broken pieces and put them that way. It's like to be a sculpture of marble is like very heavy labor intensive, not for the faint of heart. So like you can appreciate that.
He had great cardio.
He had great cardio. Well, he lived to the age of 88, man.
Doing the Black Plague.
doing like the 16th century. Oh yeah, is the thing right?
Yeah, still running.
Yeah, doing like the 16th century, man.
Like to put it in reference, Don Quixote was considered old at the age of 40.
Yeah, and he's twice that.
He's twice as old as Don Quixote.
Well, then again, he had good genes because like his father lived to the age of 86, so yeah.
But yeah, people keep picturing Don Quixote, but in the book it said that he was 46 years old.
Yeah, he said it right there. They painted him. No. You were considered old if you were 40 back then. No, look at that, a 40-year-old man.
He must be crazy on top of an armor.
Look at him crazy on top of no, Don Quixote was in the best shape of his life, you know? But, you know, but most people tended to croak at the age of 50 back then. So, yeah, you were considered old if you made it to the if you somehow made it by some miracle to the age of 50. So, yeah. And then we have Michelangelo, so I say, scoffing all of that, saying, I lived to the age of 88. So yeah, and shameless of us. So yeah, over here in the conversion of Saint Paul, here he painted himself as Saint Paul, you know, as we in the conversion. So you realize, so yeah, he painted himself as the main character. But it's just that this is one of his later paintings, possibly one of his last frescoes. And then since he was 88 and all of his friends were dropping, then he started naturally worrying about his own mortality and about his immortal soul, because he'd be like, everyone around me is dying. maybe I'm next. Everyone care about me. So then he started worrying about his mortality and whatnot. And then over here, he also gave away like free drawings and whatnot to like the people he liked best. And this one he gave to like someone, but I'm gonna get to him in a way later. Yeah. And it's like both Susan, like just Susan a vulture. And the top one is Susan kidnapping. What's his name? Ganymede. Remember the cupbearer?
I thought that was Prometheus getting his liver eaten.
Well, that one is the bottom one, and the top one is Ganymede. So I just cropped out so I wouldn't have to draw pantaloons on the drawing.
Yeah, that's like YouTube. It's
YouTube has issue with marbles.
It's issue with a lot of things, honestly.
Yeah.
That was string San Francisco, huh?
Yeah, well, whatever, man.
Alright, go on.
Whatever. Moving along. The other thing that he was also very a penny pincher type of person. So a lot of his drawings that survived to the modern age, including the drafts he made for like this cathedral and whatnot, were all drawn on top of different paper that he would just erase what was underneath in order to draw it. So over here you can see like los borradores, like the raw sketches beneath them being drawn on top of each other, because despite him making a big and money and whatnot, he was like very frugal. That's why they say that even though he was rich, he lived as a poor saint. And this was like he was a living embodiment of a miser that like would rather live in like utter poverty than spend a copper.
Yeah, but don't forget that his family was about to go bankrupt, so like he learned to live like that in order to survive, and
but like this was greatest highlight because like on his last year of his life, when he was 87, and his friends, they got worried that after he died that they would raid his studio, and then a lot of his work would like disappear off the face of the planet. So then they went to his studio in order to do an inventory stock of all of his belongings, and then they'd be like, okay, so we got like this chair, we got like this table, and we got 2 uncompleted sculptures. And what's underneath the mattress? 8,000 gold coins! Why isn't this in the mat? Why isn't this in the bank, you crazy Michelangelo? So yeah, so then he had money for good furniture, but he had it in his mattress saving. So like, oh, you Michelangelo, you nuts, you wacky, are you like a freaking dragon? Why you have all of your clothes underneath the mattress? So yeah. Literally. He did mattress saving. And I bet a lot of like gringos and folks watching this also probably have a bunch of gold under their mattress as well. But yeah, mattress saving has been fashionable since like the medieval. So since if it weren't for Michelangelo, you can say that if they mock you, just say, oh, but Michelangelo was a smart guy and he had his savings not in the bank but under the mattress. You know. Also,
the banks back then, they could be frozen by the church. So it's like, okay, I don't get along with the church, and the church can take my money anytime, but they can't get me in the mattress.
No, it's just that like during the Renaissance period, there was a power struggle between like one church family and the Medici popes. So then, with the popes changing, he suffered through 4 popes that they all died during his reign. So then one would like it, but then the new guy would be like, well, you got along with my enemy, so now I hate you. Now you gotta do a bunch of sculpture for me for free. So yeah, so then he dealt with a huge turbulent period in Italian history. And then just trying, and his whole focus is like, well, the world's going crazy, but I have one thing in mind. Get my family ahead. You know, he was a family guy, not like family. Well, actually, he would have the same bad humor as Peter Griffin because he was a jerk, even to his family. Like, you're wasting all of my money. And like, we know that he was a jerk because we have all of the death threats of his letters survived to modern times.
Yeah, it's like, dear deadbeat cousin.
You are wasting all the money. You will never lifted a finger your entire life. How dare you ask me for more money for your
whore and your children?
I haven't had one kid and you're just wasting none of my money. Here's the money you asked for. I hate you so much. Bye. But yeah, but in a more flowery Italian. Metaphorical. No,
I'm pretty sure.
The example that they show, they were flat out rude, angry death threats. Yeah. So yeah, another, you may not know this, but aside from writing poetry, he also did something else. He designed fortifications for Florence. So that also makes him like a military type of architect. That, you know. Like over here, these were studies for the fortification of Padro Orghini in Florencia, 1528. So then,
he made the Dark Souls castles with the
yeah, he designed the Dark Souls castles. So then, like the fortification, they were designed because ballista weapons, they were making walls useless. So then he designed a fortification that was resistant to like cannon shots and whatnot. So that is something to consider. I would have wanted to show you like the finished one, but over time, but that is one of the works of Michelangelo that didn't survive to modern time. The fancy fortification walls he made for Florence. But it's still good to know that they existed and that he made castle walls for war and stuff. So
yeah, you can thank Suleiman for that because he completely destroyed all of those.
Yeah, he's from the Ottoman, but you should definitely watch the Sultan telenovela. I think it was in Netflix for a while. I don't know if it's still there, but yeah, it was awesome. Like they say that like the actor went like uber crazy and he would stop shaving his face. Like he got super into the character that he went nuts for a while. It was very stressful for his wife and all of the ones who around him.
Didn't he leave his wife and marry the...
Yeah, and married some other chick that was within the show. Well, whatever, I forget. That has nothing to do with Michelangelo.
Except for the fact that Suleiman completely destroyed this culture.
Yeah, no, that is culture, like the fortification he made, but whatever. It lasted a little bit. So yeah, I wanted to tell you a fun quote of Michelangelo. I saw the angel in the marble and I carved until I set him free. And that was usually his approach to like all art. Like he could see a sculpture already like seeing through the marble in 3D form. And then all he had to do was just carve it out. So that was interesting. Oh yeah, I already told you that he never married and he never had children. But yeah, he made like he made a bunch of Virgin Mary with cute baby Jesus sculpture. In fact, one of his last painting was a little Virgin Mary, a statuette, a tiny Virgin Mary.
He still has the same problem with babies that we do in the real. That's not a baby. That's
yeah, it looks like a small human. Whatever. Oh yeah.
Oh, look at the eyes.
Oh, yeah. Like this one, like the Michelangelo's David, the giant David, is a symbol of Florence. Like that's why it's one of the few sculptures of Michelangelo that didn't lose his marbles, because Florence wasn't going to castrate the symbol of the city. So because the David originally was supposed to be like very up high, but then since they like the sculpture so much, they put it lower in like a place where everyone could see David's marbles out in public. And rumor has it that he was like pointed in such a way that he was looking straight at the Vatican City, because the way that Florence saw it, they were the David that were being bullied by the Vatican and the Pope. Like people usually think of like Italy as one homogeneous thing that everyone was just singing to the tune of the Catholic Pope, but no. There was a lot of power struggles between them, and like Florence, and that what the Michelangelo's David is saying, you know what, Vatican, Pope, bring it. We Florence are ready for you. and that's who Michelangelo's David is looking at us serious, and he's getting ready to throw him around to topple it down. Cause like Florence is any day Goliath Pope, I'm ready for you.
He said, "Come on me, bro."
Come on me, bro. Oh yeah, and the story of how like the David was the David was a political commission. It's an 100% like political sculpture and whatnot, because it's a symbol of Florence and whatnot. So then originally there was this huge giant piece of marble. And then a different sculpture tried to like make something out of it, but the piece of marble was so hard that it just ended up like leaving it half baked. So then Michelangelo bought the huge unfinished piece of marble. So then he just cut it out what the other sculpture had made, and then he carved out the rest of the David. So the David started as like a ginormous just think of how big the David is, and then the marble that it came from was twice as big. Just imagine just him hammering away. It took him like 5 years to make, 4 or 5 years just to make like the David alone. And you can see why you say, oh, it's just one sculpture. Yeah, but you got, like if you see it in person, it's like a giant David statue. And not just one sculpture, it's like 2 stories high or something. It's like a big David.
Which is interesting, because if that is David, can you imagine the Goliath?
Yeah.
Because David is supposed to be very small and whatever.
Yeah, so yeah, imagine if he had thought like doing a companion piece of the Goliath, and then he gives in the face of a pope or something.
Oh yeah, he did draw one of the popes in hell.
No, it was the Chamberlain in the Last Judgment. The one that made them like censor, the one that called the Pantaloon Painter to like censor is the Pantaloon Painter. In order to draw him, he drew a snake biting the junk of it. It's like in the corner left down near hell. There's like this guy that's like this in the Last Judgment. Yeah. That's like somebody. That's the guy that's responsible for all of the censorship in the Sistine Chapel, drawing pens on other guys. But he just had he didn't censor the woman, he just had a problem with marbles.
Yeah, because there's a lot of topless people in the last
Topless chicks, you know. But he just had an issue with like nuts in general. He went nuts for nuts. Moving on. Oh yeah, so the Last Judgment, Italy still has more than 300 figures. So And it's like a huge painting in one.
And they're all swole, like not just the stomach of Jesus, like the Virgin Mary's also been working out.
Yeah, look at that arm, man. That is a carpenter's wife. one that actually worked in the workshop as well.
Like she can go to Tech and beat everyone there easily.
Yeah. But yeah, I just wanted to show you a painting detail. A detail from the Last Judgment that I could actually show on YouTube. Very specific. Oh yeah, like the Pieta was one of Michelangelo's first sign work. So like in the sash of her dress, one you can read clearly Michelangelo Burromati. So it's the first painting that it's like the first sculpture that he actually felt proud and he did like, I did a good job and I want everyone to know that I made it. So then he just sculpted that as well. And just look at it, like the folds of the folds of the dress. He made marble look soft. And you see more of the Jesus sculpture. He actually delineated all of the veins in the marble statue, so it looks fleshy and alive, you know. Making soft textures on like literally a piece of rock is like, it was just a testament to just how good he was as a sculptor. He made it like very early in his life. And they would say that when like he would carve sculptures, ginormous sculptures in the same time that it would take for 5 people to do the same amount of work. And then speaking of 5 people, since he had difficulty working with others, he would always like only have like a couple of helpers. Or in the case of the roof of the Sistine Chapel, where you had like the creation of Adam and whatnot, and all of the Old Testament things. And that one was said that he painted all of that by himself for the most part. It said that he had like a few helpers bring him out the paint, and then he said like, and all the while he was writing his letter, oh God, I'm dying here. I spend the entire day getting paint falling on me all the time. And then, just because since you're painting a ceiling, obviously the paint can only fall down. So then he just, by the time he would finish his work, he would like come back to his house completely drenched in paint, like this, you know, because like the paint would drip downward. And that was his life while he was making that huge painting. And last but not least, can you see a one in the background?
Yeah.
I'm not blocking it, right?
Yeah.
And last but not least, this is Tommaso de Cavalieri. And of all of Michelangelo's lovers, he's the one that he wrote the most letters to. And he wrote a bunch of, and he sent him like a couple of friendship, a couple of drawings. You remember those bird drawings that I showed you and a couple of other ones? He sent it to this guy. And depending on which biography you read, they will say that they met. That they met when Tommaso was either 16 or 23. But the problem that we don't know his exact age is because his birth, we know when he died, but not when he was born. And yeah, so we don't know where. And a lot of them swear that they were like lovers, but you know, prove it. But they do have like all of the correspondence that they had, but they do have all of the correspondence that they sent to one another. And when Michelangelo was in his deathbed, he was also there as well, watching his dear friend die and wanted to give him company till the very end. And they also lived together for a brief period, but only after Michelangelo's father finally croaked. So yeah, he was worried about what his old man was gonna see, him moving in with like a young 23-year-old guy and whatnot. So then here's the letter, one of the letters that he sent, and the response of the guy. Michelangelo wrote, I feel as lit by fire a cold countenance, and that burns me from afar and kisses of ice shield. A strength I feel to shapely arms to feel which without motion every balance. And then Cavalieri's prize, I swear to return your love, and never have I loved a man more than I have loved you, and never have I wished for a friendship more than I wished for yours. So yeah, they have a very nice, beautiful friendship. and you can interpret these letters and every other correspondence and love poems as you will, as whether it was purely platonic or just this guy's fangirling after the great Michelangelo, the sculptor. It's just that like when Michelangelo dropped dead, like it became like this whole thing in Florence with both Rome and Florence fighting over his corpse because they wanted to be the ones, they wanted to be like, oh, the great Michelangelo is buried here. Even though in his letters he wished to have like a humble.
He was frugal even in death.
Yeah, he didn't want him to spend a lot in his death rites and whatnot. But no. They paraded his corpse all throughout Florence, and then they say that, according to legend, they say that his corpse didn't stay fresh for more than 25 days, and then the people from Florence were started to write to the Vatican saying, oh, this means that Michelangelo was a saint, so you gotta canonize him. Well, it didn't happen because like the Pope hated him, but like
the current Pope,
but like his corpse made the required days of being uncorruptible in order to qualify him as a saint. And so maybe we're gonna ascribe a few miracles to him during those days, but
maybe he's a saint. And
not this guy, man, like Michelangelo. Yeah. And this is the Michelangelo special guy friend whom he loved very much. And he sent lots of paintings and stuff too. And we all need a best friend whom we love, who we love so much. You could definitely make a nice yaoi manga between Michelangelo and this guy.
Oh, copyright. We're making that one. Like, we're totally doing a yaoi version of the life of Michelangelo and this guy.
Yeah.
We'll make them all look like shoujo characters.
Yeah, well, that's yo-yo characters.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're beefy. You ever seen the Michelangelo sculptures? They're all beefy. Everyone gotta be beefy. Like, they be hitting the gym every second of every moment. Okay, alright. I'm getting after. Alright, we're done with all of the fun facts about Michelangelo. I hope that you actually managed something, to learn something. And if not, I hope you found it remotely amusing. Bye-bye, God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to talk to you about still life, which is a very underappreciated type of painting. So what is a still life? A still life is a painting of anything that is standing still. This is pretty obvious, but yeah. That includes flowers, inanimate, I mean like physical objects like vases and seashells, coins, you know. Literally anything that you can handle with your hands and like stage it in whatever way you want, that is a still life. Alright, that also includes beautiful rendering of hyper-realistic food. So yeah. So now I'm going to talk to you about the history of still lifes. It all began the first ones to make still lifes were the ancient Egyptians. They were painting the walls of the tombs of their pharaohs, you know, paintings of foods and food and grains, so that in the afterlife the dead will have access to all those foods. So it was part of a magic, religious magic ritual to paint like the food of the dead, just in case the one that they will put in their along with their sarcophagus would spoil. That's why they would always put that's why there was always like a lot of honey in like the tombs of the pharaoh, because that was used as a preservative, and it was a food that it didn't spoil. So that way the dead would be able to eat from it. But just in case that he wasn't able to, he had like the paintings that he could eat. That he could eat the walls because they were painted with magic paint.
Oh yeah, is that the Epcot Future ice cream over there?
Yeah, that is the Epcot Future ice cream there. It does look like it. What was futuristic about it was actually the prices. Oh my god. When I saw that I had to pay $20 for like a small little scoop or little balls of ice cream, I was like, oh my god, Disney, seriously? And that was like in the early 2000s. So you can imagine how much future ice cream costs now in today's money. They probably like charge you $100. But then again, I haven't gone to a Disney park in like forever. Cause I grew up. Oh yeah. So then like the Macedonians, who are actually the ancient Greeks. Well, more specifically is the empire of Alexander the Great, the king of Macedon. That he made it as far as India with his conquest. So and he also passed by Egypt while he was conquering the area. So then the Greeks had exposure to like they saw the Egyptian frescoes or the still life, and not understanding what was the logic behind it. They started also painting inanimate objects in their frescoes because they thought, oh wow, that's so cute. Look at the Egyptians painting like fishes and animals and things. Oh, that's why it's a good decor, but they didn't understand that they had painted that in the sarcophagus for religious purposes, that it wasn't just there because it looked cute. But, the Romans not understanding Egyptian or even bothering to talk to like the local populace, they just adopted a style of art that they didn't quite understand the religious connotation and purpose behind it. So then that started to lead us into like into the Western concept of stillness. So yeah, so there you have it.
That's like a thing with the Greeks. I mean, with Greeks and the Romans, that they adopt a bunch of things into themselves, but they make it their own, and they don't quite understand what they're doing.
Yeah, they just like got it in order to be like cosmopolitan or something, and to say that they are inclusive in order to make the people that they conquer and enslave feel Greek, but no.
Cultural appropriation.
Cultural appropriation. It started with the Greeks and the Romans. While other people that would conquer other folks, they just didn't care about. They just didn't care about what they were all about. They'd be like, at least they tried. While all of the other people that would conquer other folks, they would just like completely erase their identity.
Which one exception was Nebuchadnezzar II when he conquered?
He actually allowed the Jews to like keep their cultural identity so much so that their writings like survive to modern time and whatnot.
Well, like he's the exception, not the rule.
Yeah. That they allowed the conquered folks to keep their cultural identity without forcing them to. Well, we're getting sidetracked. Okay, so that's a Greek steel life of an armor, And then eventually the Romans did the same thing as the Greeks. When they conquered the Greeks, they saw that the Greeks were like painting inanimate objects.
Are those eyeballs?
No, those are apples. Very low. It's a fresco from Pompeii, and don't forget that Pompeii got like a volcano to the face. So it's a miracle that we can even see that much of the fresco.
Oh wow, what did they use to paint that? He survived a volcano to the face.
Yeah, like they were talking about like smoldering hot ash, and that paint didn't fall off the wall. Wow, like we gotta get that paint resin because we survived a volcano to the face. So yeah. So then by the time the Romans, that's in 70 BC, the Romans also started to adopt the whole still life idea, but just painting very hyper realistic fruits and whatnot into the wall, just because it was nice looking food, just because just to have something nice to look at in the wall in the eating area, something to make you hungry. But by now it has no religious connotation. They thought it was just a fun mural idea that the Egyptians were doing without knowing that it was like for religion that they painted that. Yeah. But then eventually, like the Romans, they started to add not religious connotation per se, but more of a meditation on the afterlife. So this is an example of memento mori, and this is which is a moment to meditate on death. So yeah, if you see a skull in any painting, it usually has a. When humans put like skull there, it usually to meditate on the afterlife. And as you can see here, the Roman who painted it has no freaking idea what a human skull looks like. He painted ears. Like seriously, human ears, like No, seriously, how hard was it to find during the Roman times a human skull? There were people being crucified left and right, being left to rot there. Like, how hard was it to find like a human skull, like the human skull to like paint? But yeah, there you have it.
The ear bone.
The ear bone. Oh, seriously, dude. How hard it was to find a human skull. In those days. So yeah, that's an example of memento mori. See, in Latin and stuff. A moment to meditate on death. Seriously, ears. The human skull ears. Whatever. And then obviously the Dark Ages happened, and then artists and since everything devolves into feudals and whatnot, and everyone's like fighting all the time, the only people that had like the freedom and luxury to make art is the monks hiding away in a monastery, away from all of the blood and carnage, where they have like time to sit down and like paint and stuff. But then, since there are monks at a monastery, obviously the still lifes are only gonna show up as are only gonna appear in like beautiful Bibles that they're painting. So then over here you have beautiful strawberries and strawberry flowers, but so far they're not tied to like the Catholic religion per se. They're just there as beautiful decoration, you know, just something to jazz up the manuscript. And this one's from the Book of Hours. And then here we have other examples of still life just being used as fancy decoration. Oh, and I think this is like a songbook, because here are the musical notations and the lyrics beneath. You see it? So yeah, that's a very interesting little illustration and whatnot. And then here's a different, this one is the Black Hours. So yeah, it's a even fancier looking manuscript and whatnot. And this is the Boris manuscript. I just wanted you to be aware of that. It exists. Yeah, that one is described because the Europeans can't read this weird language. They imagine, and lots of people throughout history have tried to translate it. Then they think that it's the first joke manual. Or that it was just a fake magic book that somebody made as a joke or as a troll, and then it eventually made it to modern times. So then even the plant life is considered it's very hard for it to be identifiable. But you know, the saying that it's like a joke or something, or that it's not like a real language, that I feel that that's just like the art historians just giving up. And then just calling it a joke just because they're a joke and they haven't figured out. Just because something is unknown doesn't mean that it's a fake book, you know? Unless if they find like reading something or somebody saying, I wrote the Boris manuscript and I did it as a joke in order to troll this Catholic priest to get him to do an exorcism at my friend's house. But since there isn't like a first-hand account about the creation of this manuscript, then you can't call it a joke if there isn't anyone telling you that it's a joke. But yeah. But there you have good examples of still life. We don't know if it's like him making up flowers from his head, or that these plants actually existed during medieval times. Moving around. Alright, so then eventually oil painting was invented, and then it started to replace egg-tempera. And since oil took so long to dry, then it allowed the artist plenty of time in order to render realistic inanimate objects. And it just like with inanimate objects, you can like paint it, take your time to paint it, while if you're working with like a human sitter, the guy's gonna want to go to a bathroom break after like sitting there for like 10 freaking hours while you're like adding little dabs of paint. So then this is Still Life by Van Eyck. It's in the Ghent altarpiece. Like in one of like the weird panels, it was just painted that, yeah. But right now, since still I spent a long time within the convent when it started to be made by other people that were monks, it carried with it religious connotations after spending in a monastery all throughout like thousands of years in medieval times and whatnot. So then any future inanimate objects that were made, they were usually attached to like religious personages. So then here's a still life and whatnot, and then the passage of time, a letter, and the quill and whatnot. But it was no longer something that you would paint by itself. It was just an accessory to a painting. It wasn't its own thing anymore. It was just they would paint like realistic stuff, but not in it of itself, yeah. And this is a study of Saint Jerome, 1432, by night, I think. I forgot to put that. And this one is by Petrus Christus, portrait of a bride and groom. So then you have like the little still life and the fancy jewelry, but it's still attached to but now they only bother to paint fancy objects just to like doll up the painting and whatnot.
Yeah, and to make the triangular composition more obvious.
Yeah. But then eventually the Renaissance period came, and then this is a still life by Leonardo, a botanical study. It was the first time in a long time that flowers were just painted, but without any religious connotation. And this is a botanical study, just like a scientific drawing of an inanimate object, or in this case, a flower.
Wasn't that flower in the Boris manuscript?
Yep. See, that flower used to exist. And then this one is by Jacobo de Barbari, 1504. And it's a still life of godless, and that's a
fowl.
A fowl, yeah.
It's a bird.
It's a bird, something you eat, and a little letter in the corner. So yeah, we're officially back to the whole doing still life, but it's still, even if it's not like attached to religion, it still has some. It's still trying to convey like a message, because like it's a nice gloves, hanging out the gloves, and the bird, meaning that it's kind of like the end of an era, because with the inventions of guns and stuff, knives came the way out the window, and they were a dying breed. And the perfect example of knives now being considered a joke was was Don Quixote de la Mancha. I think Don Quixote is from like the 14th. It's from like the late 14,000s, I forget, or the 15th, around the time period, like with the eve of the Renaissance, like the knights were already considered old-fashioned, and everything they represented, it was a joke, because humanist idea, like Greece came back to being in fashion. And then, oh yeah, that's lots of food, and like whole beef and stuff. So then this is like the first time that a still life is it's a reverse, because normally still lifes are used in religious subjects, but they're like shoved up into a corner. But this time it's backwards. They had the still life in the foreground, and in the background here's the Virgin Mary coming in with Joseph. In order to go. Well, it's the flight to Egypt, 1551. It's just them arriving to Egypt and whatnot. And and whenever, and as shown in the Bible, whenever like the Jews had to like run away, whenever they had to like go hide out somewhere, they would always go to Egypt. Like the first, well, we know that Peter went out. I forgot Joseph. That Joseph went out to hide in Egypt when Herodes was after him, because he wanted to murder the Messiah. And then we also further back is when there was a drought in the Promised Land and they had no food, they had to go to Egypt because the Egyptians had stockpiled, because one of the prophets had warned them about it. But that's a story for another day. Whatever. The point is that still life in the foreground, religious subject in the background. It was just flipping them on them. And then here's somebody that made that fused both portrait and still life. And this is Spring by 1573 by Giuseppe Archibolo. And like his artwork is like always like that. It's like making a person but using 100% inanimate objects, you know, like flowers, lettuce, tomatoes, in order to render the person's face. So yeah, you should check out his artwork. It's like very fun looking. One could almost say proto-surrealism in the 1500s. Time, bro?
Still going.
Oh, okay. And then we finally reached the Baroque period, and this is Still Life, and this is Canastra di Frutta by Caravaggio. And by then Still Life were back to just being like a beautiful rendering of fruit, and they became extremely popular during the Baroque period, and during the Counter-Reformation, just to make like they would be made very small, but very hyper-realistic, that an artist could actually make a living during the Baroque period just painting beautiful renditions of fruit and apples. And it wasn't just that, it's just that during the time the Europeans were like sailing all over the world, and then they would bring back to Europe samples of fruit and whatnot, but then since obviously these items would spoil immediately, then they will have to paint those exotic items and foods in like beautiful paintings in order to have a visual reminder of like the awesome food they ate a few days ago that before it went bad. So then that's why still life of like exotic fruits and flowers became very popular during the Baroque period, because it was like the novelty of it, you know? And then this is Clarence Peter, Still Life with Musical Instruments, 1623. So then you have like fancy foods and different versions of different violins, but there isn't just a violin. It's like, this looks like a big cello, and a smaller violin back there, and a lute.
Why is there a turtle? The turtle's not still.
Oh yeah. Well, maybe it is a still life for them because the turtle stood still for a really long time. Yeah. And you see an exotic turtle with a turtle. Get me out of here. And based on the realistic way it was painting, this turtle wasn't dead. It was just like a very still turtle, so that gave the artist plenty of time to like paint it and whatnot. So yeah, Still Life with turtle.
That's slow life.
The slow life. You got your still life, and then you got your slow life. But yeah. So then, among the developments that happened during those times was the creation of the Vanita, which is a return to the Romans' memento mori, which is a meditation like you have in the foreground all of the objects of the profane world, you know, like from the world of the living and whatnot, but then in the center is a reminder that once you're dead, it all goes away. So then that's the meaning of this still life. Well, it's when it has a skull in there, it's called vanita. But it's a type of still life, you know. You got like subgenres in beneath, you know. You got like, you know, it's segmentation. So then you had this one. So then you had this thing, you know, like the world map, the knight armor, and all those symbols of past glories and whatnot.
He's like friendly reminded, we're all gonna die.
Yeah. And this is another Vanitas by Maria van Oosterwijk. And it's a reference to, and over here's like the butterfly, which is a symbol. Well, butterflies are also a symbol of the soul, because Cupid's wife psychic, she's given butterfly wings when she attains her immortality and when she ascends into godhood, because she was So then that's a reference to the soul. And then hidden here among the wilting flowers is a skull to remind you that, that this life is transitory. And just like the caterpillar that becomes a butterfly, one day we humans are going to shed our human coil, and then we also are going to become and we're also going to become butterflies and ascend, because the butterfly can fly. So then this is definitely has a lot of religious connotation and whatnot. And it also includes the world, because it's showing that that this is like the natural order since everything's gonna come to an end. So
and this time the skull doesn't have ears. That's an improvement.
Yeah, and it's missing teeth. So they use a general. They were able to dig up a stiff they were able to find an actual human skull in order to make a proper vanitas. So yeah, if you wanna just have your still life, just add a human skull and then pretend to be deep by saying, oh, everything's gonna come to an end. And say, this is not just a painting of a random object that I found in my house. This is a vanitas, which is a meditation on life and death. And then the way you got the realistic human skull, and then like, mind your own business.
Yes.
So yeah, with the Rococo period, the still life is continuous. So then, but it went from but flowers became more in the foreground, because since the Rococo was all about being light and humorous.
Sure.
It was all about being enjoying enjoying life and whatnot. Then they just wanted a fancy realistic painting of beautiful flowers before they rotted away and whatnot. Heck, even here, these flowers are already starting to croak and whatnot. So, still life, they stopped getting religious connotations, and they were no longer as serious as the vanitas. They'd be it was just, look at this beautiful painting of a flower. They just sit here and enjoy it because it makes good room decoration.
And carpe diem.
Carpe diem, enjoy the moment. And then the academy happened. and they decided, the Ingres and Nicolas Poussin in France, since they were such popular painters, and also teachers and very influential teachers, under the reign, art in Europe became very constricted, because because of their artistic preferences, they created a hierarchy of the arts, and then they put it at the bottom of the barrel. That's saying no artist should waste their time with this, and only idiots bother with it with still life. So since they said that only historical paintings were the best painting that anyone should ever make, then still life, they stopped being made because nobody was buying them, because Nicolas Poussin and Ingres, that they decided that still life were not worth an artist's time. So then it went from being something that the Baroques used to make a lot, and you could actually make a living just painting flowers and inanimate objects and fruits, to no longer being a viable business venture, because these guys decided that still life were not something that was considered art worthy, or that you shouldn't even bother with it, And I think that one was...
Well, it explains why a lot of academic paintings don't actually have tiny still lifes in there, or even any decoration. Usually just a guy with a black background.
Yeah.
Or trees.
Mm-hmm.
There's usually a guy with a landscape, but there was never still life decorations.
Yeah. The background ends up being very muted, because your painter teacher will be well, what is that over there? It's a vase. And what is the historical connotations behind that vase? And then he'd be I painted it there because it was cute. And they said, no. In historical paintings, everything has to have a meaning and a purpose. And if it's not historical related, or it doesn't have a deep religious meaning, it has no business being there. So we erase it, and then they would erase it and stuff, because painter people be jerks like that. Painter teachers back in those days were jerks like that. Well, I don't know how they are right now, but I just there's a lot of letters of painter artists complaining about their horrible academic teachers and how it killed their joy of painting.
Gustav Klimt.
Yeah, definitely Gustav Klimt. He'd be well, I am super rich, so I can paint whatever I want. And if I'm not gonna paint for the many, I will paint for the few. Which was his way of telling all of the art academics people, and even the art movement that he founded, because they had an issue with him painting with solid sheets of gold, because they'd be like, dude, go stay clean, stop flaunting your wealth. Here we are eating a brick, and you're painting with gold, with actual gold.
I am too privileged to care about what you have to say.
I am too privileged to care about your opinions and go away. I'm going to paint, if I want to paint with oil, with gold, that's my bit. Well, we're getting sidetracked. Okay, so yeah, you start seeing still life. They stop the production line altogether. But then Impressionism happened, and then you know that a lot of the Impressionist painters, they have a ridiculous amount of still life, and most of them are flowers, and that was just them rebelling to the establishment. They'd be like, wait, so you don't like paintings of flowers? Well, here's 1,000,000 paintings of flowers, so take that. So yeah, this is the Van Gogh, the sunflowers.
One of like 1 billion.
Yeah, like he made it like 12 or 13, and for his friend Paul Gauguin that he liked a lot until he decided to like go cut him. But I spoke about it in a different blog. So yeah, you can check out my Van Gogh blog where I explain why Van Gogh wanted to cut Gauguin's ear off.
And what he did when he didn't.
And what happened when he wasn't able to get a hold of him, because Gauguin fled to Tahiti to get away from his debts and from like the many that wanted to cut him. So yeah, Mary Cassatt painted lilacs. But you see, different Impressionist painters painting flowers. And even in realism, even realist painters like Gustave Courbet, they also made still life, because the Academy, they see the Academy as the establishment and the source, and also the right hand, and also part of the. Since the Academy was the only ones that were allowed to paint for like the kings and whatnot, the realists also rebelled against the rule, because they saw them as a symbol of repression, because they'd be like, well, what do you mean? Who died in this and made you the king of painting that says that I can't draw rotten fruits and pomegranates? You know, like, art is subjective, you know? Like, who says that that it's a waste of time to paint like fruits and whatnot, you know? You should let the viewer decide, you know? So then it was just different types of painters and art movements rebelling against the Academy that said that like still life shouldn't be painted. And then Paul Gauguin, a still life with fruits, but he also painted a mug that has his face on it. So it's like a weird self-portrait, but still also a still life, because it's a mug.
I wonder if he really had that mug. Like, he asked the people in
Well, I have a different book by there that shows that has a photograph of that mug. So,
so that mug exists. He has a mug with his mug on it. Okay.
Yeah, a mug with his mug on it. Mugception. And then Still Lifes in Cubism by Pablo Picasso. But yeah, like once you got to modern times, like the Impressionists made a point, and the individual self-expression became like the norm, and individuality became, and originality became liked and appreciated. So then now the academy painters, who were like the dictators of art, and they caused a lot of impressionist painters to like practically almost start to that. Their Barcama made it so that now academy painters, especially of the 1800s, they are now the ones who are almost practically forgotten and that nobody remembers. And while in like academies and whatnot, the only thing that they teach is like impressionist painters. So it's like big irony. Okay, so we got like Cubists. And then Jet Messenger through 1916, you know, another Cubist still life.
Is that a cat?
I don't see the cat.
Oh no, that's.
Yeah, well, that's Cubism for you. You gotta think fourth dimensionally. And here's a Botero still life.
The fruit are fat.
I don't know. I like Botero. It makes me smile.
Is that a fat knife?
Yeah. Is it still right?
Yeah, it's still right.
Yeah.
Primitivism, right?
Yeah, that's what they call it, but just call it boterismo. You know, it's its own unique thing. Yeah. You know, it doesn't have to fall under a title umbrella. It just its own ninja way. You know.
Yeah, he's got his fetish and he likes to draw it.
Alright, here's a surrealist still life, which is in French it's "Ceci n'est pas une pipe," which in French means this is not a pipe.
I believe him.
There you have it. But it's still a still life of a very hyper-realistic looking pipe, and underneath it says this is not a pipe. Well, I guess you could say, I mean, you can see it, but you can't pick it up or smoke it.
Maybe he wrote that to say, this is so real that I need to warn you that it's not a pipe so you don't get confused.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, with some realist painters, you gotta be asleep in order to get it, and then hyper focus on it. And this is a still life in pop art. This is Andy Warhol doing photo manipulation on grapes and whatnot in order to create these different sets of photographs, or fanciful photographs of grapes and whatnot. So yeah.
Very 80s.
Yeah, this is very this is well.
I know that it's not from the 80s, but the 80s color palette copied this a lot.
Yeah, but yeah.
He was way ahead of his time.
Yeah. Well, he started it. He created the 80s from the 70s, from the 60s and 70s. Well, a lot of things are reactions to other things in one. And that's it. We are done with this still life lecture. I hope that I inspire you to draw the inanimate objects in your house, because it just might end up in a museum. But, and if you want to be deep, don't forget to shove in a human skull, in order to pretend to meditate on the afterlife.
Oh, you should totally make a still life of that with like the switch controller in the middle.
Yeah. You enjoy your games now, but it's all gonna work. Okay, bye-bye, God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted for you to get to know 5 great landscape painters that you should know. The first one on the shopping blog is Caspar David Friedrich. He was a German Romanticist landscape painter, and Romanticism is basically, when applied to landscapes, is you want to convey a type of emotion when you're looking at a landscape. Sometimes just looking at the awesomeness of nature, or feeling very humble, or even try to inspire a bit of religiosity out of you. So this one is called Innocence. So you have a little girl in the forest, a small little girl in the foreground, and she's picking up flowers in the field. You know? Let me show you another one. Like this one is a ruined monastery, and I don't know if you can see it, but like over here, like the monks are making their way there on pilgrimage. So
that looks like something out of Dark Souls. Like it's very
yeah, it's very dark and gothic. You know, like it's like Friedrich, later in his life, he ended up suffering from like depression, so he ended up isolating himself from the world, and like.
So let me guess, that one was early, and this one's way late when he's like at the brink of like killing himself.
No, he didn't kill himself. He just died alone, very deep.
Oh god, that's sad too.
Yeah, but his friends would check up on him every so often. They just felt bad that such a great guy would like shun society and whatnot, cause you know. They didn't quite understand mental health problems back in the 1700s and whatnot. So, you know, they had no way of treating that other than like shutting you away, or hitting you with a stick, or drowning you, or burning you. The way that mental health problems were treated by them were awful, and they were borderline on torture. So the least said about that, the better.
But you can see the change in style from his early work to like post-depression.
Yeah, that where when he looked at nature, he saw was bleak and dark. You know, because it's not just painting nature; it's what you choose to paint. You know, because the subject matters. Because what you choose to paint also matters them just as much as the painting itself. Yeah. And this one is The Sea of Ice, 1824. That's another one of his very last, among his last paintings. paintings and whatnot. And you know, oh, and over here you can see like the boats already like capsized over there, so. So yeah, ice and desolation.
Is that Pride Rock? Like, is Mufasa there?
No, it's the polar ice cap. We're way up north. Think Helsinki or something.
Oh wow.
It's cold, very cold last week. So yeah, it's desolation, and there's already, and the ship already looks dead in one. It's already capsized. It's like pre-Titanic, you know? And this is so portrait of himself, but with his back turned to the audience, because he wants your gaze to be focused on the landscape that he chooses to paint and his overall bleak world point of view and whatnot. So he calls himself the wanderer of the sea of fog. And like usually in our history, this was like the first painting that they show you of Caspar Friedrich.
It's like the most epic painting in the history of epic paintings. Just look at that. Like you can hear this painting goes.
Oh yeah, because like you see how like the clouds are moving very quickly. Yeah, that's epic. And here's another one: two men looking at a fancy moon. So I guess this time he painted himself with like the friend that would check up on him every so often to be certain that he was like still alive and one. And you know, just looking at the forest, looking at the fancy moon and a tree about to tip over. But it's a nice, perfectly balanced and whatnot. It's a good painting.
Yeah, he balances the dead tree with his live friend.
Yeah.
So it's very symbolic.
Yeah, but think about it. It's a tree that's about to fall off that is dead, barely hanging in there, while a rock that is sustaining the tree. So, you know, so it's very symbolic. He's leaning on, the same way that the rock is, the tree is leaning on a rock, he's leaning on his friend. You see? So so both these two humans echo the nature as well, you know? Because like his rock, his good friend is the thing that's keeping him from like falling over tipping over the edge, you know? And it's still allowing him that, even though like the tree looks almost half dead, it still has some greenery up here, so that he's still hanging in there. Even though
he's still alive.
He's still alive, even though he's like about to fall off. Oh, is he still running?
Yeah, it's still running.
So yeah, it's a very symbolic painting. Alright, the next painter that I want you to know is called Shilde Hassan. He's like an American painter. He's an American painter that like did landscapes and urbanscape, and he's famous for having more than 3,000 paintings. Like he painted a lot. And he's like from the 1850 to like the 1900 to like the early 20th century.
So this is not American Impressionism. This is just
No. Yeah, this is an American guy. It's an American Impressionist. It's a gringo.
He has almost as many paintings as Bob Ross.
Yeah. So yeah, a nice seascape with some chunks on the bottom and over here.
Like American Impressionism is interesting. I do know this one because it happened a little bit way after the regular Impressionism happened. They just looked at it and said, "Oh wow, that looks cool."
Yeah, like the Impressionism in America started a little later, and but what that means is that they killed over later as well, you know. So yeah, this is like a watercolor painting, a watercolor urbanscape, you know. So you can see like the soft hues and whatnot, and just him sketching nature and people and going about their urban lives.
That's another thing. A lot of people think that landscape means that there are not going to be any humans, but you can have humans in a landscape.
Yeah, as long as the humans are just there for decoration and not the center focus. See, this guy is just there in order to balance out the trees and whatnot, see? And, you know, you see the city and the trees and all of the other stuff.
Oh, wow.
This one is Celebration Day, and it's like a huge parade of flags and whatnot. But you see that there's people here, but they're just implied with little dabs of paint because the center focus is all of the fancy, colorful flags and whatnot. Yeah.
What are they celebrating? What were the flags?
Well, the Red Cross.
Yeah.
Maybe they're coming back from like a war or something.
Yeah, it looks like a winning a war parade.
Yeah, I mean, like, he painted what close to World War I and one. He was still alive when World War I was going on and stuff. And he has the same topic but from like a different angle in the city. So you see all the fancy flags and whatnot and the parade is around this time. Just, because also when people think of landscape, they imagine that like landscape is just like trees and whatnot, but no. Landscape is like a whole thing. And then it's all divided into specific, like the forest scene, the seascape, the cityscape, but it's all part of the whole landscape thing, where the scenery is more important than the humans inhabited it, than the human characters. And this one is a woman holding a little red rose while looking at the thing. Like this one is like it's not so much. It's like since she's so much in the foreground, it doesn't. I don't know if it really qualifies as a landscape, but you still see a lot of like nature and whatnot. But and like the red rose is directing your view in order to look at the sea. So basically, she's waiting for like she's probably waiting for like a lover, or she misses like her dead lover and whatnot. Because that's how I interpret this painting and whatnot. Because she's sitting there by the sea in a rocking chair waiting for someone to return home. Alright, here's the next landscape painter that you should know. He's called Van Early. Okay, he painted from like the early like 1915 and he died in the year 2000. So.
This looks like artificial intelligence art, but it's not. This is all.
Yeah, he painted it. Like this painter, he got into the whole painting scene because like when he was 10 years old, he got polio and then that severely limited his mobility. So then he'd be like, I might as well do as Frida Kahlo did when life through her physical hardship and just become a painter. So yeah. And he also had like a difficult family situation because like his father was like he was your typical 20th century Jew, like wife beater and whatnot. So he had like a difficult childhood and whatnot. So, but he is best known for painting the background scenes of some of Disney movies that I wanted to show you. And not like the later Disney movies, like somewhere between, like the 50s one. Like the best example of his work is the Sleeping Beauty. Like all of those crazy elaborate backgrounds.
Do you have that here so I can see it?
Nope. I don't want like Disney to go jumping.
Oh yeah, I forgot that Disney now.
Oh yeah, like his work was more stylized and whatnot. And see here, like it's bordering on abstraction because this is like Central Park, New York, and here are the Twin Towers. Or maybe here, I don't know. The point is that it's like reducing the landscape to like the bare minimum essentials. So you see, it's like very stylized. But that's another way that you can render the landscape. Oh yeah, I think this was more. This is one. I think this was.
That was Sleeping Beauty.
Yeah, that is definitely Sleeping Beauty. Yeah, look at them Sleeping Beauty trees. and like it says, because like it works so hard in the background, and Sleeping Beauty tanked big time. I don't know, maybe they thought, the parents thought that Maleficent was way too scary.
I'm an adult and I think Maleficent is terrifying.
She's cool. It's like a cool boss battle in like the Kingdom Hearts game. Very difficult. But I won't talk about Kingdom Hearts. We don't talk.
This one's also Sleeping Beauty.
Yeah, man. Like also, if you notice, like the style of his horses, eventually, like the Mulan horses are drawn like this. Remember, in this type of style, like you see how stylized it looks and whatnot. Like you can see that even though they haven't used his artwork and like forever, this still uses his style like the Disney from the 20th century, you know, like not that I'm not talking about the new style that showed up after the year 2000. This is like this is like 20th century, not 21st century, you know. Back when Disney used to draw things by hand, like you see, like the horses, they're like they're like those types of horses. They became more common, and then here's a fancy seascape. Also very stylized, but like if you picture the eyeball, it looks like, you know, it has all of the essentials to convey the ocean and whatnot.
That's weird because a lot of AI art right now appears to mimic this. So they took a lot of, like the machine took a lot of inspiration from this as well.
Yeah, but they probably fed all of the license-free paintings into the robot. But no. This wasn't painted by a robot. This was painted by a human. Actually, 1990 up there. It said The Wave.
Like the robot seems to really like that.
Okay, so the next painter that we're studying is Frederick Church. He's like an American romanticist landscape painter from the Hudson River School. Like basically, that school was just was documenting all of the landscapes that they saw throughout the Hudson River, but they had a purpose. They were lobbying for the creation of national parks. So it was for national parks. So it's a combination of painters and environmentalists. So then they will paint those beautiful areas almost untouched. Well, over here you already start seeing like man interfering, because even though it's a landscape supposed to convey the beauty of nature, there's already hints of human settlements and whatnot. But as you can see, like the land is fighting back and reclaiming what rightfully belongs to it, because the house is decaying and it's practically almost fused into the landscape and whatnot. So what I'm saying is that like we're ruining like all of these beautiful American vistas and like with like capitalism and whatnot. And this is what and so then we're gonna document it before it gets lost forever.
Which is interesting because right now there's a movement to get rid of national parks and turn them into urban scapes. So this goes back to that same argument of what to do with those lands. Do we want to ruin how they look, or do we want to?
Although we want to present it so that future generations can like enjoy the beautiful majesty of nature and whatnot. And then here's above the clouds. This one definitely doesn't show any hints of human habitation and whatnot. So yeah, these are legit how it used to look back then before somebody took a steamroller through them. And this is the Aurora Borealis, 1865. Very nice. Oh, and here's a little human ship. So yeah, like this area isn't as desolate as it appears to be, because like humans are already there, starting to like pollute the place.
No, but it's like talking about how minor and insignificant we are in the awe.
Yeah, in the awesomeness of nature, that we're just a minor speck. And this is Niagara Falls, as seen from the American side, 1867. So this is how the Niagara Falls used to look like before. Oh yeah, and look over here, like a little place for like a person to look at stuff. Like this is how this place. Oh, and here's a rainbow. So this is how Niagara Falls used to look like before it became like a tourist hotspot, and like tourists started. It's ironic, like tourism is what like helps it's a thing that helps to kind of have preserved Niagara Falls, but it's also, like a lot of tourist activity, it's also ruining like the landscape and the vistas of this natural wonder. So you know, potato. I'm not making you an environmental like argument. I'm just showing you what the Hudson River people were all about. They're the eco people.
The eco painters.
The eco painters. So instead of so that's a low hanging fruit idea. I mean, like instead of like going to museums to ruin like works of art and whatnot, maybe try the Hudson River approach, because they were actually successful in creating national parks. by creating art instead of vandalizing it.
No, you know that it's easier to vandalize. Like all you gotta do is like in 2 seconds throw some paint on something, and then it automatically.
Yeah.
It's harder to learn how to paint and show your point.
And make your point through by creating art than by destroying it. Like that is one thing I don't like. Vandalizing art is something that I don't like.
Well, you're the Artsy Sister.
Yeah. Like only somebody that creates. But of course, I can't expect folks that never created an artwork in their life to like understand how like artists feel when they see a beautiful painting like being defaced. And I know that you're like trying to like say nature and whatnot, but here, do it. They had some real approach. Be creative about it. Like they were successful. They created the first national parks in the U.S. You know, yeah, and that's a bit you know they love you to create Yellowstone Park. So you know this method is a proven method that actually works.
Better than throwing paint at a painting or dynamite or putting dynamite
on the thinker's leg. Because like the reason why the thinker's legs are like melted off is because somebody like vandalized it by putting dynamite on him.
They thought it was gonna blow up, but the thing is very strong.
Yeah, like the bronze thinker survived that. And anyway, think of that, whatever. Moving along. Don't vandalize paintings. Artists were very hard to make them. Instead, make art in order to like guilt people into making national parks. It works. This method works better. Oh yeah, so then it's the rainy seasons in the tropics, 1866. So you see, you even put like a rainbow and everything. The double rainbow. So yeah, and then you are the tiny humans making their way to this beautiful landscape, but without ruining it. See? Alright. And the last painter that I wanted to show you is called Ivan Aivazovsky. Can you guess where he's from? Russia. From 1817 and to the 1900s. Like this guy, he was the official painter, but not for like a king and whatnot, but for the Russian Navy. Like he did all of his military service, not by just painting like seascapes and whatnot. And he was said to have photographic memory. And there's like at least 6,000 paintings that are 100% known to have been created by him. But according to the historical documents, he actually had 10,000 paintings. So we don't really know about the authorship of those other paintings. Are not like 100%. No. Not like the historians are not 100% certain that he made them, but it's known through letters and through military documents just how many paintings that guy made.
Wow, Bob Ross into your heart. Wow.
No, it's just the guy had photographic memory, so while the other painters were slowed down by the fact that they had to make different planning stages and whatnot, he can just go directly in. He could just make the painting directly with oil, and then just get it out of the way as quickly. By the time one painting finished drying, he was already making the other one. Like, do the math. How many paintings do you have to draw per year in order to make it? Let's go with the low estimate to have 3,000 paintings done. Yeah, let's say 3,000 divided by 300.
You have to make at least 16 pages a day in order to be able to make 3,000. Over the course of 20 years.
Well, yeah, he painted a lot.
Like, I'm assuming that he only painted for 20 years.
Yeah, or 30 or 40. Well, actually, he lived a long time, like 1817 and 1930. Yeah, but let's say that he painted for like 40 years.
Yeah, because he didn't paint when he was a baby.
Yeah. Like, you can't paint when you're a baby.
And let's give him 20 years to learn how to actually paint.
Yeah. That's a conservative estimate. That he painted for 30 years, so 30 years divided by 3,000. So let's say that he had to make at least 100 paintings per year in order to make it to 3,000.
Yeah.
That's
3,000 now. If it's 10,000, then what are we talking about here?
Yeah. And these are not like simple paintings. It's just very complicated. It's called Scenery Battle of Sesame at Night. So it's like ships exploding. We got like some people leaving the little boats. It's like a very complicated painting. And the moon in the top.
And he's like sitting there painting all of that.
Yeah, while the action is going on. Yeah, that's the advantage of having photographic memory. You don't need the camera, he is the camera. And then, a nice scene. Yeah, by the mountain Vesuvius over here, see? So yeah, stay away from it. Like, Vesuvius is the name of the volcano that destroyed Pompeii. So over there it's erupting. So like, if you're like a tourist and you think that like Vesuvius did, like, the volcano still erupts. Here it is, erupting, documented. So yeah, be careful when hanging out in Pompeii. You don't want to end up like those Roman chumps. And here we are by Egypt. See? Here we have one pyramid and two other pyramids.
This guy's been through a lot of places.
Yeah, he was a Navy officer. Of course, he got around 1895. And over here, the ships at the Theodosia raid, 1897. So yeah, here by now you'll start seeing that the ships, they're no longer sailboats, they're getting fancier. Oh yeah, is it still running?
Yeah, it's still running. I see the red.
Yeah. So yeah, by now like the ships have gotten fancier and whatnot. So yeah, it's fun to see like the old sailboat contrasted against the fancy modern iron ship. So just looking at his paintings over the top is a good way to see the evolution, how the Industrial Revolution changed the way that ships were made. And we are done. I hope you found this landscape lecture amusing. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you 20 spooky paintings and illustrations. More like a little Halloween thing. I kept it all from like before the modern era for the most part, because like spooky stuff was like uncommon back in like the old days, and I wanted to show you like some old art. So yeah, so the first one is from 1904 by Theodor Kittelsen, and this is a water sprite. And like in Germany, there was always like, it's like a type of water spirit. Or here you see it like getting out of the water where it would drown people. So it seems like a good subject for like a horror movie or something. So yeah, like spooky stuff. This one is by Albert Studer. It's St. John devouring the book from the Apocalypse. 1498. Yeah, whenever like the Catholic Church wants to like scare the living bejesus out of people, they do scenes from the Apocalypse. You should read it, like, even if you like don't wanna like, even if you like hate Bible and religion and whatnot, you should at least give a read to like Apocalypse, because like the description of the stuff that happened there is like very creepy and insane. And this is like a perfect example of it. Some guy eating a book and the angel like in like a weird shape, because
the book tells you what it tastes like.
It says that it tastes like sugar. So yeah, that's like this is yeah, it's very rare. Like if you wanna like do like a horror or something, but like you also wanna make it religious for tax purposes or whatever, you can definitely do Apocalypse. But like 100% do exactly what's described there, because you get crazy images like that.
Yeah, it says that it was sweet to the taste but bitter in the stomach. So right?
Yeah, I gave him an indigestion. Okay, this one is Arno Böcklin. He was a Swiss symbolist, and it's 1896, and this is war. But it could also be like the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, because you see 1, 2, 3, and I think that there's another horse somewhere in the background, but yeah. And then here we have Death Ride not being no cool about it, and the other incarnation. So yeah, because here's a fourth guy. You see it over there. Yeah, 4 horsemen and whatnot, and then like the city burning in the background, so it's like a creepy imagery and whatnot. You know, like it brings anger, despair. War is not. It doesn't matter how you paint it. War sucks. And like a lot of people that are like right now in war in like the Middle East and like the Ukraine and whatnot and Russia and whatnot. I pray that things get better soon and like stop fighting nonsense. I hope that peace comes, cause like that war is always terrible, mostly for the civilians who like get caught in the crossfire. Alright, so then we got Phidias, a monastery ruins in the snow. Like I have already shown this one before for like the landscape, so then I wanted to show it to you again. Like this is like this guy has a lot of like spooky stuff. You can almost see it like in Haunted. Like if you want to have like a good idea of like what spooky scenery looks like, this is like perfect. And over here you see even graveyard, so this is like perfect for atmospheric type of horror and whatnot.
Yeah, it's almost something out of like Dark Street.
Yeah, or Dark Souls 2. The explosion chamber. Ah! It's gonna start snowing soon, and then the lightning horses are gonna come. Oh god, the forever respawning lightning horses. Whatever. I'm just having Dark Souls 2 bad flashbacks. Moving on. Okay, this one is Tante Gabriel Society, how they made themselves, 1864. Over here you see them meeting mirror move versions of themselves, and during those times it was like people were interested in running into their doppelganger, and there was even like a weird short story about it and whatnot. It was just a weird type of phobia that they had in like the 1800s. And like whenever you met your body double weirdly like that, it was always a bad omen. Cause over here it seems like a vision of the future where this guy has like the sword and the girl, it seems like she's dying and whatnot. So, and they both look miserable, and the normal humans are like, what is going on here? So it's like us before, but in like the romanticist, no, this is but the pre-Raphaelite version of it.
Like to be fair, we have metal doppelgangers. They were pretty nice. I don't know why people are so smart about that.
Yeah, why do they say that they represent bad omens? Yeah. Then again, bad things did happen afterwards. Nah. But moving on. Yeah. True. I mean, and even in the Us movie, as soon as like they met their doppelgangers, all hell broke loose. So yeah, there you have it. So the whole Us thing is not like an original concept. It's been around for like a while. Like maybe he read out the Dante, Jordan Peele is probably more knows a lot more about art than he lets on. Cause it's not cool to know about art in like Hollywood and be literate and stuff. I don't even know why. Huh? This one is Conquistador, the Visions of Death. So there it is. Like there is death riding out on like his horse and like demons and stuff in the background. And the reason why I wanted to show you this one is because, in specific, is that it reminds me of like a scene from like Fantasia. Remember like the last scene where Night on Bald Mountain, where the devil wakes up and then he starts doing like the witch's stab about Purgisnacht.
Yeah, the demon is specifically called Chernabog.
Chernabog. There, so yeah. So that seems like a crazy scene from that scene and whatnot.
Not to be confused with Carnabog, which is the one from Monty Python.
Yeah. That's the weird stuff. This one is a page illustration by Harry Clark, and well, he has other stuff like that if you like this spooky weirdness. And it's called Tales of Mystery and Imagination, but I know the specific illustration is from the Mask of the Red Death. Here we have by the clock and like the party people like freaking out because like Red Death showed up. And if you notice, the severed head that he's holding up is actually like the monkey from like the murders of I forgot what that novel was called. Like the one where the monkey goes on a killing spree. It's hilarious. Whatever. You Edgar Allan Poe fans, please put in the description the title of the book. Yeah, well, but I don't know if you feel like it. Whatever. This is most people only know the short stories anyway. I can, which is the only thing that I consider good of Edgar Allan Poe anyway. So yeah, The Mask of the Red Death. And this one is by Ivan Ivasovsky, obviously a Russian painter. And it's a seascape. Like there is like most of his seascapes are like pretty tame, but I found like a very spooky looking one. And because over here like the ship is sinking, you could almost say that it's like remember like they recently did a terrible movie called the last trip of the Demeter or something. Dracula on a boat eating people. And this looks like something that from that episode of Dracula on a boat eating people. So yeah, that's why I chose this painting as a picture, because I questioned more like spooky painting, but I wanted to be one per artist. I didn't, so that way you become aware that there are other types of painters and whatnot. Because then it would just be like a bunch of Gustav Doré paintings and whatnot. This one is by Ivan Karamskoy, Tamara and the Demon. Like it's based on like a poem and like a short story. The maiden Tamara, she's like she's being constantly hounded by like a demon and whatnot, and it murders everyone like tries to get close to her and whatnot, but they two eventually romance and they fall in love. But because the way that Tamara looks at it, she doesn't see the demon as like a monster. She perceives him as like a tortured soul that has been alive way longer than he should have, because like he's an immortal being, always forever tormented. So then, like eventually, she kisses him, and then but then immediately dies because like she kisses a freaking demon. So then, since God feels sorry for her for all of the terrible sin that happened to her, he took her to heaven as a big middle finger to the demon, because then the woman is now in heaven, the demon is now back to being forever alone. So then here's the moment where like the chick is croaking after the demon stupidly kissed her and she kissed him, and then the reason why she has her hands crossed like that is because she's ascending to heaven, so she's not going to be with him anymore, so he's going to go back to being alone and miserable.
Is that the same demon that they threw a fish at in the Bible in order to exorcise?
He had other women.
There's a story in the Bible where there was like this demon killing every husband that the wife had. So then Raphael, the angel, told this person to use a fish to the demon.
It's like the first time in the Bible where they actually give you the steps to exorcise a demon. So
it involves a fish.
So yeah, if you're having like demon troubles, read that story and like get yourself a fish. It's good. That's why the exorcism from the movie Exorcist failed, because he forgot the fish.
I wonder why they don't read those in like church.
They always read like the same boring stuff, and like I mean, like, the Bible is one of the fattest books in the history of books, so they could easily just run you through the entire Bible like 1 hour at a time throughout church, and
read the one where the Lord decapitates a king.
Yeah,
that one's awesome.
Yeah,
that one's metal.
Yeah, but and the other one where God tells that prophet to go marry like the biggest whore in the entire village, and to make her an honest woman and forgive her when she falls back into her old habits. So,
or the one where he tells the two daughters to get their father drunk and then...
Once you get into Genesis, it gets like crazy. We're gonna talk about Genesis.
It's in the Bible.
Yeah.
Moving on.
But if it's the other way around, it's bad. But if it's the daughters getting the father drunk and God told them to, then it's different. Whatever. Crazy stuff.
The Word of God.
Word of God. Amen. Whatever. Tamara and the Demon. Moving on. Okay, this one is Johann Peter Hansen Kleber. He was a German painter, 1810 to 53, and then the title's in German, Die Gestorte Nachtruche. But based on the context of the painting, it's basically like there's something making noise in the middle of the night, and they're freaking out. You know, like how many deaths have they happen in like real life? Like this is a problem that like people freak out very easily. You know, that you wake up in the middle of the night because there's some weird noise, and I think here he is with his musket, and like the wife is like, "Oh my God, husband, do something about it." And over here you can see that he has a uniform, so that guy is not like no pushover. He's a soldier.
Yeah, he sleeps with that bayonetta next to him.
Yeah, but he has his hysterical wife being hysterical. And then over here, if you look at the corner of the painting, you see the reason why there's noise. The cat. You see the cat?
The cat's making throwing down horseshoes.
Yeah, because that's what cats do. The cats love to throw things in the floor. So then he's like, what is going on? So that cat's going to get a bayonetta to the face. Because that was a fashion in those days. So like their pet. And even like his eyes are. So yeah, that's why they're like freaking out. Because
the cat's having the zoomies in the middle of the night.
Yeah, the cat is going having the zoomies in the middle of the night and it freaks everyone out. And who knows, maybe it's not even their cat, maybe it's a neighbor's cat that like got inside through the open window because they had to leave the windows open because there's no freaking air conditioner in the 1800s. Yeah. So yeah, it's the neighbor's cat being a jerk and then the neighbor's freaking out in the middle of the night. But yeah.
At least it's lucky it's a cat and not a bear because that did happen also.
Yeah, well, but they're more in the city. But yeah. Oh, and over here you can even see the hour when it's happening. It's like 1:34. So yeah.
Oh yeah, we will be asleep by then.
Yeah. So there you have it. So yeah, it's spooky stuff happening in the middle of the night. Alright, this one is by John William Waterhouse, The Magic Circle. I thought that this would be a very Halloweenish painting to show it. Witch drawing a magic circle with potions and whatnot, and her pet crows watching her and cheering her on as she does her magic stuff. And he has a lot of like medieval subjects and whatnot, and he actually, other than this witch, he also painted Circe a couple of times. Because the Pre-Raphaelites, they weren't so much into demonizing like witches and whatnot. They had a more openish mind about it. And they also hated how art became after Raphael, so that's what they call it Pre-Raphaelite. They're like, art was awesome until this bastard showed up, and then art was terrible and then. But we're gonna make art before Pre-Raphaelite, so yeah. They made an unorthodox type of painting, just showing a witch with all of her, we're just making like a spell. Oh, and look, and here's a human skull. Witchcraft and whatnot, necromancy.
That makes it a meditation on death, right?
Yeah, a Benita.
A Benita.
And look, and here's a little frog too. But yeah, and she's being in the wilderness. Oh, and you can kind of see like the town nearby, so yeah.
Yeah, there's a still like with a Benita in that painting.
Yeah, a crow on top of a human skull, so yeah. And then over here like the spell components, and she also has more spell components in like her sash and whatnot. And even like a sickle, so oh yeah, and you can see that the point of the magic staff is a burning, so that's how she's drawing the magic circle with like fire dirt on her, with like a pointed tip and whatnot. So yeah, like Harry Potter and stuff, and like all of the modern like magic users, the wand has to be bigger. You see how long that is, like how big the wand. It starts here and then it ends over here. It has to be at least to be a proper magic one. It has to be at least 3/4 of your body height.
Yeah, otherwise just with those pointing things that they use.
Yeah, those pointers that you use for like the board one. But no. With like a long magic one, you can draw your like little magic circles. You can shoot lightning, and don't forget the knife.
Yeah,
the knife. Blood. That's blood with the knife. Whatever. Bueno. This one is John Henry Fuseli, The Nightmare. whatchamacallit, like most of Fuseli's artwork is like this. So if you like want to see a bunch of like spooky stuff, painting, weirdly disturbing stuff, yeah, this is like the guy for you to look at. He's a romanticist.
Like, have you ever had a dream where you feel like something's standing on top of you and you can't move? That was standing on top of you.
Yeah, it's kind of like, you know how it was then how it just has sleep paralysis. It's how the people before like science became more sciencey, how they interpreted sleep paralysis, that there was a demon standing right on top of your chest and making it hard for you to breathe and whatnot. And if it's like a woman, the demon that was bothering you is usually was an incubus. And if you're a guy, the demon that stands on top of your chest is a succubi. And then there's like a very voyeuristic horse demon watching. Cause why the hell not?
Yeah, like if you see Beaster, you can see like the demon as a horse in that comic.
But it's not even like a normal horse, because you see he has like a weird spine in the background, like a slug shell with horns and whatnot. So it's like a weird demon seahorse type of thing. Yeah. So yeah, it's just she having like the worst nightmare in the history of nightmares. Yeah. This one is by Kay Nielsen. She like mostly did illustrations, and this series specific is actually Cinderella but like of a different version. In this version, Cinderella, she goes and helps out a witch, and then
I was about to say, in this one, Cinderella's a necromancer.
Yeah. So then, like, the witch, in order to help her get back and forth, and she has, like, instead of a fairy godmother, she has, like, a magic doll that her mother inherited her. And then, like, the witch says that she's gonna kill her if she doesn't do the chores she gives her, but then the magic doll assists her, helps her out in order to always complete the chores, but then the witch can't detect the doll that is helping her, so then it becomes a back and forth with the witch giving her impossible tasks and she fulfilling it sense to the power of the doll. So then in this in specific, she's like making her way to the witch's hut because like her evil stepsisters and whatnot sent her to the woods to go meet the witch in the wood in order to get fire, because like the house had like an eternal blackout curse. And the weird versions of Cinderella. Do that version of Cinderella, the crazy skull one. And then she gets a skull lantern in order to bring light into the house. And that's what she's doing, because like the weird blackout curse is that they try to light a candle and it doesn't turn on, and they try to light a fire and it doesn't happen. So then she went to look for light elsewhere, and then that's when she found like the skull lantern. And in Dark Souls 1, that's why there's a skull lantern, because it's a reference to an old Cinderella story that nobody remembers. But I guess the foreign software posts and they're well read, because like education is better in Japan. Yeah, that's why they're aware of like that aspect and whatnot, because people still read in that side of the continent.
Can you imagine they had done this instead of the regular Cinderella?
Oh yeah.
That would have been awesome.
Oh yeah, this one is totally brutal, considering that the skull lantern burns them all. Whatever, spoiler. I'm actually gonna sit down and read that Cinderella. Once I'm done with my own books, you know. Whatever, I'm getting ahead of myself. Cinderella. Okay. Now we're doing Edward Munch, even on Carl Johan Street. I didn't want to do like the screen because that's the one that everyone always does. This one is in 1892. Like over here you see that like the people have all like weird creepy mask faces and whatnot, and the reason why is because Edward Munch, he suffered from like social anxiety, and when you're having when you're like stressing out, and obviously like huge crowds of people would stress him out, so he would paint them, and it would give him like the feeling that they were all like sinisterly plotting against him. So that's what this painting represents, like social anxiety of like surrounded by a crowd of unfeeling, uncaring strangers that are plotting to hurt you. And even like the background in the darkness is painted like in a creepy fashion, because like when you're like when you're like uber anxious, it's not just the people that become distorted, but everything else around you as well. And of course, like anyone that's like suffer from like ridiculous social anxiety can like relate to this painting and whatnot. Yeah. So yeah, that's what this painting is. Psychological horror. This one is René Magritte. He was a surrealist painter. Oh, and mine was expressionist. Okay, well this one's surrealist, and this one is Manet's Balcony, 1950. Remember that Manet? He had like he painted like some people in a balcony. So this time he just replaced all of the characters with coffins. And I went to like dig up the reason why he painted it that, and then he really, because I felt like it.
This is the guy who said this is not a pipe.
He just thought it was a crazy idea. You know, he wanted people to think, but he couldn't explain the logic behind his painting. He just sort of felt like it's a good idea, so he did it.
Because no one could stop him. I mean, what are you gonna do? Prevent him from drawing? He already
finished. Look at the coffin sitting down. It's insane. Like the other standing coffin is fine, but this one, the sitting down coffin is like the work of a madman.
Like how do you even open it? Like Like you like pull the lid forward or what? That's something that they miss in Bloodborne, sitting down coffins.
Yeah. What if you don't want to be lying down, but you want to like be in a comfortable sitting position for eternity, or however long it usually takes for you to like go somewhere. Whatever. We're getting into like arcane nonsense. Moving along.
Look at that cat.
This one is called Lawrence Almatadema. He was a romantic Dutch painter, and this is called The Inundation of the Base Bulge in 1421. So like it's a place that flooded. And then like the poor chubby baby just sleeping it up while like the cat is freaking out. I don't know.
You can hear this painting. You can hear the screams of the cat.
And the kid just sleeping through it. It's like the kid is a heavy sleeper. It's just a cat freaking out about something. And I think I wet my bed again because but I am too comfortable to do anything about it. So this is just me. Just sleeping out throughout all of the travels in the world while the world crumbles itself around me, you know? But yeah, like a lot of like random horror, like it's not very often that they do like horror ones, but like combined with like bad weather, but like like spooky weather be spooky, you know? Like the closest horror one of like people versus like bad weather, like the only one that is horror weather I would think of is like Poseidon. Remember that ship that sank underneath the water, and then most of the time the people spend drowning. I mean, like that's a legit something to be afraid of. Drowning. It's like a horrible way of dying. And unlike fantastic horrors or like Freddy Krueger's or whatnot, that is legitimately something that can happen to anyone, anywhere, you know? Even in like a small puddle of water, like how it happened in the movie Glass, where the guy got drowned in like a small puddle of water. That was very disappointed. I hated the ending of the movie. Whatever. You can resuscitate it, like drowning is not the end of it, you know? Just hit him with like a shock button and revive him, whatever. This one is The Sleep of Reasons Produces Monsters by Goya. Like Goya, he had like the most folks know, he did like court paintings, but like but then when like Napoleon Bonaparte started invading Spain, like the horrors of war and all of the crazy things he saw, and all of the people that would get butchered like right outside his house, and like it made his sanity sleep. So then that's why when he lost his reason, he started like painting lots of spooky stuff. Well, not painting, drawing them. Like he has like a large collection of like nightmare fuel type of drawings.
Like if we could do a before and after, that would have been another show. It's pretty little girls in court, and then they're horrifying.
Yeah. So yeah, that's so then if you wanna like look at a bunch of spooky drawings, like Goya's your man. Yeah. Like this one, I don't think it was meant to be spooky. It just came out like that. It's Thomas Cooper Gosh, The Birthday Party, but like those ominous red lanterns give me like some weird Get Out vibes. Like something bad's gonna happen here. Or is it just me? I mean, you barely see like little ballerinas and stuff. This painting just creeps me out, even though it wasn't meant to be a creepy painting. And it's just a birthday party for vampires.
Yeah.
And remember, there's now a vampire ballerina.
Oh, what is this?
This one is, I'm gonna butcher this name. Joteg Mac.
Polish.
Oh yeah, Polish surrealist painter, 1942. It's called Blue Dream. And then over there it's like, you got the ship going crazy and then you see extra hands and spooky something in the top. So it's more like a painting of a psychological horror one, because the demons and the spooks only exist in her mind. And that's something else that they do sometimes in like horror movies, where you have an unreliable main character, because there's nothing really physically wrong in the world. It's just the main character losing his marbles, slow descending to insanity.
The thing reminds me of the wizard from Adventure Time.
Oh yeah, the Ice King.
The Ice King, yeah.
He was silly. Or Simon. And this one is by another Polish guy. Zdzislaw Beksinski. Oh, that's a realist. And I call it creepy crawly because that one was just called Untitled. He has a lot of paintings that are just Untitled this, Untitled that. And I'd be like, or maybe the place where I got the painting, they didn't know the title of it or whatever. Either way, he looks like Slender Man in his awkward teen years. He really doesn't look like Slender Man.
Looks like the King from Soul Eater.
Ah, yeah. I'm a Soul Eater. And then there's like the city in the background on fire, and then this thing just going about its day.
Minding my own business, crawling around.
Just crawling around, pay me no mind.
There's like a cow in the background too.
Yeah, on fire.
Holy cow.
Holy cow. I don't know, we could say that like a nuke happened, or I don't know, or maybe Godzilla. And this is what we look like now. You guys? Well, yeah, and a lot of like, all of his paintings are like that. So if you just wanna like really go nuts, just look at the artwork by this guy. By Zdzislaw Beksinski. Whatever, moving on. Oh, I think that was the last creepy painting that I wanted to show you. I hope you have fun with this visual blog. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Artsy Sister, and today I want you to get to know 5 great surrealist painters. The first one on the list is Michael Parques, and he's an American painter, but he's currently working in Spain, and he was born in the 1940s, so he's been painting for quite a long time. Like he came up with like his unique art style during a period where he took a break from like painting, and then he went to India in search of enlightenment, and after he found it, he started painting like this. So so then it's like surrealism and whatnot. So then like his surrealism, each of his paintings comes about after he does long periods of meditation. So these types of artworks are inspired on meditation and whatnot, and they have a lot of like tantric symbols and enlightenment and whatnot. So yeah, so now you can see the types of influence that go behind it. So let's look at the first one of it. It's called music, water music. So then it's this guy playing, this clown guy playing the violin, but the music is coming from like the little frog over there, and And then the swan is also providing more precautions because you see it has a tiny little bell. And then there's a screen, another swan that's holding up a little rose and whatnot. So yeah, it's like it has a lot of dreamlike quality, and he likes to throw clowns like gestures randomly in his painting. So you're gonna see.
Is that him transparent?
Yeah, I don't know.
How do you do that?
Yeah, it's like a weird artistic choice. Like, why make that hand transparent? Because you can because it's not like an error. Because this hand is drawn normally. So he just chose to make that hand transparent look, and I guess he wanted to make it seem like it was moving very quickly or something, in order to convey motion.
Also, that hand looks weird.
Yeah, I know. This one is called Andalusian Dream, and of course he can paint about dreams that he had in Andalusia, because even though he's not a native from Spain, he's been living there for so long that he might as well be Spanish. So then it's very interesting, like the clothing but without the person inside of it. And then he's holding up like a card over here, that has the number 9. And a faceless clown. It's like, that's the thing with surrealism. It's like, you tell me what this is supposed to mean. It's like, dreamlike quality and whatnot. Because that's the thing with surrealism. The one you paint is to be open, to speak to your subconsciousness, and for each person looking at it to draw like their own conclusions and whatnot. So this one is like telling you to be quiet, and then there's like a sheep. So since it's an Andalusian dream, I guess it's telling you to be silent so that you can continue dreaming. Or maybe it's a shepherd that's like half waking, half asleep, and then that's what he's seeing in the dream world, Weird stuff. And then this one is the Death of Paganini. Paganini I think he was a violin maker, or was he a violinist? I think it was a
violin maker, yeah.
Yeah, or a violinist. I don't know, whatever.
It's something with violins.
It's related to violins, as shown by the violin covered in a cloth. So maybe he's a violin. And then overseeing his death is like a weird little, it's like a clown jester type of person.
I thought it was a Valkyrie.
Yeah, well, it has like weird horn. It could also be a Valkyrie type of person. Just a very unique way of drawing people and whatnot.
He likes triangular left-sided compositions a lot.
Yeah,
this is the third time that we see that composition.
Yeah, that all of the stuff are over here, and then a lot of empty space on the other side. And because the entire painting is so designed to draw your eye towards the violin over there, so everything is pointing towards it. With a lot of stuff this way and very little stuff this way, that way the angle of focus is over there. And this one is Swan Spirit. Like I added that one because I thought it was like nice, childlike, and whimsical. So then she's like walking on stilts, watching like the spirit of a swan. It's just a very nice, like it just awakens the imagination. And a hell of a lot of his other paintings, he has a hell of a lot of other paintings that obviously for YouTube reasons I couldn't show you, but like you should check them out. It's a nigga chicks. Ballet chicks, very hot looking. So if you're into that hot like art and stuff, whatever. But I wanted to show you the like artwork where people are actually wearing outfits because of YouTube. And then this one is 100% more surrealistic because you see that the water is bending and even breaking on the side, and then she's trying to capture a bell, if that makes any sense to her. And then there's a cat here with a bell, and then there are more bells coming out from beneath the water, but the fishes, they are not within the water, they're swimming underneath it. You see the fishes here? But yeah, it's just surrealists warping reality in their paintings in order to like mess with people's minds and whatnot. And she has a seashell on her hair and whatnot. But yeah, just a fun painter that's still alive and producing. So yeah, you should go check out his artwork and whatnot. The next painter on the list is René Magritte. He's I forget where he was from.
Sounds French.
Yeah. He said I read all the information and then I immediately forgot it. Whatever. Well, but I do remember what was the joke with artwork. He likes to paint ordinary objects in unique ways in order to make you think a lot. And when asked about interviews, a lot of his artwork, he'd be like, oh, just put these these two things together because it gave me much to think of. So that's why over here in his self-portrait, he's painting a bird while looking at an egg. So he's painting the possibility, what the future. That's why it's called a clairvoyant self-portrait, because he's seeing the bird that the egg is going to become. Well, that egg is too big, so he's just probably gonna. So instead of that, he should have probably drawn breakfast. That was probably an egg that he was gonna eat later as breakfast. Because a bird this big doesn't that small doesn't produce an egg that big. That's a chicken egg. And that looks like a raven, and the raven eggs are actually smaller. So I don't know what his clairvoyance is into. Whatever. Semantics. And then over here, like...
Swaying man, hallelujah.
Gonconda. One could almost say that this is a rapture happening. And then I'll be just men in trash goes floating outwards, or maybe the aliens coming to take them away, who knows, or maybe they're returning to their planet. But yeah, you see, they are ordinary, all of these are ordinary things that you will run into like back in the other book, but painting it this way is getting you to like question, it's creating a surrealism, because like, sometimes you don't gotta like go crazy with the design, just by, if you want to try your hands at surrealism, sometimes you just have to put ordinary objects in ordinary situations in order to create a proper surrealist painting. So that's a different approach. And then over here, tiny people, and then a giant woman looking down at them, but then they're looking at the beach while she's looking at the tiny people that are hiding underneath the floorboard of her house.
Maybe these are the borrowers.
Yeah, maybe they're the borrowers. But as you can see, they're also like trench coat people. She likes to draw trench coat people in like unusual situations. And she's like, what the hell is that over there? Tiny people. And then there's a huge rock.
But not big enough to cover that. Why is that rock even there?
Yeah, see, that's why he put it in there, because he wanted you to ask that question. And it's called the portrait of Stephanie. Steffi. So yeah, so this is a weird. So it's a portrait that he made of someone, but he did it in a weird surrealist fashion. Because that's the craziest, because he has like the perfect likeness of the woman upside down, looking at tiny people. So that's a very interesting way of doing a portrait of someone. Yeah, it gets you to ask questions.
Like, what was the artist thinking?
Yeah. Over here, this painting is called False Mirror, cause and then it's like falsely, and then it's reflecting like the clouds and whatnot. Cause like René Magritte, he was like skeptical of what we perceive, that sometimes as we see the world is not how it truly is. So that's why the eye is a false mirror that reflects the world and whatnot. But each eye just represents a perspective. It doesn't really represent the truth, because each person sees the world in a different way and whatnot. And that's why the eye of the beholder of each person is a false mirror. So yeah, see, but outside context it's just a CD eyeball. But just by adding clouds on it, he made it more extra special. And he's famous for this is not a pipe. But did you know that this is not an apple either?
From the makers of this is not a pipe, this is not an apple.
Yeah, this is not an apple, and the reason, because obviously it's not an apple because it's a painting of an apple. And as artists, we can only ever draw approximation of real world objects, but we can't like use paint in order to like magically create an apple. We can only ever do we can only ever hope to like just create the illusion of objects, not the actual objects themselves, because art in itself is just like it's an illusion, it's a false mirror of the world that the artist is just trying to create approximations of it in order to try to tell something to the viewer, something about themselves or by the way that they see the world. But even Rene Magritte admits that the way that he sees the world is a false mirror, and that all he will be able to show you is not a truth, but his own perception of the truth. Oh yeah, Rene Magritte is deep. Alright, this one is Wojciech Siumak, a Polish surrealist painter. But he mostly does, but like he makes his like I think it's still alive. That's why I wrote 1942, because I don't put their death date if it's still alive or one. And like he makes his money by drawing like fancy book covers and illustrations for like fantasy books and whatnot. But a lot of his work just but you can definitely tell there's a realism thing going into it, because like the guy's legs is biologically fusing, like where does the horse begin and where does the wall? And this wall is littered with eyes and there's like weird pearls and whatnot. It's just a very bizarre looking front cover for a book. It's called the Equestrian Statue Enigma. An enigma indeed. And then this one is reincarnation. As you can see, the face of the woman is withering away, and she's turning into storks or birds. So yeah, that's a very good way of showing the concept of reincarnation that he probably learned while messing around in India. Even though we're dying, we're not really dying. We're just changing like a cocoon. We're just changing from one form to the other, and we're eternally living. So that death is not like something definite. It's just a start. It's not the end. It's just a start of a new life, and then the cycle goes on towards infinity and whatnot. That's why even the little birds are also fading away into are also disintegrating in the background into other things. And then there's the ocean, a bottomless pit, and its bottomless curse. That's from Bloodborne. This one is called Secret Revolt, and it has a nice cloth in order to block out all of the stuff that you do hate. Which is good, so that's what I was able to post it. So then it has like an eagle over there while she's just freaking losing it. But yeah, but it's just a simple painting, but fun to look at and whatnot. This one is called The Folding of Time, and then you can see in the darkness of space. But if you look closely at the little city, it is actually within an ordinary object, a nut. Like, those nuts, the peanuts, yeah. So then when he cracked it open, what was revealed inside of it was a tiny little world and whatnot. Like a little city. So then, but as you can see, this little city is at the edge of the precipice, but perfectly balanced there. So at any moment, this little world of civilization is gonna fall over into the dark abyss of nothingness. So that's why it's the folding of time, because like at any moment, and you could see it as like a metaphor of our situation in the world, because we're just hanging in there, and any little thing will just topple us over into nothingness. That is the universe, but even though we're falling into the darkness of space, there's like a nebula here, so it's not as if it's not as if we're going into emptiness, We're just going into another part of the universe and whatnot. And then this one is early morning, but over here's a woman's face being formed by the trees, but also by the clouds and whatnot. And then here's a little person, and then as you can see, the trees, they have folded arms like this. You see them? Yeah. So then, it's just an interesting. As with most of even one. It could also even be just a fancy portrait that he did using his surrealist style, just like that painting that we saw René Magritte's friend, that he drew a portrait of her upside down looking at tiny little people. This could be another way of doing a fancy self-portrait. When I say portrait, like a portrait of another woman and just rendering her likeness surrounded by weirdness. But even everything is meant to show, like even all of the composition is designed to draw you to her. And even the trees in the garden, it's like they all looking down. You can even see a person's face, so that way everything, and not only the eye, and even the direction this person is going, so that you focus on the face there. And now here's another Polish surrealist painter, but this guy died in 2005. Zdzisław Beksiński. Like I have shown him before, and I'm showing to you again. He's an artist called dystopian surrealism. Can you see why? It's like surrealism, but like after like the nuclear apocalypse, and now we look like that. And then he says that the inspiration for his artwork is that he painted it while listening to classical music. So all of his paintings are different classical music songs. So I'm wondering who the hell did he listen to? So yeah, just
maybe it was Night on Bald Mountain.
Oh yeah, possibly. Just look through all of your classical music and see if it syncs up with like the paintings that I'm about to show you.
Like, that one's definitely Night on Bald Mountain.
In Hot Signal Benches. It's like a very skinny woman, like keeping an eye on her baby, and then there's the flock of birds attacking the face of her creepy Jesus tattoo or whatever that is. Oh, and I can see a little crawly thing.
He likes those little creepy crawly things.
Yeah, and this thing that looks like it belongs for Bloodborne. But yeah. I wouldn't even begin to tell you what's the meaning of this. And this painting was called Untitled, so even he was like, I don't know, I was just listening to classical music when I painted it. I said, what song? I said, nah.
All of them, that was also kind of high.
Nah, dystopian. No, high implies psychedelic and beautiful colors. I don't know what the hell he took to see all of it. Whatever. Not every artist did like substance, but most of the impressionists were indeed drunk. I don't know that for a fact that, this guy spent all of his time in the bar, this one drank so much while he smoked Cuban cigars, yeah. All the impressionists were drunk. I know, because they used to hang out at the bar and the brothel, so yeah. So they were drunk on absinthe and opium and yeah. But we're talking about the surrealists. They were very sleepy people that drew the inspiration from the breezy and classical music. This was definitely not a Bald Mountain. Definitely looks like it could be. And then this was a more colorful one. You see like the brightness of the oceans and all of creation being spilled in like treasures and whatnot. And like the Milky Way on the top. And that was a nicer, like they say that his paintings are subdivided into the very colorful looking period, and then like the very dark post-apocalyptic look.
The manic ones and the depressive ones.
Yeah. And then here's another one. With the obelisk of 2005 Space Odyssey coming up over the horizon with like the moon up there. And then there's a regular landscape on the bottom. Well, as regular as this guy's artwork possibly gets. And now we're doing like the last surrealist painter that I wanted to show you is Salvador Dali. Like, he's like the one that's synonymous with, like, whenever you say surrealism, the first person that you think of is naturally Salvador Dali.
Is that his wife over there?
Nah, I don't think that. Well, it could be her. Yeah, it definitely does look like.
Because she also did surrealism, but she's not as well known as him.
No, it's not. He just painted the shit, the wife. That's not her. And not a word that she made.
No, I'm just asking. That's the wife drawn over there.
Ah, yeah. Like, He not only did paintings, he also did like weird movies, sculptures. He did all of the above and photographs. But I wanted to just show you like the paintings and whatnot. Like he didn't create surrealism. He just joined their club while he was in college. But then eventually he just became very good in that art style that surrealism became synonymous with it. So you can't talk about surrealism without mentioning Salvador Dali. Like part of his early childhood is that like Van Gogh, he was named after a sibling who died. Like the first Salvador Dali, he died when he was like a couple of months old, and then when he was born, they gave him his dead brother's name. So
that's creepy.
So that like really messed him up and whatnot. And it also messed up Van Gogh. Don't do that if you're like a crazy parent. Don't give the live child the name of your dead kid. So then what Van Gogh also a thief. So then what Salvador Dali used to say that the sibling that died was just him, that he had been born, that was his past self that wasn't ready for the world that was hard. And that this is it, and that the person he is now is like the better, more improved version. So then this one is, so then all of his artwork is just like dreams and his worries about the world and like also his religious, and his desires and also what he believes in, cause like, not beliefs, just religious stuff, just a one, but in a surrealist fashion. So then this painting has this long title, Suburbs of a Panoramic Critical Town Afternoon on the Outskirts of European History. Yeah, remember all of that for like your AP history exam.
Yeah, that could be an interesting topic for another blog. Wives of famous painters who painted better than they did. And then you can have the wives of Salvador Dali, you can have Frida Kahlo, and like.
Salvador Dali's wife didn't paint well.
I like her stuff.
I don't know, bro. Well, you're going on a tangent. Whatever. Moving along. Did she paint? I don't know.
Yeah. She has that's the thing. She was so shadowed by her husband.
Oh yeah, like Hemingway and Gellhorn.
Yeah, it's a similar situation to Hemingway
and what's his name? God, I have it at the top of my. Remember that Bugaro's wife that also painted well, but nobody knows her art because she was married to a more famous painter. Even though she painted just as well as him.
It's not Julius Leicester, is it?
No. She has her husband's last name.
Miss Bugaro. Let's move on.
Alright, next painting. Alright, this one is swans reflecting elephants. So then you got the swans here and then the elephant reflected in the water. Just and over here, but a person but with a back turned to all of the weirdness. So it's just interesting.
I don't see the person. Oh, I see it now. Yeah, it's like one of those negative space kind of thing.
No, I do see him here. It just it says it's painted with like brown color. So you're looking at the shadow. Here's the dude. Here's the head. Here's the shoulder. But it's just interesting. Like he has his back turned and he's looking at just a blank shadow. So it's interesting that the world is warping around him and stuff is happening, yet he has his back turned to like the beauty and the mystery of nature. So I guess you could interpret this as a person that's so into his mind and his nonsense that he's not paying attention to like the wonder and the magic of the world because of his solitude. See, just a lone boat in the ocean, and that's his entire reality. But just because you're like so caught up in your own problems doesn't mean that the world is not happening just right behind you. And then this one is the sun table. Like whenever you see like a young little kid and whatnot, it's a small little kid and whatnot, but like in a dark silhouette, it's just Salvador Dali painting his dead brother.
Oh, that's creepy.
Yeah. So then here's the sunset, and you see like three stuff and one figure over there, It's just, but even this painting is just meant to show like a lot of desolation, because all of the objects are isolated from each other. Like This kid's looking at something in the sky. This guy's doing his thing with a camera, but it invites the viewer to join them.
For some iced tea and watch the desolation together.
Yeah, because there's an empty spot. It's interesting that the one empty spot in the table is the one that faces the viewer, so it's welcoming you to come and join them. And of course, the persistence of memory, that was his debut painting for the surrealists. I'm part of one of your guys, so here's what I painted. And like over here, this is like a melted person. You see like the eyelashes, the nose. That was when he started warping like people's faces. And over here, it's not very noticeable, but this clock is covered in ants. And then over here, there's like there's a fly there. So it's like, that's something that if you look at his painting from up close, you're gonna find a lot of random bugs here and there. Like, not literal paintings of bugs. Not that it's a buggy painting, you know. But you have to like look real close. So,
which is something that happens to people who are psychotic, that they see little bugs and animals and creepy crawlers.
Yeah. And like crawling over them, and like when they're having like an episode or something. And this is the last one I wanted to show you. Salvador Dali, ballerina in a death's head. And he painted some of those paintings showing like hot chicks and whatnot, but resembling skulls and whatnot, because like he was warning the soldiers about like very diseases and whatnot. That is why I said, yeah, that ballerina may look hot, but like you see that her lower half, that's gonna be the death for you, dude. Go back to your wife. You degenerate. But
is this technically a Venita as well?
Yeah, I could technically be a Venita. Oh yeah, 1932, but that's what the values back then.
Because that's like strong Christian values, right?
Yeah. Well, he has strong Christian something, but he was a very complicated, he was a complicated man. That whose art evolved throughout his life. But yeah, that's the last one that I wanted to show you, and the reason why I wanted to show you is because she's close. It was very hard to find Dali paintings where there wasn't like a weird butt being stretched into infinity or something. Whatever, it's just weird.
Stretched into infinity and then a stick to hold it.
Yeah. His nudie paintings are hilariously weird. Look them out, because obviously I can't put them on the YouTube. Well, whatever. I hope you have fun watching these surrealist paintings and making you aware that these surrealist paintings exist. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I want to talk to you about 5 famous or not. Well, it depends whether you know about them or not. Female painters. And the first one that I wanted to talk to you about is Angelica Kaufman. She painted in like the 1700s, you know, and her art style was neoclassical. And she was, you know, and one of her greatest accomplishments was the founding of like the Royal Academy of Art. She was one of two female founding members. So it was like a big deal for like a female painter to actually like lead to the foundation of an art academy and whatnot to be responsible for. So this is her self-portrait. I can just show you know what she looks like back then. And as with most self-portraits and whatnot, she was advertising her talent. She was telling her future patrons, I can make you look this pretty. And she made most of her money by doing portraits. Of like, so yeah, here's Marie Antoinette with all of her, with all 3 of her kids and whatnot. Like, yeah, so then, you know, you see her, the fancy dress, all of the cute little ribbons. So it's interesting, you know, that Marie Antoinette chose a female painter in order to paint her and whatnot. Because I guess she just felt more comfortable with a woman painting her than to have like a traditional male painter constantly perving on her, as was tradition back in the old days.
No, it's not just that. Take a look at the kids. Guys don't know how to draw kids.
Oh yeah, like in most cases, they're like just awful, especially baby. This looks like a legit baby and whatnot.
They just draw them as little midgets.
Yeah, like and also like the way that the baby's behaving is in a very naturalistic form, because it's like leaning towards looking at something that's this way, so it's probably like the core gesture making faces so like the kid stays calm, but at the same time he's pulling at the mother's dress, which is something that which is a mannerism that guy painters don't catch, because but babies naturally they like to like grab fabrics and whatever they can get, whatever they can pull their hands on. So then like the baby that's bored over his freaking mind is just grabbing whatever source of entertainment, and then like the oldest daughter is looking at the mom and whatnot, while the queen is and the prince is looking the only two that are looking directly at the audience and whatnot. And like it's a very good court painting, because this isn't because like with court paintings it's not just a nice portrait of the family. This is Marie Antoinette giving like a message to like the country and whatnot, and what her message is that I'm somebody that you have to respect. That's why she's looking at you directly in the face, and that's why the future king. Well, not really future king, considering how everyone ended up in that family.
What he's basically saying is the court of succession is solid. We have 3 heirs to the throne after me, and one of them is ready to go now.
Yeah, and one of them is ready and one.
That's the end well.
Yeah, because of economic problems and one. He was in too much. Well, then again, like if you read Marie Antoinette's biography, like the French court was designed to just keep like the rulers entertained and whatnot, while like the advisors like stole the money and stuff, just convincing them to engage in frivolous projects. Like she wasn't taught how to rule as a queen, and the king was too busy like playing, just doing his own thing, because he also didn't want to be king either. And then who knows who was actually truly ruling back then? Well, they're professional bootlickers. Yeah. Whatever, but it's not important. So yeah, Angelica Kaufman painted this back when Marie Antoinette was well-liked and respected and whatnot.
Yeah, at this point she was just a figurehead. She didn't have any actual power. She was just body.
Yeah. And that she was called the Rococo Queen, like back when she was popular, like the party queen. She was always at all of the parties of the galas, reinventing French fashion and whatnot. Just living the life into the money right now. That's usually how it happens. Yeah. So Angelica Kaufman, she also did a neoclassical writer. She also did religious painting. Here's Jesus talking with a Samaritan woman at the well. So like in the Bible, do you remember the Samaritan one that was that she told him that even dogs feed off the scraps that fall from the master's table, and then for her humility, Jesus Christ be like, yeah, you're going to heaven.
She's the one person who won an argument against God.
Yeah. Yeah, like they had a theological debate, both of them.
And she won.
So yeah, the Samaritan woman, yeah. High persuasion. Like she had her persuasion peg maxed out. Yeah, cause she out debated the logos, Jesus Christ, the word, whatever. So then it's just interesting that Angelica Kaufman showed that painting of all of them. That is a religious subject matter and whatnot.
Also, it shows that it's a hidden level because it shows that she has high blood pressure. Look at the hands.
Yeah, her hands are like very red. Well, I guess since she just pulled a water thing, so then it's an interesting attention to detail. So then when you like pull something heavy a lot, it makes your hands turn red. So then it shows that they just had the red hand is a very interesting attention to detail. So. Like, Angelica Kaufman doesn't get that much credit as she deserves. And also, look at the nice naturalistic way she rendered the hairs and whatnot. And she gave Jesus nice little curls, and the girl has nice curls, She's a good painting. Again, if you don't, Like a lot of historian people wonder, oh, why aren't there a lot of female painters in the history books? And then they be like, well, guys wrote the history books, so there you have it. And this history books haven't been updated since the 60s, so there you have it. That's why there's not a lot of female painters being taught. Update your history book. There's more chick painters out there. They just don't talk about them, because whatever. Alright, so this is the beauty being supported by prudence, and she scorns folly and whatnot. It's just like, get away from the folly. Alright, now we're moving on to the next female painter. This is Lila Cabot Perry, 1913.
Oh, that is one hat.
And it's called the Green Hat. Like, she was a student of, what's his name? Claude Monet. The guy who painted like the zillions of water lily paintings. So yeah, but then she eventually broke away from her master style to like develop her own way of painting and whatnot. She found her own ninja way. And the reason why I mentioned that, she's an impressionist and from the US. The reason why I mentioned that she found her own ninja way is that her husband one day got like a teaching job all the way up in Japan, so she lived in Japan for like 3 years, so yeah. Like this is one of the paintings, she made like 80 paintings while living in Japan, and this is like one of them, you know. There was, like unlike other Japanese paintings where it was like a European just making their own version of what they thought was Japanese based on like, what's his name? Based on like you know those Japanese prints or QA paintings and whatnot. But no, she was actually able to legitimately paint what was going on in Japan because she was physically there. And she was even part a bit of the art academy of Japan for like doing her husband's 3-year tenure. So
yeah, she's the blue-eyed samurai painter.
Yeah. So she was there. So like yeah, she painted in Japan and among the Japanese. So there you have it. This one is another painting. The trio Tokyo Band. So then they're teaching these maidens how to play the violin and whatnot. But if you notice, the setting is traditional. Here's the tami mat. Look at the sakura blossom over there. It's like legit. It's queens that were in Japan right now. Because during like the time period, the Japanese people were like they were throwing their whole culture out the window. They were gonna be like we just defeated the Russians, so we feel really powerful. Yeah, that's a lesser known fact that like the Russians lost to Japan, so then they'd be like, we feel freaking awesome, so we're gonna get rid of anything that makes us weak. So then they went highly industrialized and then highly militarized, and that eventually led to World War II, but we're not there yet. But of them trying to mimic the Western cultures and values. So this was just an offshoot of it. So like it may not be very obvious, but like if you look very closely, like the eyes of the maidens, they're Japanese maidens that are being taught how to be Western maidens. So they're no longer they sit on normal Western chairs and whatnot, and they're learning how a Western lady should act and whatnot.
And play Western instruments. Like they're not playing the gato or any of those.
Yeah, they're playing the violin, the cello, and the piano. So you know. So it's a very interesting time period that we're observing in Japan, where that was documented by Lila Perry while her husband was there. That was brought over there to like teach Japanese children to throw their culture out the freaking window. It's just sad, but. That was just what the emperor was into, and you know, if the emperor says a culture has gotta go, yeah, they just did what he said. Cause that's just the way that people wrote back when there was a monarchy or whatnot.
Also, they're not wearing the traditional kimono or whatever. They're wearing Western lady outfits as well.
And even Western hairstyles, you know. That's very interesting. It's funny, while the Westerners were painting traditional Japanese stuff back then, the Japanese people were like throwing their culture out the freaking window. So like the Japonestas supposedly showing what Japan was like during like the Impressionist period was completely wrong, because the Japanese people were trying to westernize themselves because they perceived their own ways as a weakness and whatnot. And this is Edith Lieri, which is the name of the kitty cat. That's a nice painting of a woman with her cat. I just wanted to show you a cat painting. Nothing else to it. It's a girl and her cat. This is the next painter I wanted to show you, Sophie Gengebre Anderson. She didn't do a self-portrait, so I just showed a old photograph of her. And like she painted, oh yeah, and this is her portrait of a fairy. So she saw a fairy, what's interesting about her is that she was mostly self-taught. Like she studied a little bit with one guy over there, but most of the time she just taught herself how to paint. And it's admirable to see any self-taught artist it's always cool. But not if they don't draw well. Only if they draw well. Whatever, I'm mostly self-taught as well, so yeah, I'm just showing trash. I just like dissing myself as well, whatever. So yeah, a beautiful portrait of a fairy, and you see here, and she didn't just limit herself to one butterfly. She you can see a bunch of different little types of butterfly on her here, and even the wings, they're the moon moth's butterfly wings. So it's just cool. This ain't no random fairy painting. She actually took the time to draw different types of butterflies and whatnot. And if it's not as a woman painter, she actually went crazy to render the hair well, because women have been fussy about their hair. Apparently, it's like forever. Yeah. Because they go crazy with the hair, rendering the hair well, while other painters like Velasquez is like, bam, bam, alright, I'm done, next painting. And they just put like random dabs of painting, and as long as it looks kind of like hair from like a mile away, then they be like done. But not female painters.
You're saying that Velasquez doesn't know how to draw hair? Cool. You already just said that other guy doesn't know how to draw feet. So.
He just doesn't like to draw hair, or maybe the Menina's hair was just off, got off. Whatever. Alright, this one is called No Walk Today, and the reason why I want to show you this painting is because like in the early 2000s, this painting of a little girl sad because it's raining, and she got all dressed up, and then it started raining, so she wasn't able to go on her daily walk. And it's like, oh, I really wanted to go for my walk. This cute little painting is sold for $1 million. So it's like one of the highest selling paintings made by a woman. So yeah, so keep an eye on her work, keep an eye on her paintings, because like if you're like an art collector, her work sells for millions. So yeah, that's something good to keep in mind. Yeah, and like it's a very good painting if you analyze. You got like the flowers and a perfect rendering of like raindrops falling on like the glass and whatnot, and like the nice sheen of the dress, and like the curls on the little girl's hair. It's a very good painting, and like and even the leaves over here are almost photorealistic and whatnot.
Yeah, one of the plants has aphids on it.
Yeah. And this one is called The Last Tribute of Love. And like both of the girls are like wearing in black, so what they're doing is that they're making garlands for a funeral. Cause like their mom or their father died or something. So without the context, you don't know. You just think, oh, it's just some sad little girls making bouquets and whatnot. No. They're making flowers for a funeral. So yeah, it's not a happy scene. The next female painter that I wanted you guys to know about is Tamara de Lepinka. I think she's like Polish, but I read the information before talking, and then sometimes 80% I'll usually forget by the time it's time to talk. But yeah, But she's like famous in the U.S. and whatnot. So like although like you're probably seen like her artworks in like the ceilings of museums and whatnot. And this is her self-portrait in a green Bugatti because she likes her fancy cars. So then, unlike other, and her style is categorized as Art Deco and whatnot. But the way that she described her approach to art is that she was like, I want a clean, crisp painting, and I want my art style to be completely different from everyone, and I'm not gonna imitate anyone's work. So she found her own. She went full on for originality. So that way, when it's like burrito, like from far away, you look at a burrito and you be like, that's a burrito. So you look at her painting and you be like, that's a Lepinka painting. So then that was her approach to art. I want my art to be 100% recognizable. And she made her money making celebrity portraits in the 50s. Because like her art went out of style after the 20s, but then it came back. In the 60s again. And this is in the middle of summer, you know? Like a nice close-up with varieties of flowers. It's almost like soft cubism because the pictures are very stylized and whatnot, while still maintaining the identifiable traits of the person and whatnot. And this is Portrait of Ira, 1930s. You see nice combination, and you see high attention to getting the hair to look just right. Yeah, and nice force of the fabric and whatnot. And Somebody Sleepy Woman, 1935. Like there are other paintings and whatnot, but I just chose the one where they're mostly clothed because of YouTube. Alright, and the last female painter that I wanted to mention is Artemisia Gentileschi. You're probably all familiar with her and whatnot, because they always mention her in the Baroque period, but always in this order. First they mention Caravaggio, and then they tell you about Gentileschi. It's almost like they always tell them together, even though, you know. Like she studied a bit with Caravaggio until she found out he was like completely a drunken lunatic who killed someone with a racket because he lost a tennis match. But yeah, and plus her family was away, because since she was a noble woman, she had to like be careful who she hanged out with.
Also, she didn't study that long with Caravaggio. Like people make it sound like she was there for like 20 years.
But no, it was just one afternoon. And plus, she was already painting professionally when she was 15 years old. So obviously, other people taught her before. But they say but the way that they say it is that, oh, she's cool because she would hang out with the cool kid. But no. She was constantly doing her own stuff, you know.
But like she spent a couple of months with Caravaggio, then now suddenly she's Caravaggio's student.
Yeah, like the same thing happened with Angelica Kaufman. I just remember because she studied with Sir Joshua Reynolds. So then the way that they would paint it was that they would say that she was like the lover of that guy painter, and I'd be like, oh. A woman can't have a guy teacher without everyone thinking that they're like dating her, that they're living in sin. But that was just the way that the historical people were back then. You know how people were back in the Baroque period, and like.
Oh, it's still stuff like that in college, so like
Yeah.
like that.
That's still like that, you know. Like, but then again, that's all the fault of the pervy college professors that that they still have values of the Stone Age, and then like if they get divorced, they will like predate on like the first hot chick that passes by them. Whatever. Moving along. So yeah, over here she's like she's painting herself by the canvas, and over here she has like a creepy little skull necklace. So
that makes it a Benita, right?
Yeah, that makes it a Benita. Also, like if you see a skull anywhere, the painting suddenly becomes a Benita, which is a meditation on death and how the impermanence of things. So even her artwork and her talent and her everything is like gonna go away and whatnot. And then she painted herself with like very strong hands and whatnot. You know that she's hyper focused on her art. heart. She's not looking at the audience like other self-portraits. She's like all of her eyes is drawn. Everything of the composition is to focus on the painting that she's about to make and whatnot, because she's already in this self-portrait. She's trying to sell herself as an awesome painter, because as a woman, she had a hard time being respected, and like, she had a very difficult private life, because like one of her paint teachers like deflowered her and whatnot, and then she ended up dating the guy a little longer because he promised that he was gonna marry her in order to save her honor. And then when he didn't, her family sued the guy for like making the family lost money, and the guy was exiled, but he didn't leave past. But that exile wasn't enforced, so then it was just a symbolic trial where the outcome wasn't enforced. So then that eventually led to a lot of her paintings where she's just cutting guys' heads off. To take out her vision, you know. Oh yeah, here's the first one of her many paintings, a woman cutting guy's head off. I have one where she's legit cutting the guy's head off, but I felt like it was gonna be like too bloody for like YouTube, so then I chose the aftermath where the Judith is like running away with her maid and whatnot, and they're hiding the head. And the story was that Holofernes was like an enemy general, and then he had like the city of Israel under siege. So then the widow Judith, in order to go save her people, she like dolls herself up, and then she gets inside the enemy camp, because they'll be like, oh, a hot chick. Obviously she's not planning anything. So then
they learn nothing from Samson and Delilah.
They learn nothing from Samson and Delilah. So then she totally did like his head clean up. And then
doesn't she put it on a pike afterwards?
Yeah. When she gets back to cut down, she puts his head on a pike, and then that freaks everyone out, and then they run away. But obviously, since she's introduced as the widow Judith, obviously Holofernes murdered her husband. So then, you murdered my husband, I cut off your head. That's just how the Bible
teaches it.
Yeah, the Bible teaches it. You murdered my husband, then therefore I had God, the Old Testament God. You gotta say the difference. The Old Testament God's permission to go murder you. Did I murder you? Because that's how the Bible painted, you know. You murder.
Hammurabi.
Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Here's my tooth. Alright, here's another Tijera, another enemy general that's like gonna die. See?
It's gonna nail him in the head.
Yeah. She's gonna hammer him. So then she's like gonna. This one she like hammers it. But it's interesting to know that in the Baroque period, during the Counter-Reformation, they were trying to bring followers back into the Catholic Church. So then like a huge criticism that they had back then was that the scriptures were out of date, and that they had nothing to do with like problems of the modern time and whatnot. So then, in order to combat that, they painted religious scene, but using modern aesthetics. So then they said that this is happening right now at this very second. There's a woman like Jael in the modern time who's about to hammer the hell out of some enemy guy, because this is Italy and we're like a war all of the freaking time. So yeah, hammer time.
Oh wow, it's brutal.
But yeah, so it goes well with the whole thing of like she taking her rage out on like her paintings and whatnot.
Yeah, she always painted the guy who raped her as the guy who was getting killed or decapitated, or
yeah. This is Samson and Delilah. She's trimming.
She's got the tiniest possible scissors.
Yeah. But she had to hide them somewhere. Whatever. So then she's giving Samson a terrible haircut. And then afterwards they come to poke his eyes out.
You know,
and that's why they say that like the reason why they said love is blind, or blind love and whatnot, is because Samson fell in love with Delilah, and as a result he lost his freaking eyeball.
And hair.
And hair. Oh yeah. So love is also bald.
Oh, yeah, that's another thing. The reason why Samson loses his power when they cut his hair is not because the hair gave him power, but because he was consecrated as a priest of God, of Yahweh, and part of the rules was that they weren't allowed to cut their hair. So it's not that he had magical hair; it's that as soon as he loses his hair, he loses the consecration that he had.
Yeah, and the consecration is the thing that gave him powers and whatnot.
Not the hair.
Yeah, because
Which is why when he grows his hair back later on, he becomes consecrated again.
Yeah, and then he was able to he destroys the entire temple of Baal, but he dies in the process. But he takes all of his enemies down with him.
Yeah.
To hell!
Like the most epic way possible.
Yeah.
He also takes down the blanket that helped him get to the walls.
But he was an infidel Baal worshipper, so yeah.
Yeah, like I don't think that little kid survived.
Yeah. See, this is why I say the difference between the Old Testament God and the New Testament God, because God changed after he had a kid, just like everyone. Jesus Christ softened him. Mm-hmm. It wasn't so much that you're all going to hell about it. Mm-hmm. Whatever, but he's also his own son, and I'm not gonna get into theological stuff about it. Oh, I think, that's the last painting I wanted to show you. So I hope you actually learned something about female painters and whatnot, or that I remotely entertained you. Bye-bye, God bless. Hello, is it running? Hello, my name is Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to talk to you about 10 artworks about Thanksgiving. If you look, Thanksgiving, as far as your history is concerned, is a relatively new holiday. It came about, the holiday was invented by, I think it was Abraham Lincoln or his successor. Yeah, no, it was. And it was close to the end of the Civil War, and it was meant to, what they were thankful for wasn't the food on the table, it was that they were thankful that the Americans were no longer butchering each other over ideologies, but then again, as far as the North was concerned, they were celebrating that they taught the Southerners a lesson. But yeah, it's a dire history, and it's just the Civil War is just a terrible time period for the U.S. in general. Millions of people died. Okay, so then this illustration is like the one of the earliest depiction of a Thanksgiving tradition. Over there, the husband is hanging up his musket while his judgmental wife watches, and they're just waiting to go eat. But he has to hang up his musket because the representation of that is that he was no longer going to be using his weapon in order to kill his fellow Americans. Now the musket was just going to be used for home self-defense and for shooting bears and stuff, traditional wilderness. So they were no longer at war with each other. So then that's what Thanksgiving used to mean in its earliest rendition. Thank God that we're no longer killing each other. The Civil War is finally over.
Oh wait, I have a question about the people in the. Is that a mirror or is that a painting?
That's a mirror. And then you see how he's kind of eating in one. So then this one's the other guests at the table just waiting for this guy to finish his Thanksgiving tradition of hanging up his musket. And the wife is like, really? You have to do this every time we're going to celebrate Thanksgiving? And
also, is he super short next to her? He's
yeah, he's like a very short soldier person. But but that celebration means a lot to him because him hanging up the musket, he's a war veteran, And even if the civilian wife and mother-in-law and stuff don't understand what this means to him, it is very important for this officer to celebrate the hanging of the musket because it means that we're no longer at war. So that's what Thanksgiving originally meant in its earliest form. That we're no longer at civil war with each other. Alright, so this one is this one is in 1867. Oh yeah, the first one is 1865.
And it's written right on the horn that it says 1865.
And it's from a newspaper. And it's an illustration in a newspaper by Winslow Homer. So yeah, it is one very, very early depiction of the Thanksgiving tradition. This one is by John Schottler, Home to Thanksgiving, 1867. So this one is that a city guy has returned home from business back to the family farm in order to celebrate Thanksgiving with the family. But as you can see, that he doesn't have like wife and children, so he's probably just a journeyman that's doing because of financial circumstances, he had no other choice but to leave the family farm in order to go find money in a while. So, but during Thanksgiving, he just misses his mother's home cooked meal. So then he just returns home for the holidays. So then this is one of the earliest depiction of something very Thanksgiving, of like the family of the breadwinners coming back home in order for like the holiday to celebrate Thanksgiving. That yes, he works a lot, but his sacrifice is the very thing that's going to be putting food in the Thanksgiving table. So that's what this painting represents.
There's a lot of movies that are called Home for Thanksgiving in like modern times that are all referencing this idea of like returning to your home for Thanksgiving.
Yeah, like putting your business work aside in order to go celebrate with the family, that you can actually put food on the table. Like the best example is trains, airplanes, and automobiles. that one makes me laugh a lot.
Yeah, which is basically a businessman coming back home in order to
spend a prolonged period of time with his family, but most of the time, because of his job, he has to like work at the other side of the planet. I mean, just like a lot of businessmen know what it's like to have to take a plane to go see your family. Like on a weekly basis, because the only good job that you were able to find was at the other side of the planet and not nearby.
Oh yeah, tell me about it. I remember missing Thanksgiving at my work.
Yeah, because their work was at New Jersey, because I don't know, just the job market in the U.S. it still sucks. Whatever. Moving along. Well, it's because of the plague. Alright, so then this Thanksgiving one is in 1894 by Henry Osawa, and then he cut off the last name. And it's called The Thankful Poor, 1894. So then, like this painting, it stands as a stark contrast with the opulence that is normally shown in like a white Thanksgiving painting, but even though they have very humble means, they're still celebrating Thanksgiving, and that they can actually put food, just a little bit of food on the table. And it shows the differences in living conditions between the African Americans and the white counterpart. That they got like the white folks, they can afford like the huge turkey, while they have to be thankful that they can at least eat bread. And also, you gotta remember that during this time period, they had just recently freed the slaves. So then, obviously, even though they can't be thankful for the food that much, because there's not a lot of food to be thankful for, they can at least be thankful that at least his son doesn't have to live as a slave. And it's very sad and interesting that you only see like the old guy with like white hair and like the young kid. So and only them. So like you gotta wonder like what happened to like the mother and whatnot, and like what's the wife and literally everyone else. So it's just like the grandpa looking after his grandson, which is a family unit that sometimes happens in like African American communities. And like for all we know, the kid probably lost his mother and father because of slavery.
Or the war.
Or like the Civil War and whatnot. And now only his grandpa, who was too old to go fight in the war, is the one that's taking care of the kid. So this guy knew what slavery was like, but this kid doesn't know, was born free. So that's why the grandpa is leaning more into the prayer, while the kid is like, oh my God, when is this over? I am starving. That's why the two prayer positions are different, because this guy who knows what it means to suffer is really thankful that that his grandson, yes, they're poor, but it could be worse. And this guy knows what it was like for it to be worse. And that's why the thankful poor is very different from like a traditional Thanksgiving painting of the time, where it was just compare it with this one, where it was like, oh man, like they're both poor and whatnot, but their situation is a little...
Yeah, compare this poor to the other poor.
Yeah, because obviously they're poor because they had to send one of their sons into the city in order to go find work, but the poor white people, they got like at least like more stuff than like the thankful poor of African Americans, you know?
Yeah, like they don't know what poor is.
Yeah. These guys don't know what it means to be really poor. But yeah, moving along. Alright, so then we eventually reached 1935, and this painting was made by Doris Lee and it's Thanksgiving. So this is 100% a Thanksgiving of opulence, with like the woman in the background, like this one is getting the chicken out, the
turkey, you mean?
Turkey. Whatever, yeah.
We're Cuban. We don't know what you.
We're Cuban. We're not like very familiar.
We pig for Thanksgiving.
We pig for Thanksgiving. Yeah, pig. But yeah.
El lechón.
Lechón. Asado. You should try it. It's easier to cook than the turkey. Oh my god, the last turkey I had. Nobody knows how to cook turkey. Or lechon or anything for that. We always buy stuff in Thanksgiving. And not so much anymore, because like last Thanksgiving, some drunk guy like hit a light post, and then all of the food we bought for Thanksgiving spoiled because some jerk
got too drunk and
because a jerk got too drunk for Thanksgiving. Sometimes it's traditional among some Thanksgiving folks who like had to spend their time alone and depressed, so then he decided to ruin everyone's Thanksgiving by like hitting a light post, and then that took out the light in all of the neighborhood. So yeah, that's why Thanksgiving gives me bad flashbacks. Well, yeah, but over here, you know, like a fun traditional family. One is arriving with food and carrots, you know. Just this is what you normally think of when you think of Thanksgiving in the modern times.
And babies
it has nothing to do with the Civil War or slavery for that matter. It's been completely stripped of its historical context. And then it just became all about food. And then to further get away from like the original meaning of Thanksgiving, which was to be thankful that the Civil War is over, and for African Americans they were thankful that they were no longer slaves. They added the myth of the Native Americans and the Pilgrims, that the Pilgrims were starving, and then the Native Americans, in their kind heart, they decided to give the Pilgrims their food, and then the Pilgrims years later went and like butchered them all, because like people have short memories, and like yeah. But I don't want to get in. But I don't want to go there. But this is the traditional mythology that people are more familiar with Thanksgiving, you know. But even though, and even the Native Americans are at the table eating with them. But even though they're trying to put that myth into people's mind, there's still a separation between them in the way of the figures, because the Native Americans are shoved all the way over there, and then they're standing all the way back there, while in the foreground you had the Pilgrims. So even though it's supposed to show like brotherhood and fellowship of the Native Americans and whatnot, this painting from 1994 of Jean Augusta Bronsco, what it really is advocating is the apartheid. Because see how they are set apart from each other. That they have to be, the apartheid is separate but equal. That type of nonsense that these folks invented, but whatever. It's ancient history for some, but some older folks still remember what it was like to be treated as less than human. Whatever, moving on. This one is Grandma Moses catching the turkey, 1943. And then, the turkey's gotta die so that you can eat Thanksgiving. It's a nice whimsical winter scene, Thanksgiving with like strong points or red and one. You know, it's a nice happy-go-lucky one. You could even use this as a postcard. You know, nice metal now. No weird pilgrim propaganda or whatever. Just happy-go-lucky. You know. And then over here we had Nuremberg Rock was Freedom for One, 1943. And it's interesting to know that this painting was made around the close to the end of World War II. So then they were seeing, and in that time the U.S. government had told folks there was an austerity period and whatnot, and because everything was going in towards the war effort. So then we have over here a painting of Thanksgiving to remind folks of what they had to look forward to once the war is finally over. And then just celebrating finally them being able to indulge a little, at least in Thanksgiving, because the rest of the year, all of the good food is going to like the soldiers fighting Hitler and whatnot. And it's interesting how like Thanksgiving paintings tend to like appear a little more close to like war period, at least in the early days, because there are folks that still remember during this time period that Thanksgiving was more about celebrating the end of the Civil War and not about pilgrims and Native Americans holding hands and getting along. And then over here is Home for Thanksgiving. See, this one is 100% war related. A soldier was allowed to return home and be with his mother and help her do normal stuff. Because of Thanksgiving, he was allowed to have his Thanksgiving holiday and return to the family. So it's just like that other earlier painting where there was that businessman that was returning home in order to be with Thanksgiving. So then in this version is the soldier that's returning home. So he draws all the way back to like the time when the Thanksgiving was about celebrating the end of the Civil War. So then this guy's celebrating because look, it was painted in 1945, so this is celebrating that the World War II is finally over and he can like go home and chill and eat turkey.
Is that Marlon Brando?
It kind of does look like him.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, and then his biggest worry is that he's not cutting the potatoes the way his mother likes. And she's just nagging him about it, and he's just happy to return to normal. You know, like, he don't gotta be thinking about concentration camps and, like, machine guns and, like, D-Day and darkness and D-Day and all of the crazy things that happened in World War II. And this is a turkey by Roy Lichtenstein.
Is it like the biggest turkey in the history of the universe?
Oh, yeah. This painting be huge.
Like, tell them about Roy Lichtenstein.
Like Roy Lichtenstein, the way that he would like paint comic panels, but like with I don't know if it was acrylic or oil. No, acrylic wasn't around there, so it was still oil paint. So like he would like make this painting the size of like a billboard or something, so you could see it from all the way to the planet. So like, you think this painting was big? No. Like the real version is like even bigger.
Like we're talking several buildings inside. Like,
yeah, like an auditorium big. Yeah, it was a big turkey, and like that's the most identifiable thing of Thanksgiving. The turkey. It's not Thanksgiving without the turkey. At least as far as Americans concerned, we eat pork, and we're thankful for the pork.
Those porks fight back, right?
Yeah. Whatever. Well, let's leave that weird comment. People want to know. Alright, this one is the Macy's Parade, 1974 and 84 by Joseph Delany. So, like, eventually Thanksgiving became more of a like most holidays, or literally all holidays in the US, it became it became wrapped in consumerism. Over here we have the Macy's Parade, where it's a parade made by like
oh, that's Mickey Mouse over there. You see?
Yeah, it kind of does look like a weird, warped, demonic Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, like the balloon is deflating there.
Yeah. But yeah, even though it's like supposed to be a parade, what they're really telling you is go shop at Macy's. Or is Macy's like a credit card?
No, it's a store.
Yeah, go shop at Macy's.
They have a credit card with the credit card is from Chase.
So yeah, well, the Macy's parade is saying like, oh look, we're like an awesome company, go shop at us. We got like this Mickey Mouse thing. Well, yeah, and then it became a US tradition to go watch the Macy's parade in Thanksgiving because like it's a huge advertisement stunt venue that like the Macy's, the company does in order to advertise the store, and then since it tied so well with Thanksgiving, the way they did it as a marketing stunt in order so that when people think of Thanksgiving, they think of Macy's. So it worked. The marketing stunt worked. And last but not least is Hollow Knight Charlie Brown. It's a Hollow Knight Charlie Brown fan. So like these days, like Thanksgiving paintings, drawings, and illustrations have become like quite commonplace and whatnot. And this is and Charlie Brown is like very iconic as far as Thanksgiving. A lot of folks grew up watching the Charlie Brown Thanksgiving special. Those folks don't include me. I grew up elsewhere, so I remember seeing it once in school, and then it left zero impression. But I guess it has more of a nostalgia value if you were like at the right age to watch it, and not like 16 when I saw it. And like barely speaking English, and I'm like, okay, so whatever.
Like you need to do one where you explain why you were afraid of Santa Claus as a child.
Yeah, I gotta explain why Santa Claus used to scare me as a child. Because in Cuba, what we had was the three wise men. So yeah, this is a fan art, holiday fan art I made for Thanksgiving. Just a little bit of shameless self-promotion there. And you can check out more holiday fan arts in my YouTube Artsy Sister channel. Please give a like and subscribe. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Artsy Sister, and today for the art history blog, I wanted to talk to you about the Cinderella in the realm of art history. Like Cinderella is one of the most popular fairy tales, and even in modern times, it has been done to death, and not just by Disney, but by other folks as well. And they sometimes do like the classical version, or they do a Cinderella but with a modern twist. Like the best example of a modern Cinderella is a Pretty Woman that she gets taken out of poverty by like a rich prince guy, a handsome, kind prince. Well, but the original fairy tale is for those that are not familiar with it. It's basically a little girl whose father, who loses her mother when she at a young age, and depending on some versions, the mother either gives her a magical doll or tells her to plant a tree in her graveyard. And then the father gets remarried, and they all agree that when the father gets remarried, he marries a woman that had like 2 daughters. And then the father dies, and then Cinderella is made into a servant by her wicked stepmother and stepsisters, and then she gets bullied all of her entire life. And then one day she wants to go to the ball in order to like go meet the handsome prince because he's like looking for a bride there, and she just wants to go out there and have like a normal time. And then their sisters tell her that she can go, but she has to do a ridiculous amount of chores. So then she manages to complete the chores, but then they rip her little dress apart, the only thing she had left of her mother. And then when she officially reaches rock bottom is when like the fairy decides to help her. But in some Cinderella story, she gets helped by some magical birds, and in some movie by Leonardo da Vinci of all people. Like a weird Cinderella that was. I wouldn't be able to tell you which Cinderella it is because they're all called Cinderella. So, I can't, so it's hard to tell, and no subtitles, so it's hard for me to tell you which Cinderella it is. It's one of the more not newish one from like the mid-2000s.
Yeah, sometimes 2 or 3 Cinderella movies come out at the same time and they compete with each other. Like
it's nuts.
And now that Netflix is into streaming, they produce Cinderella's a dime a dozen.
Yeah. So then like she meets the prince, he falls in love with her, but then at the stroke of midnight, the magic fades, so then she runs away because she doesn't want the prince to know that she's like dirt poor, and she doesn't want to get publicly humiliated by her wicked stepmother. So then she leaves one of her glass slippers behind, and then the prince uses the glass slipper in order to find her, and then he marries her because he's Prince foot fetish, and he fell in love with her beautiful feet. And then they live happily ever after. The end. But yeah, so then now that you know Cinderella, let's talk about the painting. This is an illustration by Aubrey Beersby, and it's called The Slippers of Cinderella. So here's her little glass slipper, and then you can see that he made her feet very, very small. And the reason why he did that is because in some versions of the Cinderella story, the wicked stepsisters, in order to fit the glass slipper, they cut off their fingers in order to stick their feet in there because it's just such a tiny slit. That's why it's so important, the glass slipper, because Cinderella has like the smallest feet in the entire kingdom. So then a bird tells the prince that you should check out the feet, the leg of that other chick you're dating is like bleeding out, and then when he sees that, he says that no, the glass slipper didn't fit you. You just cut off your fingers, you lunatic. So then the other sister, instead of cutting off her thumbs to fit the slipper, she cuts off the back of her leg, this part of the leg, and then it fits. But then the snitch bird be like, the prince, you got the wrong chick, and then so then he has to come back for the right one a couple of times. Like, you can only wonder how many chicks chopped off their foot in order to become queen before he found the right Cinderella, because we know that the wicked stepsisters did it, but we don't know all of the other chicks that did it on his way there. But yeah, and then it's a nice rose dress. It's a very nice looking Cinderella. And they put her hair light color, like as we go on with the painting, you notice that a lot of them agree that she has like light colored hair, either red or blonde. And then over here we have the Prince foot fetish. They mean like, oh my god, the little slipper actually fits. It's a perfect match. And here are the wicked stepsisters, like being very angry and annoyed by it. This one is by Carl Oftendinger. Yeah, that name. That's quite a mouthful.
I was like, are there like 3 F's? No, it's like O-F-F-T.
T, yeah. It's off Dinger. But yeah, it's an illustration for the Cinderella book.
So that was like the V for Vendetta guy.
Yeah, it does look like he's marrying the V for Vendetta guy. Like he has like the mustache and the devil monkey. She's marrying the gunpowder treason guy.
Guy Fawkes.
Guy Fawkes. But then again, beer and a mustache were very fashionable back then. Like they say, like, well, I don't know whatever you're into, but like you weren't considered a big boy back then if you didn't have facial hair. The more facial hair you had, like Gandalf the Wise, the more respected you were. Like this one is Cinderella Indication by Charles Robinson. So then here's Cinderella struggling to get all of her shorts done before it's time to go to the ball, and then they just keep giving her more and more and more shorts.
Is that a cloud card?
Where?
Like the whole thing looks like a cloud card.
Yeah, like a lot of them had like very nice, like nice borders, like. Because of the cost for print these days, the books with pictures have like gone the way of the dinosaur. And if they do show them that the color red is missing, because the color red be Macy's blood and it's very expensive. And this one is Cinderella from the picture book for the Red Cross by Edmund Dulac. Over here is Cinderella getting helped by her fairy godmother, and then here's a fairy in like a gorgeous gown, and here she is turning the pumpkins into a carriage, and so like the whole carriage scene from the Disney movie is legitimately canonical. It's not just them being villains, because they just then copy and pasting the actual fairy tale, no fancy additions and whatnot. And and even like the one that is like a nice stick of light, like a very nice, respectable fairy one. And also like the fairy is like a very tall woman. And then there's a tiny fairy, like The fairies used to, like, I don't know who said that, like, fairies were tiny little creatures. No. The fairies are full-size grown women. I don't know who started the myth that fairies were tiny. But then again, Tinkerbell was small, so they come in of variation sizes. So then over here is this time the fairy godmother is much older. And she's also doing like the little pumpkin thing. She's turning the rest of the house into like the horse and the carriage and making the pumpkin bigger.
Usually Flemish. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Oh, and instead, and her one looks more like a threaded king from Bloodborne. So yeah, so she can also turn it into a sword whip. But yeah, it's a very nice. Her one is also her walking king, which is interesting. It's a fun, and then she's there without shoes, just seeing the carriage being made.
Yeah, not like Moody that has to stop it.
Yeah. You're right. The Madame Moody has like a different, but we don't talk about Harry Potter anymore. We don't talk about Bruno. This one is Cinderella. It is Cinderella, but Edward Burne-Jones. He's like a pre-Raphaelite guy. Like somebody who has all of the art that was made by Raphael and by those that followed after Raphael. So yeah, and they used to like to draw like a lot of women that were going through tough time, and Cinderella was a subject matter that they would tackle every so often. Like the reason why she was called Cinderella is because her father didn't call her that. That was just like a terrible nickname. She got a nickname because when she was cleaning the chimneys, she would like get covered completely in soot and ash. So then cinder is soot, like dust. So her name is Dustiella.
So basically Cinderella, a lot of cinder?
Yeah, you're right. She is a lot of cinder. She's an ashen one. So ashen one basically means Cinderella. Because Cinderella means ash. The ashen one. The princess of ash. So the ashen one is Cinderella. And now we can post it in the blog, in the Dark Souls forum, because Cinderella's an ashen one.
Alright, I will be spamming here.
We'll see. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Oh man, the refrigerator sounds loud. Alright, so then here she is by the chimney with like twigs and whatnot. And over here you start seeing the illusion of the pumpkin that's gonna get made into her carriage. But over here she's just doing like all of her chores. And like here's some garlic and stuff, they're just there working out. And like as before, they always show like the biggest highlight showing her tiny feet, because she's Princess Tiny Feet.
Some pretty big feet, huh?
Yeah, you're right. They do look very well. I think kind of ish. Yeah, a little big, a little small. But and then this one is, oh yeah, I forgot to say that. This one was by Valentin Cameron Princess, 1880. And this one is by Harry Clark, 1922. It's not Cinderella, it's the prince being very sad that the woman left, so he's holding up her tiny shoe. Like over here, Cinderella working by the chimney, but she has an interesting ostrich feather. So in a weird little hat, in a little hat, so it's basically then crowning her like the princess of the ashes, as in like a mockery, and then she with her little tiny feet. So it's just a scene of she getting publicly humiliated by like her wicked stepsister, then poking fun at her and said, "Oh, here's this stupid princess having a feather, you, the princess of chimney and ash, you ashen one." And then she'd be like, "I'm gonna become a Lord of Cinders one day, and then everyone's gonna respect me." That one is by John Everett Millais, another pre-Raphaelite. You see, the pre-Raphaelites, they love painting Cinderella paintings. This one is by Thomas Sully, 1848, Cinderella in the Kitchen. And this time, and this time she had a cat, but the cat wasn't evil. What the hell? What the hell was wrong with the Disney people and the cat naming the cat Lucifer? Oh yeah, originally Cinderella didn't got along with the cat, or she had a cat. The cat wasn't a bad guy in the original Cinderella. This one is Cinderella, but instead of she getting helped by a fairy, she's getting helped by two turtle dogs. And in one version of the story, she plants a tree in her mother. No, in that version, her father isn't dead, but he's still a jerk to her. But he's awful to her as well. So then when he goes out to like buy gifts for his daughter, his flesh and blood daughter asks him to get him like the first branch that falls off a tree. So then that's what he gives him. So then she plants it in her mother's graveyard, and it eventually grows into a tree. And two birds come to live there. And then every day she cries and prays the tree. And then eventually, when the tree grows big enough, the birds that live there, they become her allies. That's why in the Disney movie you wonder why are the birds doing all of the chores for her. It's because canonically, in one of the versions of Cinderella, she doesn't get fairies, she gets an army of birds, a la Alfred Hitchcock style. So the birds of Cinderella, that could be a good kind of horror movie. Like I know it's like a company that's making horror movie versions of fairy tales or all of the Disney properties. Like these are low hanging fruit. Just they do Cinderella wrong, and then she sends her army of birds in order to like get revenge on her wicked stepsister. That could be a great horror movie version of Cinderella by using the birds. Oh, and rats. Don't forget the rats. Alright, that Cinderella one was by Eleanor Abbott. And this one is by Gustav Doré. Is Cinderella in the ballroom. It's like the prince and everyone like being like, oh my god, look at the pretty girl and whatnot.
Is that Don Quixote back there?
Yeah, it kind of looks like, oh yeah, here's the king and queen just being shocked by like the beautiful lady there. And the prince finally taking an interest in somebody and like, wow, so cute. But she's like shrinking into herself because she's like uber shy about the situation. And she's been abused for most of her life. She's like not used to being like praised and like getting complimented and being the center of attention for something good for a change. But which is why when she starts losing losing the magic, she just flees because she's afraid that they like me because I'm dressing pretty, but what's gonna happen once the magic changes and then they see me in rags and barefoot? They'll burn me as a witch. They will. Well, possibly because it's a dress created by magic, and like anyone that shows up with a magic dress, he gets witch, and then they get burned. Alright, this was by Jean-Antoine Laurent. It's the perfect match one, but the shoe is not like so much crystal. It looks like more made of fabric. Like it's not like a glass slipper because it's not always a glass slipper, but it's always a very tiny shoe that you gotta that only a very tiny princess feet can fit. And then of course with the stepsister, they didn't cut off their feet this time, so they fell the match. And of course, they always put her right next to the chimney to remind. Like if you see a woman right next to a chimney, they're probably painting not like a seven woman right next to a chimney. It's probably a Cinderella painting if it's between the 1600s to the modern times. Because sometimes they're not labeled as Cinderella, but it's definitely Cinderella because the symbol of Cinderella in those days was the chimney, because she's named Ashen One because of how often she would work at the chimney and get covered in soot and ash. So yeah, so if you're looking at painting, you see a woman by chimney. No, that is a Cinderella that hasn't been labeled properly. Because Cinderella, as you can see, it was a very popular fairy tale for like the 1600s. And this one is a more modern painting of Cinderella, and I just want to show you because I just like the way that the golden gown. And I even did a Hollow Knight parody of this this painting where I made Hornet Cinderella. Should put it in the list, but I forgot to add it. But yeah, this one is by Kunico Whitecraft. Yeah, very nice looking Cinderella married to the ball with like her rat servants and her pumpkin carriage. you see, by the ashes, the fairy godmother manifested from the chimney. So maybe the fairy godmother is Santa Claus' wife? Because we know what Santa Claus does and that he's magic, but maybe that's what his wife does when like his husband is delivering presents. She's like the fairy godmother. That's just some crazy theory. A film theory. But yeah. Like a painting theory. Yeah, the fairy godmother, since she comes out of a chimney so much, she's like the Santa Claus' wife, Mrs. Claus. She's the fairy godmother that helps the Cinderella. I mean, she also gives fancy gifts a la Santa Claus style to very good little girls, right? So yeah, it does fall within the Santa Claus power level spectrum. But now I'm sounding insane. Moving on. By Oliver Hedford. Oh yeah, it's still running, right? And this one is the stepsisters, and the name is cut off. Oh yeah, here it is, by Mildred Leon. See, that's why it's important to always sign your work, cause like the illustration itself, it didn't have like a title the name of the author per se, but thank God that the Mildred Leon had the common sense to put her name on her illustration, because otherwise nobody was gonna know what this was called. And even where I found it didn't say the name of the artist. But yeah, now you know. And then over here is Cinderella preparing the fancy dresses. Some of the other sisters who are getting ready to try on the glass slipper. Even though she totally knows that that's her glass slipper, but she's gotta buy her time before striking. And this one is by Charles Perrault. No. Fairy Tales of Charles Perrault by Henry Clark. 1922. And then the wicked stepsister wearing like their fancy dresses while Cinderella just sitting in the background trying to get like her sisters to wear preparing their sisters ridiculous wigs, cause like ridiculous wigs, that was what was fashionable back in those days. Yeah. I just like the nice fabric. It's a very nice watercolor illustration or painting. And here we have Cinderella trying on the slipper by Kepod Og Prinsen.
Look at the expression of the wicked.
Oh wait, that's not what it is. No, it's by Jenny Nystrom. You can't trust the information you find on the internet. Like I read, it said one thing, but over here is the signature of the artist. So, like before, always just read the artist's signature before like mislabeling it. Anyhow, here she wearing the glass slipper, but it doesn't look very glassy. It looks more like metallic. So in this version, it's like the metal slipper. Like
the expression on the wicked stepmother.
And the wicked stepmother, oh no, it fitted on her. She's gonna be queen, and we're being so mean to her. She's gonna decapitate her.
Because this is France.
Because this is France, and decapitation is fashionable. Like it isn't that like the beast was like a beast throughout like all of the French Revolution stuff, cause like he slept right through all of that craziness being away in a haunted castle. But whatever, I'm gonna sidetrack. I think that this is the last Cinderella illustration and painting. I hope you have fun with this. With this history vlog focusing on Cinderella and the history of Cinderella paintings, and I hope you find it amazing. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to show you some Christmas painting just to get you in the holiday mood made by various artists. Like the first one that I wanted to show you was made by Norman Rockwell, is Santa Claus Reading the Mail, 1935. And here we have your traditional depiction of Santa Claus, him reading everyone's mail. But it's interesting to know that Santa Claus has a halo on top of his head, because a lesser known fact about Santa Claus is that his name is actually Saint Nicholas, and he's actually a saint from the Russian Eastern Orthodox Church. And he lives in Siberia. So if you're looking for the North Pole, you're looking in the, you gotta look, you're not supposed to look for it in Canada, since since Santa Claus is a Russian saint. You gotta look for his worship in Siberia. So yeah, so the more you know. So yeah, moving along. But he delivers presents to all of the children, regardless of where you're from. So yeah, that's fun. So then over here we have some Christmas carolers, and what's interesting about this painting in 1923 by Norman Rockwell, what's interesting about this painting is that it also includes the music connotation. So it says Christmas in Mercely. So you see that, so it tells you exactly what the music that they actually singing. So it kind of like, if you think that it integrates both the visual and the hearing as far as this painting is concerned. Christmas carolers running around the neighborhood, singing to people around the houses, that's a very American traditional way of like celebrating Christmas. So if you're not from like America and then suddenly some people dressed in red are knocking in front of your door singing, do not be freaked out that it's actually normal in Christmas time in this country. Alright, so then over here, also by Norman Rockwell, the family is like a family arriving with all of the presents, and like the dog is receiving them. So it's basically cause in Christmas, like families that haven't seen each other in like ages, at Thanksgiving, they just get together like the biggest house, and then they exchange presents with one another, just hanging out in a bigger family unit, just cousins and uncles and brothers and sisters that haven't seen each other in like forever. They at least once a year that get together to celebrate Christmas. So then here it's funny, the little kid being like ridiculously loud about it. He's the one that says, Christmas, we arrived. It's very loud, it's hilarious. But then that's typical trademark humor of Norman Rockwell. So then over here, also by Norman Rockwell, is Santa Claus watching the children sleeping. Because the kids tried to stay awake in order to see when Santa Claus was going to arrive, but they fell asleep while waiting for him. And then Santa Claus is just like laughing at them, but in a good way. He just finds the humor in that the children fell asleep waiting for him. And then this one, so then in this Santa Claus, because in the Norman Rockwell, he sometimes depicts Santa Claus as a mythical figure, but sometimes as a being of flesh and blood. And in this painting they discovered in 1956, this little boy was searching through his parents' drawer. He discovered that his father's actually Santa Claus, because he found his father's Santa Claus outfit with a fake beard and everything, and he's just like, what the hell? My whole life is a lie. So over here is basically the loss of innocence in a nutshell. My dad is the Santa Claus isn't real. All of my school bullies were right. Whatever. Yeah, that was a bad mean joke. But yeah, basically just a kid shocked at the realization that Santa Claus isn't real, that it's just his father putting on an act in order to give him some wonder, and then to further reinforce the fact that this is his father's chest drawer. Here's the pipe that his father smoked. So yeah, so he really was rooting around his father's stuff, and he discovered something he shouldn't have. Something that traumatized him for life.
By the way, that is also the face of every children that's going to watch this video after this part.
Yeah. But Santa Claus is real. But not in the tradition of it. He's a Russian saint from I think it was from like the 1800s, and the Russians say he made wooden toys and gave it to children, and then he eventually evolved into the modern day Santa Claus once the immigrants brought the tradition to the U.S. because like the U.S. was forced by lots and lots of immigrants blending all of the traditions together until it became what it is today. And then here we have Santa Claus. But not in the nativity sense, more like in the modern sense that we're all familiar with, that most folks are familiar with. The commercialized Santa Claus. And then over here, number 1 was showing tiny teen about crash it. Okay. 1934, and like a Christmas Carol is a Christmas classic by Charles Dickens, and then everyone's like, oh, Tiny Teen this and that, and it's basically Scrooge getting visited upon by 3 ghosts that tell him that if he keeps being an old miser, being like awful to everyone, he's gonna end in hell alone or by himself. And then I'd be like, dude, I didn't need 3 ghosts to know that. You reap what you sow. It's pretty obvious. Like, you don't need 3 ghosts to tell you that if you isolate everyone, you're like an awful human being to every single one that runs into you, you're gonna die alone. So it's just cause and effect, you know. But whatever. I mean, here's them thing celebrating Christmas, and one of the dad and the kid, and Tiny Tim. Alright, so this one is officially not by Norman Rockwell. It's by Edward Munch. It's Christmas in the brothel. So yeah, even they celebrate the holiday. So instead, so as you can see, over here's the Christmas tree, so that makes it a Christmas painting, you know, but those women, they're just going about their day because all of their clients, they're obviously at home celebrating the festivities with their family. So finally, they have some time to do what they really want, which is like read a book and smoke a cigarette. You know, just then chilling, and the only person that's there with them and not even engaging in their trade profession is like the local drunkard that's just there passed out, spending the holiday in like the most depressing way imaginable, you know, being drunk at a brothel in Christmas.
You know what's even worse than that? Being the painter who made that painting all around Christmas.
Yeah, they're being there with Munch painting this at a Christmas. Yeah, what's more depressing than this painting, than this Christmas painting, is the guy who painted it. Because that's a very sad American tradition that a lot of folks, they do a lot of very terrible self-destructing thing on the Christmas holiday. If that holiday happens to happen when they're like all by themselves. But yeah, it's a sad Christmas. Let's move along. Let's not dwell on it. This one is by Dante Gabriel Rossetti, A Christmas Carol. So it's just 3 ghosts that are about to go bother Scrooge getting ready for the show.
I have a lot of questions about this one. For starters, did they have electrical pianos in the 1850s?
Yeah, not an electrical piano, but it has like the nativity here painted there. It's just very weird. And over here, like the Christmas tree and like and all of the Christmas celebration, and then they're prepping out their hair, and I'm just wondering what the hell is.
This is an electrical pianola from like modern days.
Yeah, it's just a weird type of Christmas painting, but it has all the color. It has red and green and like the nice little stars, and the nativity is there, so she's just a very weird Christmas tree woman. Oh yeah, by the Pre-Raphaelites. This one was made by Grandma Moses, and it's Christmas at home. This one is definitely more traditional depiction of Christmas.
Is her name really Grandma?
Well, when I Googled it, it said Grandma Moses, so I just went with it. She really is, or maybe it's like her painter title, like Lanier Brothers or something. Or El Greco. That wasn't his name. They just call him as... Yeah, but they used to just call him the Greek for short, and then he'd be like, alright, and then he just be like, alright, so I guess that's my name now, and then he started signing his paintings as the Greek. But yeah. So then over here we got like Santa Claus over here. Is it visible in the thing?
Yeah.
Santa Claus here, or amusing the children, and then dancing around, a dog in the middle, the 2 grandparents sharing stories by the fireplace, 2 Christmas carolers, a pilgrim woman with Santa Claus was more nuts in like the 1940s.
I want a rifle so I can shoot some deer, maybe my parents. Here you go, little Timmy.
Here you go, tiny thing, the rifle.
I will do a crime.
No, here you go. Here you go, tiny Chavo. Here's the rifle you asked for.
I will do a crime.
Yeah, like it's crazy how what was considered an acceptable children gift in like the 1940s and what you normally get kids these days. I'm glad that people finally exercise some common sense over the years. But yeah, that's a very old traditional Christmas painting.
Painting weapons to the children.
Yeah. And this one is Carl Larson, A Christmas Morning, 1894. This is basically the kids already fooling around with their presents. Like this kid, he was giving like a pair of skates and a nice little boat. This one, and they gave her a book.
She must be really angry.
Well, actually, this little girl got a doll. Well, actually, it's an illustrated book with pictures. Like back in the 1920s and during the time, being given a book as a present wasn't considered a cheap present. Mostly because books, they used to cost an arm and a leg. And now they're kind of returning into that because with the literacy rates dropping, then now books are more of a premium. So then obviously for one book sale they gotta meet their quarterly whatever. I don't even want to get into like the book business. And this little girl, since she was given a jug full of charcoal, but since she's too much of a toddler, she be like, oh, this is a great present. And she's playing with it. She's painting the little charcoal pieces that they gave her. But yeah, it's just the kids fooling around with their presents. Oh yeah, this one is Graceland Christmas by King Candle. 2000 is a more modern one, and this one kind of looks like the home from the house from Home Alone, and then over here like the around with like the presents. That's a more traditional looking Christmas one. This one is called.
If it's Circle of Hell, what am I looking at here?
It's Stanley Spencer The Nursery Christmas Stocking. So it's it's just a small shooter filling out getting the stockings filled with presents. And I don't know what type of weird traditional paper house is this in the floor. These are very weird. Children playing with their Christmas toys type of weird painting.
Is this Art Nouveau?
More like Art Deco, cause it's almost a soft cubism because of how stylized the pictures are. It's a weird painting, but it was unique looking, so that's why I wanted to show you.
That one looks like she's having a slug or something.
In the Christmas stockings.
Oh.
This one is definitely more impressionist because little dabs of paint. Yeah, almost. Yeah, it is pointillism, but not by the pointillist guy. Christmas 1910 by Joseph Rip Ronai. And this one, this is more of a traditional one. The father at the piano, playing music, and the kids are playing, fooling around near the Christmas tree, you know. Just what you normally see in like a Christmas holiday. Except that I don't think most modern houses have room for a grand piano or even a need for it, but like back in those old days, having a piano was like a status symbol. You know, like okay, my house is so big it can fit the living room can actually fit a piano, a grand piano. So yeah, even if you never played it, if you wanna like pufferfish and say that I have a ginormous living room, that the best way to show that your living room is ginormous is to put a grand piano like smack in the middle. And then you say like, do you play it? He said no, but it's just a status symbol, like my poodle. And plus pianos are like, they look nice. This one is Christmas Shopper 1912 by James Glackens. In those days, Black Friday wasn't a thing, so like people would shop for their presents closer to Christmas. So then just a nice chaotic look, and in the middle here's a Santa Claus trying, like ringing a bell in order to get people to donate money for the poor. So that tradition of Santa Claus begging for money for like charity is like really old, from like at least as old as the 1912, which is one of the earliest depictions of the Christmas tradition. And the rest is just folks start piling on presents. I mean, these are so many presents on top of a little dollhouse, and just choppers running and going all over the place during the time. And then it's interesting, like the transition period, because over here in the foreground you got cars, but you still back here have people in carriages and on horseback. So it's showing the transition from going from like horses to automobiles. So yeah.
And you can see that you can buy a Christmas dinner for 20 cents, 4 country, a turkey,
and Tom's, whatever. Add Tom's. Something.
Yeah, that's product placement right there.
Yeah, you're right. It's a little advertisement in the corner, but mostly the centerfold is the Santa. At least when my eyes immediately drawn right in the middle of the painting, and then it's further highlighted by the lamppost in the middle, like just highlighting, focusing on the Santa Claus or giving money to the poor. So I think that what it does is that while these well-to-do people are stuck in the consumerist aspect of Christmas, there's some people out there that can't afford nice things, so it gives to the poor. And like if you see the Santa asking for money for charity, for like so that poor people can actually have a Christmas, like poor and homeless, then like give a little, yeah. And that's what this painting is really more about, contrasting how like poor people, how like the rich people, they're crazy going about buying Christmas trees while these guys like begging for money to help out the poor. This one is by Arthur Rackham. He painted like in the 1900s and 1940s, around there. And then laden with Christmas toys. So here the children, they're like bothering their grandparents, shaking their pockets and their wardrobes looking for presents. They're like, where do you hide the presents? Like these kids, they already know that they're old enough to know that Santa Claus is not the one who brings the presents. So they're just shaking their grandparents to see that. So where do you hide the presents? Where they at? And then they just find it very laughable. The children shaking their pockets and their stuff. It's just adorable. It's an adorable painting. Makes me smile. And this one by Charles M. Russell, Old Christmas in New England, 1918. So then we have a couple going about their day, going on like a romantic. Remember like the song about like the horse, about the Christmas jingle song about a horse. I forget.
Oh, how fun it is to ride on a one horse open sleigh.
Oh, how fun it is to ride on a one horse open sleigh. So yeah, they're doing that part of the song. Or the Jingle Bell song, but when they suddenly stop because Native America, to look at a Native American who like killed that.
Who killed Datch?
Who killed Datch, right? And then they'd be like, you shot a reindeer on Christmas, you know what I think? And then they'd be like, I'm hungry.
And the horse
and the reindeer is gonna be my Christmas present for my children so they can eat well. So then it's just
a clash of cultures.
A clash of cultures, while like the white folks are like doing their one horse open sleigh, the Native Americans are just doing their own thing. Because now, just because you celebrate Christmas doesn't mean that it's Christmas in every household. Like people do different things, and that's alright. So yeah, that's a Christmas painting of a culture clash. You shot a reindeer on Christmas?
No, I shot a reindeer on a Tuesday.
I shot a reindeer on a Tuesday, and I will probably shoot another reindeer tomorrow on Wednesday. Cause that's just the life. Cause I gotta say, I'm a hunter-gatherer, and that's just how I live. Never mind that you don't understand the fact that I had to shoot animals to survive. You privileged wife. I'm not gonna get there, but yeah. Moving along. I just put it it there because I thought it was funny, this Christmas one. I was like, and
actually one of the
a Christmas one where I didn't remember because she had like Thatcher bliss. Made me laugh. And this one is by Jean-Léon Geron Ferris, 1795, The Christmas Coach. So then it's like people arriving and a huge family that just arrived there for the holidays. And then look over here, even the flag looks different. So this is like a really, really old Christmas painting. Because even the flag is round with all of the stars, so it only has the original 13 states. So this is a really, really old Christmas painting.
Plus, back there's an Oregon Trail caravan. Like you can see the...
Yeah. So then it's interesting to know that since there are a caravan of people, of rich people like traveling about, obviously they need an armed escort. So it's interesting to know the armed escort that you got Louis up there, but also a Native American that's looking after them. It's actually very prominently featured on the foreground if you think about it. So it's not as if it's interesting paint showing a Native American in one of these old-timey paintings, but not as a background character, but as a very prominently there. Like almost like saying that the only reason why these idiots were able to make it to Christmas time was because this guy was looking after the folks that decided to travel in like literally the worst time to travel just to celebrate a holiday.
Like, it looks like the red coat is even thanking him, like looking at him.
Yeah. The red coat is like, oh, thank you for giving me like the escort, you know. And they even drawing attention to it because both of them are the color red, so you are immediately drawn to it. So you know, I mean, like, so that he's like thanking the Native American for his service. You got us here without us getting shot at by bandits you know. Yeah, and then the one on top of there also keeping an eye on escort, because yeah, you wanna like travel and have a little fun in a one horse open sleigh, but the reality of those time period or like the colonial area was that traveling was dangerous and most of the time a death sentence.
Dysentery.
It's still running up there, right? So yeah, this next painting is by Frank Xavier Leyendecker. And then it's I say mommy kissing Santa Claus. So then it's a different childhood drama. Like we saw one where the child discovers that his father Santa Claus, but over here the children are even more confused because they're seeing Santa Claus kiss mommy. And the reason why Santa is because it's your father dressed up as Santa Claus and then he's smooching his wife. So a father usually does, but then like the kids are just watching me, like, oh my god, my mother's cheating on my dad with Santa Claus. That is, but then Santa Claus, he's supposed to give presents to the good children and then he's pairing on my mother. So then they're just ridiculously confused by the situation. So if you haven't told your children that Santa Claus is not he technically is not a Russian, it's not a Russian paint, it's not a Russian saint. Because I can't say that he's not real because I know that Saint Nicholas is a saint that existed like in the 1800s, so he was real during a certain time period, whether you believe that saints are magic or not. But I'm getting excited. The point is that if you're a father dressing up as Santa Claus, like be careful not to kiss your wife and stuff in front of the little ones because you're gonna confuse them and traumatize them. Just like it was in this page, they'll be like, what the hell is going on? And I find it funny, they're like, oh, why is Santa Claus smooching my mother? He told us that we had to be good, but he's doing that horrible thing. Yeah, they're definitely gonna have a lot to talk about their terrible kids. This one is by William Holbrook. Santa Claus. Over here he's showing prices down the chimney.
Is this like the most creepy depiction of Santa you've ever seen?
Yeah, but it actually shows all of the most of the reindeers actually. It's a very traditional way of showing Santa Claus, but he's not on a sleigh. It's a weird type of sleigh because the sleigh looks like a swan in the front. but it looks like a magic carpet in the bottom. So like, I guess this layer originally was swamp shape. So yeah, that's something to consider.
And I can see why he got Rudolph, because like it's dark.
Yeah, like over here he hasn't recruited Rudolph yet. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So he has the fur, but eventually he had 12 reindeer, with Rudolph being the 13th one, just cause, well, were they 13 or were they 9? I don't remember. God, I gotta remember the Christmas jingle. I don't remember. The point is that Rudolph hasn't been recorded yet, and that's why he's having a hard time. And I guess he didn't bother to squeeze to the chimney during the 1800s. He just stared down the chimney. They reminded the toy cat fire because the chimney's on. And I guess this one who has a closed chimney is not getting any press. Because this Santa Claus in the 1800s is not going down no chimney. He just throwing it down the chimney. So you better keep that chimney open.
And not on fire.
And not on fire, otherwise your toys are gonna be burnt. Oh yeah. And then this one is by Charles M. Russell, and it's a cowboy going about cowboys, but then he sees a vision of the freaking Santa Claus just passing by.
Odin. We're bringing about Ragnarok.
Bringing about Ragnarok. Because even before the Russian the Saint Nicholas, there was an even earlier depiction of Santa Claus, which was it was either a Celtic or a Norman, or both, where Odin will come to the houses of all of the good warriors to keep a battle as big weapons to shoot to the good warriors, so that they would fight better in the next war. So it used to be Santa Claus used to just give weapons to the big boys on the top. So that's why Santa Claus in the 1920s was giving rifles to children, because back in the old days he used to give the presents went out for the children, but for the adult parents in order for them to go to war and defend their homestead. But I'm getting excited. Over here is just some cowboy, or more it almost looks like the Red Dead Redemption guy.
Yeah, well, it wasn't this in Red Dead Redemption.
Yeah, this would have been hilarious. In a safe place, and just have Santa was flying by you, and you'll be very confused. Just do it like a Christmas event only. 1910s. that would be definitely hilarious. Just.
No, the opening scene of Red Dead Redemption, when you're in a blizzard, they Santa just waltzes by.
Yeah, that's how the corner. It was and then you be like, what the hell was that? It's funny, right?
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah. And then you're being what the hell was that? Alright, and this one is Merry Christmas by Viggo Johansen, 1891. And it's the family singing around a beautiful bright Christmas tree, and all of the light is coming from the fancy Christmas tree. And then I wonder and then if you look out closer, the Christmas tree is being lighted by candles.
Yeah, that's gonna
burn. It's the biggest fire hazard in the history of fire. And then over here, it's the maid just watching this idiot being any minute now this tree's gonna catch fire, and all the presents and everyone is gonna go up in smoke. But thank God that I'm closer to the head than all of these idiots.
Also, there's a bust to the far right.
Oh yeah, a weird bust of a Greek over here, some Greek guy. It's just a weird, but. It's interesting to know that you don't see a father anywhere here. It's just the small children. Wow, she has a lot of children. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we can assume that maybe they're more on the other side. So, 10
maybe
children.
Maybe the father's on the other side?
Oh, yeah. Maybe the father is on the other side. Yeah, I shouldn't assume that the father's not there just because I don't see him.
Or maybe the bus is a funeral bus of his father, and that's how
so then it's just, because if you notice, only the children are wearing fancy dresses, while the mother is in black, and so is the grandmother over there. So it's actually, the more you look at the painting details, the more depressing it is. It's just the mother celebrating Christmas one last time before the house catches fire and everyone burns together. Because I don't know, I just can't get over the fire hazard or candles on a Christmas tree. Just gonna burn. Okay, moving along. Alright, this is Dali's Santa with drawers. So it's a surrealist depiction of Santa Claus. So then he's getting drawers out of his valise, and then he's giving a melted cloth to a very confused little boy. While another little boy points at Santa Claus. Oh yeah, it's
Is that a mistletoe?
Yeah, that's a mistletoe battle, a ginormous mistletoe. And like the creepy Santa Claus are there, and in a snowball is the teenager of the painter, Dali. And it looks more like to be watercolor style. And then he's giving melted cloths to the children.
You don't see a lot of watercolors by Dali.
Yeah, or maybe he has a lot of colors, but maybe those paintings haven't been digitized yet, because we know for a fact that Dali was ridiculously prolific. So then, just because something hasn't been digitized doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. And I figure that watercolor by its very nature gets done a lot quicker. So yeah, there you have it. A nice watercolor painting of Santa Claus by Dali.
Oh, and who's
Oh yeah, like the little. Whenever you see like Dali painting like a weird little kid, he's usually painting like his dead brother, because they call Dali after like the parents of Dali had a kid named Salvador, but then the kid died like a couple of days later. So then when they had the other kid, they named it after the dead kid. The same thing happened to Vincent van Gogh, and it also traumatized him. So then whenever he's thinking about his death, right, what Dali used to say was that the first kid, his older brother, was just the half-baked version of himself, and then the one that was born was just him already ready for the world. But he was still thinking about his little brother. Whenever he feels that his little brother is haunting him, there you have him over there in the painting. And this one, 1953, and Tangled Up by Al Brule. It's just dad trying to fix the Christmas tree, but it just became a tangled mess. But it's the holiday, so he has to try hard. And it's like, oh my God, what did I get myself into? He's been thinking that he should have started with like the lights from top to bottom instead of bottom to top. But yeah, he just made a mess of it all. And this one is Andy Warhol Santa Claus, just a fancy version of Santa Claus. But like if you notice, like his eyes, they're very dilated, like very large and round. I don't know what that's called in English. The pupil's very big, and usually when like the pupil is like ridiculous big, it's usually because they're high off something. So yeah, this Santa Claus is trippy. So yeah, Andy, but it's the 70s. Everyone be tripping in the 70s. So that's what Andy Warhol painted, a very trippy Santa Claus. High off mistletoe. This one is Winter in Shroventilde Festivities in 1919 by Boris Custodiev. So then over here in the program we got the horse on the sleigh, very Christmassy, and then like the balloons and the shops, and it's just holiday shoppers going. Oh, this one is more of a one horse open sleigh. This one did it right with one horse. And it's just people going out celebrating and Christmas, just going about the city and buying presents or being Christmas carolers over here. It's a nice traditional depiction of Christmas in the 1990s. And this one is also by Boris Carnival. In the foreground, the horses just dangle. I don't know, I just like that it was very Christian, but it freaks me out, these birds on top of here. Like where are they going? They're like gathering at the churches. Oh, but also over there, just like the
there's
weird.
various gathering of like creepy birds.
Yeah, like in the top, it's just very weirdly creepy. So you got, like just ominous gatherings or stuff.
No, they're probably there to balance out the darkness underneath. But
yeah, but even so, it's just weird to see a lot of birds, because you have a lot of dark figures in the bottom, and then you would need to balance it on the top. So he just drew a flock of birds gathering the church for Christmas. So I hope you have fun. Yeah, this was like the last Christmas painting. I hope you have fun with like this Christmas vlog. But I'm gonna be like, what happened there? Hello, my name is Artsy Sister, and today I want to talk to you about 20 New Year's paintings. Like New Year's not like like New Year's something that's not usually like painted much in artwork. Mostly because people are like too busy celebrating New Year in order to like bother to paint it. So in this one, it's one of the oldest ones that I was able to find in 1779. And it's called New Year's Eve at Stockholm Palace 1779. So over here you have all of the kings and queens, and somebody's even looking at the clock waiting in order to celebrate the coming of the New Year. And like this one is a cool painting, and I'm showing it because like around in 1788 by Kitawawa Utamaru. Courtesans, entourage, and New Year's festival. So like the whole celebrating New Year was more and actually painting a New Year celebration. Like it was a bigger celebration back in Asia, Japan, China, you know. So but then when Japan became very popular in Europe, because they started bringing those Akue paintings over to Europe, then you know that the Impressionists were all about they were all about Japan. So then you start seeing only when they have contact with artwork of Japan do you start seeing more paintings about New Year, and even New Year celebration became a thing.
Which is interesting because the New Year that they were celebrating is Chinese New Year, not the one that we celebrate.
Yeah, they celebrate at like a different date. Oh yeah, this one is 1890s Handsmith Pastor Student blows out the candle on New Year's Eve. So then this is like the first a depiction of a Western tradition of New Year, where New Year finally starts getting its own little unique gimmicks in like Western culture. While in Asia it was like this whole thing. So then New Year wasn't a thing until Japan made it a thing, and then they'd be like, oh well, that sounds cool. Why don't we celebrate New Year? So then they just added that to like the Western calendar because they thought it was cool because of all of the pomp and flair that they was shown in the Akue paintings. So, but since it's a humble house and it's a pastor, the only thing that they're doing to celebrate the New Year, I should put out this candle for New Year. No champagne or nothing. It's more of a solemn celebration. And like this kid is just falling asleep and wondering, what the hell am I doing up? Over here is when the champagne finally started and it became like a lively party for a change. And this was a toast, 1896, by Julius Leblanc Stewart.
Seems like the wish for a rose from Chinese New Year.
Yeah, it does look a lot like it. With a lot less frills, but yeah, it does look like the Chinese, oh yeah, and also pulling up the skirt in order to show like the shin, like the tiny little legs. But it's funny, all of our modern outfits will be considered shame back in those days. And then you'd be like, dude, it's just an arm, no need to like form a Spanish Inquisition about it. Whatever. And then right here's like the first time where you see a painting of showing the New Year toast, somebody toasting as soon as the New Year comes, and like, you know, which is a thing right now, but yeah, but this is like one of the early depictions of it. This one, A New Year's Nocturne in New York, 1892 by Shilde Hassan. So like they're spending the New Year right outside, so you can, and like they're looking at flowers, but it's a closed shop. But as you can see, since they're all outside, they're all probably like waiting. Like, remember that in New Year in New York in Times Square they do like a big New Year's party. I don't know if they still do that because of like 2025. Well, they still do that. Yeah. But yeah, but here you see an early a painting of that tradition very early on when it started to become a thing in New York. Like a Times Square celebration on New Year, and then over here they're just waiting for like the fireworks to start. But as you can see, the New Year being celebrated in like the West, it just happened very, very late, and I think it's mostly because they were influenced by the Kue paintings from Japan that showed how awesome a New Year celebration could be, and then they started mimicking them. Oh yeah, and this one is a Happy New Year's poster, 1899 by Raphael Kirchner. And then over here you see the toasting that said, like drinking champagne at New Year is like a very old tradition. See? Them toasting for good health and whatnot. So the champagne thing is like very old, so it's like a very old New Year celebration tradition. And here's another Ikue painting of what goes on in Japan at New Year, and it's a bunch of like foxes, kitsune, that's what they're called. And then if you're like hanging out in Japan, you obviously see a lot of foxes with will-o-wisps in the middle of the night, and it's like a whole congregation. So even like I think that they're called demons, but they're not like demons.
They're yokai.
Yokai, yokai, which is translated as demons, but it's not a demon in the Roman Catholic sense. It's just a different type of being that is hostile to humans most of the time.
Not always. I mean, there's some yokais that just don't care.
Yeah, they're different kind. Oh yeah. So this kiss is Kokisu Beni on New Year's night under the enoki tree near 1857 by Hiroshige. So you see, it's in the 1850s a Japanese print that made it to made it to Europe, and then suddenly the Europeans said, "Oh, we gotta have a New Year, like, because it's the cool fox is celebrating New Year. Why are we the awesome Westerners also celebrating New Year?" So yeah. The New Year scene was something that was a celebration, crazy celebration was something that was like that they adopted from Japan.
Yeah, this is basically a baby metal concert.
Yeah, and then this is New Year at a Tea House by Kazuchika Hokusai. Yeah, and then you see all of the courtesans hanging around, and being like a crazy big party. And this is New Year's Eve, 1929 by Barbara Jean Lloyd. And then it's this one, but it's like her New Year's party, it came with a theme. It was a masquerade. So then her costume is a period. It's a type of clown, and the period, he's always having his girlfriend Columbina being stolen by the Harlequin. Cause like they put when people say Harlequin, they imagine Harley Quinn as a chick, but the Harlequin, as it originally conceived by the creators of the period and the weird clown opera, is a dude. So yeah, that doesn't have anything to do with New Year. You just want to know a fun fact about clowns in general. This one is Willy Willis New Year's Eve by Norma Rockwell, 1944. So it's just she waiting for New Year, but as you can see, her husband is like in the army, and you can tell based on like the helmets and whatnot. So what she ended up doing as a New Year celebration is that she just read her husband's letters before going to bed. And that was her New Year in a nutshell. She's celebrating New Year's alone while thinking of her husband that's like fighting in the war. So it's a lot of people end up celebrating New Year. Those that celebrate New Year alone understand the loneliness of it. But
you can also see the ranking increase from apprentice to like foot
soldiers
to captain.
The different rankings and whatnot.
Because the captain doesn't wear a hat.
Yeah, he has like the helmet and stuff. And all of the photos, they're all like weirdly looking at her. What she's looking there, looking down.
That's not my rock boy. Always likes to put a little bit of humor in.
He always tries to make a joke in all his paintings are a joke, and that's fine. We need more humor in our life. This is too serious. This one's Andre de Van Best, New Year's Eve, 1905. And over here, in the New Year's Eve, instead of showing like rich people like hanging out and having fun, over here in this New Year, it's a bunch of people gathering at a soup kitchen because in this house the celebration they choose for New Year is to like go feed like the homeless and it's just a very sad type of painting, you know. Well, watercolor to be more exact, and it's just them feeding the poor, and that's how they're choosing to celebrate their New Year's. And the poor are celebrating the New Year by actually eating because on that day they felt like being charitable. So maybe that's something that you could do this New Year instead of like going like a crazy celebration. Maybe like go volunteer at a soup kitchen and make somebody's New Year tolerable. And this one is an Andy Warhol New Year, and it's a pop art of just of the champagne glasses that is the most thing that is the thing that is most iconic or that is practically the symbol of New Year. You know, the champagne toast and like little confetti. So you see a champagne glass, and then you like at this point in the stage, that's what they associate New Year with, the drinking champagne in the Western. This one is Father Frost Carries the New Year's Tree, 1967 by Maria Primashchenkov. You don't need, just by the last name alone, you can already guess that this is a Russian New Year's tradition. That Father Frost bringing in the New Year's. It's what they have instead of Santa Claus. And then I like it because it's like nice and weirdly colorful. Look at this bunny with deer legs. That is something. But the bunny is also bigger than the fox. Whatever. It's moving along.
Soviet Russia.
MC Escher. Well, it's a New Year's greeting card. In 1947.
Whose idea of a greeting card, MC Escher?
Yeah, of course. And it's somebody coming out of a manhole. And this is apparently New Year's according to MC Escher, which is nuts.
He's the one who did crazy stairs.
Yeah. And like a bit funny people like, you know, or this is the New Year's for the Ninja Turtles, and then he has your scene there's like April O'Neil coming out of the manhole. I don't know, it's just a crazy type of stuff. This one is New Year's Eve in Venice by R.W. Godin. And that was like in the 1960s, like more modern. It's but it has it's a modern painting, but it's done like in impressionist style. And then up there you see like the fireworks and like little boats over there gathered together in Venice in order to look at the fireworks show from the water. And it sounds like a really good idea to think about it, but then again, like there's a lot of boats there, and like I hope they don't bump into each other. Seems like a accident waiting to happen everywhere. But yeah. And over here, like we finally gone from like just doing champagne for New Year's, and now we have like the modern fireworks. This was New Year's Eve by Eve Keith Ott. Like it's a very abstract depiction of a New Year's celebration, and also a watercolor. Like maybe it's like the shape of the fireworks or something. Fireworks falling. Oh, I see a woman over here. And I think I see a champagne glass somewhere. Yeah, that's all you need. Human. Oh yeah, and the other champagne bottle. So human, check. Champagne, check. And that's how you need to make a New Year's painting.
There's like some trumpets too. Like.
Yeah, and the feeling of fireworks here and there. But yeah. But that's a fun thing about like abstract paintings. You gotta look real close in order to get it. Do you get it? Whatever. Oh yeah, this one is New Year's January 1932, and like in the New Yorker they started showing like the baby as a symbol of New Year. Like the New Year is represented by a baby, cause it's a new year, so it's fresh as a newborn baby. And then over here the same thing by Konstantin Somonov, 1905. So like the tradition of depicting like a New Year with like a baby.
What's wrong with the baby's leg?
I don't know. Just yeah, you're right. It's like multiplied 3 times. Just weird.
Like, this is like an AI painting, but a human drew it.
Yeah. Oh, and there's a woman back there, and he's wearing a mask. Whatever. Moving along. And this one is Old New Year's, 1981, and if you can see there, it's like something fertilized. It's an egg being fertilized by something, but in the center, I don't know if you can see it. It's a little skull.
So is that the Antichrist sperm? What is this?
Yeah, I wonder. I don't know. I just thought it would be like a fun. Oh yeah, and it's by Alexander. I thought it would be like a weird New Year's painting to end. That's the last one. Just something weird to end it on. To give you plenty to think about. What's it saying about New Year's in this one? Because it is a New Year's baby being conceived right then and there, but it has like a little skull, so maybe it's like what's the name of that skull guy with the fire? Ghost Rider. That's Ghost Rider producing his kid.
No, that's the 2019. That's the year 2019 right there.
Yeah, that's Ghost Rider like producing his kid like right there. But he's transformed. That's why he has a little skull on there. Write it down. Happy New Year, everyone. Bye bye. God bless. Hello, my name is Artsy Sister, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to talk about children in paintings. But we can talk about children in paintings with in Western art in Western art to be more specific, because obviously like other countries and stuff have like their own traditions of children in artworks, but in the West. After the fall of the Roman Empire, the only child that was allowed to appear in works of art had to be baby Jesus or David and Goliath. So but they didn't paint them in any realistic way. It actually just looks like a small adult, that kid. And the only young kid that was shown ever was David slaying Goliath, and then that's it. But because like the Catholic Church, they were the only ones that had money to like pay for art, so obviously they were only going to be painting stuff related to like the church, and most of them were like made by monks. So obviously, if you're like a monk in like a Catholic church, you're gonna just be painting paintings of the Virgin Mary and baby Jesus, and that's it.
I'm curious, were there no other children in the Bible mentioned by name other than Jesus?
Yeah, well, I know David was a kid. Like a young kid, baby Moses maybe, that's another baby that was mentioned in the Bible. Any other small children in the Bible? Well, the prophet Samuel was a child for a bit before they age him up in the story. But being active characters, small children, the only ones, even Jesus himself, the only time he was active as a character, as a child, was when he wandered off in order to go lecture the people in the temple. But as far as a child being like the main character 100%, that would be David. He killed Goliath when he was a kid, and then he became king after the previous king lost a battle because of some sketchy necromancy. But I'm getting sidetracked. But yeah, the only thing that was being depicted was just the scariest baby Jesus that ever was, because they don't even resemble small children. Because nobody knew how to draw a baby in medieval times, because there was a high infant mortality rate because of the Black Plague, poor sanitation, etc., etc. It's a miracle that Europe didn't go extinct during the Black Plague. So then now we jumped. And this painting is by Giotto, Madonna and Child. Okay, so then we jump to the Renaissance, and this is Clarice Stronzi by Titian, 1542. By the time that we get to the Renaissance period, countries already started forming, and there's a rise of the merchants and the noble class. So then they obviously wanted to have paintings of their small children, and so then shouldn't start appearing in art in the as commission paintings, because they'd be like, oh, my kid is so cute, so then here it is a painting of my little daughter with a cute little dog, just as your standard family portrait. So But obviously, the only ones who could afford to get like commission paintings for like their families and their family members and their small kid children were obviously people with money. So you're only gonna see that paintings of children within rich noble households. Obviously, the peasants couldn't afford it because like oil painting was expensive.
That is pre-Murillo, right?
No, that's Titian.
Yeah, but what I mean is that this is before Murillo, like by a bunch.
Yeah, Titian, those are nice, nicely well-drawn fat babies. But the hands are still not big enough. Yeah, but it's still, and as you can see in the fashion, children back then were treated as miniature adults. So basically, their outfit were just what like their mothers would wear, but at a smaller fashion. Like this girl had like some nice bling bling. Look at like I see rubies, sapphires, and also pedago. All right, and then we go to Spain. Diego Velázquez, Las Meninas. And let me see if we make it to like the. Oh, it says another 1656. So yeah, once again, it's a king commissioning a portrait of the heir to the throne. So because like it was important for the monarchy because all of these, at least for the kings, it wasn't like the nobles where they were just doing nice paintings of like their family members. But for the kings, all of the portraits were political propaganda. So over here, what the Habsburg were advertising was that we are not going extinct. Here we have a fertile, healthy heir. And ironically, she died in childbirth and the kid too. But so then that's why it's the importance of the princess. Well, the Meninas is actually the name of her attendants, but in the center focus is the princess. And even the king, and as you notice, even the king and queen being reflected, they're also stopping what they're doing in order to stare at the princess arriving there with their entourage. And they're making eye contact. You will see that with the viewer, but it's actually more, you see that the position of their eyes is where her parents would be standing where the mirror's at. So, but yeah, it's showing how rich, privileged kids used to live. Like if you were a princess, you got like all of these little servants, you got a dog.
You have a kid kicking the dog over there, like
her quote-unquote friend, the nun, the nana, like all of those people like chasing after the princess, who was very important because she represented the future of the Habsburg family. So yeah, that's a shouting art.
I just noticed that one of the kids is stepping on the dog.
Yeah. And the dog is just like super blasted. It's like even asleep. It's like whatever, he's a kid, kicking me in the butt, whatever. I'll bite him when nobody's looking. Bite the leg off. And this one is Thomas King Brothers Rococo, a peasant girl with dog and jug. 1785. But like eventually over time they started depicting by the Rococo period. Like they started depicting peasant children, but more for stylistic purposes, because there was a type of painting that was called genre that was basically showing like a romanticized view of like peasant life, but it wasn't like realism to show like the true reality. This was just as a type of visual decor that a rich person would have in his house, like that other painting of the woman making eggs. And that was also how painters would advertise their skills, because obviously in order to attract rich patrons, they gotta show that they know how to draw children. So then they paint this peasant child like according to just pose for them, and then they show, look at this is just a peasant, but look at how great I can draw your daughter. Like I can draw it, and I can also draw dogs, and look at how well I can draw this jug. So then painting poor children was the way how painters would advertise to the rich painters that they had skills, that they knew how to paint children, and they would also obviously get practice in rendering small children. So whenever you see a genre painting showing like portrait, and it was just the painter practicing his skills with with people that they didn't have to pay much in order to pose for them. Because obviously you gotta practice makes perfect and all that. Oh man, this one is very low res. Anthony Van Dyke, the oldest 5 students of Charles I, 1637. So yeah. And this one is, again, the king showing us that, yeah, he has the 5 oldest children. So obviously he had more. So yeah, these are all the ones that made it to, yeah. Like, these are all of my kids. You see, like and in the center, obviously in red is the crown prince, with like the giant doggo. So then he showed what the king is showing with his children is yeah. Like, the monarchy is fine, we're doing well. Look, and this guy crows, we have all of these other replacements. But as you can see, the children over there, they were just in use as advertisement, in order to advertise your painting skills, or in order was political propaganda to show that the monarchy was doing fine. They weren't being or obviously just family portraits if you were like a merchant. But even within the merchant group, they would show their children in order to start like already like matchmaking purposes, to show that, because arranged marriages started when you were as young as 5 back then, or even 3, or even 0, or even before they were even planned or even born. They were already like planning, oh, this is gonna marry this guy and then that guy, and if I happen to have like a son. But they were just children back then were just being used as pawns in their parents' chessboard. And then over here is Peter Paul Rubens, Albert and Nicholas Rubens. Like, this is one of the earliest depictions of like 1627 of a painter just painting his own family, but not as a practice sketch, but more as a power flex, because he was one of the first artists who became a millionaire by painting. And then his works were also commissioned so much that he had like a huge studio of people helping him finish his artworks. And he could also, due to his work, he had the luxury of like painting his children using all of the expensive pigments. And even the oldest one, you see that you start seeing over there a little bit of a personality, because over there, like, this kid is look kind of annoyed, and this one is like being cocky, you know, like yeah, and the older brother here, and the other one's like and see, they even have him holding like a toy, you see. So there's small hints of children being displayed with in a slightly more naturalistic fashion, but over here that naturalism is still being affected and whatnot, because it's all more or less staged. And this one was a book to showing that he's literate. What happened to your cell phone?
Oh, it's running out of battery.
It always happens when I'm doing the painting thing. I just move the thing a little far back, and then.
Yeah, let me just correct it.
And then let's see. Okay, there, and then. Can you see me?
Mm-hmm.
Is everything within frame?
Yeah.
And it's zooming properly?
I can zoom it a little more. Too far. There.
And is it not necessary, or do we leave it off?
It's fine.
Because the light was like draining the battery very quickly. It is still running, right?
Yeah, it's still running.
So yeah, Peter Paul Rubens showing his children in a naturalistic fashion. Alright, the next one is Angelica Kaufman, Portraits of the Countess Spotrosa with her nieces. So now even the children of other family members also make it into the painting. But as you can see, it's just then showing off all of the marriageable women that is within the family household. Like, they're not being shown, just them as a natural child would do, because you know, and even their outfits are just like the main maiden, so they're being treated as miniature adults. And the same, and this one's a Joshua Jenna's children of John Julius Einstein, 1783. Same as before, you know, just treated as being miniature adults, yeah. Not playing or doing what children normally do. And then once again, the Goya, 1800s. Again, the family portrait showing, oh man, this so high here, like, kind of freaks me out. You know, just a very stiff composition of just, well, how some of they're not even allowed to smile in these paintings. The smiling, having human emotion. This is a serious state portrait, and we all gotta look super serious so that they know that the monarchy is serious. But yeah, it was very stiff-looking paintings of children. And this one is actually more naturalistic. William Hogarth, the Graham Shoot, in 1742. Like, it's very interesting that we're starting to see a little bit of more life the closer we get to like the modern century. You know, painting children in a naturalistic fashion where you can actually see that they have like genuine childlike emotions. You know, and look up there, a cat. You see the cat?
Yeah, it's trying to eat the bird.
Yeah, the cat about to eat the bird. Because it's funny, like William Hogarth is usually known for like his like satirical paintings, but he also painted other stuff too. He painted nice poor paintings too. And we're finally, let me see, this one is from the 1830s, the stack of dominoes. Like over here, once we made to the 1800s, we're finally seeing paintings of children where doing children stuff, where it's finally more towards realism. And yeah, even in modern days, you see like small children making a stack of dominoes. They're playing Jenga. Yeah, and children at play. This is when it finally started to show, because like in the 1800s, it was also when the Industrial Revolution started, and then since people were being literally worked to them, they started showing more appreciation for leisure. And the perfect symbols of leisure is a child just fooling around. And then this one is Arthur John Esley, 1892. And then she said, I'm bigger than you. That's what it was. Well, the French started, Jesus le plus grand. Mm-hmm. And then it's the little girls, the normativos, trying to be taller than, like, wow, that's a big dog. Is it still going on there?
Yeah. I see.
Yeah. A nice little silly painting of a little girl trying to be taller than her doggo. You know, just kids being silly. Like, actually, Ashley ended up making his most of his money because there was a sudden demand for paintings of just children fooling around with like their pets. You know, just being kids, being cute. And that was, you know, you could actually make money out of just painting silly children being silly. And this one is William Adolphe Bouguereau, a little coaxing, in 1990. And then it's what the painting, that's basically that the girl wants something for her sister, so she's being all sweet and nice. You know how like children tend to, when they want like something expensive, that they get all nice and huggy. And they'd be very nice to you, and then they'd be like, oh, can you buy me a PlayStation 5 or something?
Or a doll, a new doll.
You buy me like a ridiculously expensive doll, and then they'd be like, dude, we can't even afford shoes, you lunatic. But I'm fine that you're being all nice and sweet. And then the picture has like, she definitely wants something. She's never not so nice. And then, yeah, but as you can see, it's a painting of a child showing a normal child behavior, a realistic depiction of a small child that only started showing up in like the 1800s. And this one is Alexandre Cabanel, The Page, 1889. So, like this one is roughly around the pre-Raphaelites. But even and then there was also like, and even in the Romanticism, that they had like they had a revival of medieval art, but even though they had a revival of medieval aesthetics, they still kept the modern sensibilities of depicting children in a naturalistic fashion, because honestly, in medieval times, if you saw the only children that you would see would be like the creepy baby Jesus that you see with like the Madonna, like display. But over here, even though it's like medieval, they like showing a normal kid. So like a page is basically like a knight in training, and then it's his job to help the knight wear like his expensive armor or to bring the sword. So yeah, so it's just it's basically a little knight in training. And this one is Carl Lawson Lisbeth, 1894. It's just a very giggly toddler with her little doll. Nice naturalistic. Oh, and even like her little shoe is untied. It's a nice, normal naturalistic depiction of a child just being a child. And this one is Frederick Leighton Musillet, 1884. Like based on their clothing, it looks kind of like it's a bit orientalist actually, and even the look it looks in the Orient, but you see the modern sensitivity because it's just a normal activity that you would see like every day. A parent trying to teach their small child a skill.
What is wrong with her leg though?
The legs are folded here and then here two legs.
Oh, got it. It's just
that it looked like this was one leg and this was the other leg.
Yeah.
Or that this was this leg and then the
Oh yeah. Okay.
the leg mass wasn't adding up. And then Ivan Carrasco Buscard her. So then just a girl, 1874. So it's just a girl having her pet bird read the book. If she's not reading, you want to see what I'm reading? Here's my pet bird reading a book. And here's another one. Johann Peter Hansenclever, 1853, the Pfafferkinder. Well, I know kinder in German means kid. I don't know what the other word means, but yeah. But it's just basically like the parents over here like having dinner, and then the kids are fooling about with like their parents' clothes. So you can see like the father's apparently a judge, so then the son is wearing like his father's judge mask, and then he's doing a parody of his father's he's mocking his old man and high and mighty attitude, and then she's also like playing along as well. And then over here, and then in the foreground, you see all of the nice little toys and miniatures. So it's like a very early depiction of just kids doing like a mimicry game, which is something, which is something that they normally do. Just showing normal depictions of them. This one is Johnny Ramirez, The Blind Girl, 1856. So then, like, you can tell, like, the blind girl, she's listening to the birds, and while her seeing eye girl is looking at the rainbow. So then that's how that's how they show that it's a blind maiden. But she's also like has like books on her lap, so maybe like her seeing eye girl, or maybe they're in braille. Yeah, it's just and it's also like a pre-Raphaelite painting, so like there's more to it than meets the eye. It's a nice painting. This one is a Joseph Noel Paton, 1870. I wonder who lived in there. And it's a kid looking at medieval knight armor. Oh, and in the background you see more medieval knight paintings. But it's funny to contrast like the ancient medievalism at the time that had absolutely no children, with like a modern depiction of a kid looking at a knight armor. And wondering how like King Arthur and did all of this stuff. Like apparently he got into like his great-great-grandfather's stuff, because over here there's even like a crossbow. And over here like some sketches of ogres. So yeah, he's also going through a medieval phase. And seeing a romanticized view of it. And this one is Auguste Tenoruche, 1850s, maternal affection, and mother and child. And then she's just a mother hugging her kid. And then Coke Charles West, What Life Was Spent, 1862, just a mother raising her kids and like teaching and being literate. But as you can see, it's showing also, this one is not so much showing them in a natural way with them just putting about and whatever, but it's it goes it goes with two flavors: children fooling around or children being taught a lesson by their adult parents, being guided by an adult. So those were the two types of the prominent two types of the pictures of kids in the 1800s. And then this one, and there's also the Child Performer by Edward Manet the Piper, 1866. They also perform, and some even went to work in terrible the factories. M.E.M. Munier, Ames, 1881, a girl playing with a doll. Another Girl with Her Doll by Fritz Bueller, 1870. A portrait of Vera Herpina, the artist daughter, 1884. A lot of impressionists painted their kids more so, well, not a lot, just mostly Monet. Monet has a decent number of paintings with his brats. Well, then again, he was more of a family man than some of the other impressionists that were more into getting or giving in syphilis. Because that was the popular STD of the day. This one is James Tissot, Hide and Seek, 1877. So yeah, here's the mother just reading her newspaper, minding her own business, and then the little kids are over there hiding, and then it's her turn to look for them. And it's a nice depiction of fabrics, and just by painting her red, you know that she's the center focus main character. And then it also invites the viewer to go find the people who are hiding. And here's a creepy mask as well, or maybe one of them perform. You see it over there, right?
Yeah. Do you see where the 3 kids are?
Yeah, the ones that are hiding. I see 2 here. Oh, here's the 3rd one.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it's a playful painting that invites also the viewer to find the other kids who are hiding. Anna Wells Wilder. So yeah, it's a playful painting of showing a kid playing, and yeah. And it also advertises Tissot's ability to draw render fabric, because look at all of the various fabric that tiger pelts, this complicated pattern on the floor, the different layered dresses of the girl, and different fabrics in there. It's a very well done painting.
Wasn't Tissot related to someone who owned a fabric shop?
Yeah, his mother owned a dress shop. That's why he could draw dresses well. This one is John Singer Sargent, Carnations. It's little girls lighting lanterns in a field of carnations. But yeah, just then doing whatever. Not just standing stiffly doing absolutely nothing or posing for a painting. It's your running.
Yeah, just sick.
And this one is looking at the window. Lila Cabo Petty, Shouting Window, 1821. But even though it's just a regular painting of a girl, she's still having her do something, not just be standing stiffly still those old medieval, well, not too medieval, those old Renaissance painting that they just had the kid just posing for the painting in order to serve as a symbol that the family was going to persist through their bloodline. And this one is The Red Parasol by Valentin Principes, 1890. A girl in the park who's collecting flowers. It has a lot of nice reds in this painting. And it also you also see by now the evolution in children's fashion and how it finally it's a dress, it's a fancy dress for the girl. You can tell that her parents are loaded, but you can see her little legs, and that the dress is designed in order to provide the girl and a mobility to go full around and get flowers, but while still maintaining fashion. Also, that by this time is finally when they start allowing children to be children instead of running away in factories. This one is Thomas Coverdash, 1890, The Child in the World, and it's a kid, but also a very nice depiction of a dragon. That's a cool looking dragon with nice bruise and whatnot. And now we're finally in the 1900s, Gorky shot of an Indumian night composition.
Where's the kid?
I don't know. 1939. That's a Cubist kid. Can you find the kid? I think an eye here, so maybe this is the kid, or is this the kid up here? Where's the kid? Oh yeah, we're back to Renaissance stuff. Or I don't know, it's just a weird painting. This one is Naughty Boy or Compulsory Education, 1902. So then she's like in timeout, and then and she has to read her scriptures or something, and then the dog, you know how dogs or cats, they sit on your computer, or if the dog doing that, she's looking at the book, so I'm gonna stand between her and the book so that she pays attention to me. Because I'm the only one who matters. I don't understand what you're doing, human, so pay attention to me. I'm bored out of my mind. But yeah, it's not only a nice depiction of a kid doing timeout, but also of a dog doing a very dog behavior. This one is A Shot with a Dog by Pablo Picasso, 1901, and that one is more, it's not so much a kid doing fooling about with their pet animal. It's more Picasso's using more the shot here as a symbol of innocence, and then the double piece, and it shows his desire for awards to and stuff. But even though it was because it was the start of the new millennium, the 20th century, and when people went from the 1800s to the 1900s, they had this crazy idea that all wars were going to be over once we made it to the 20th century. But ironically, we got 2 wars right at the start of the 20th century. And then the nukes were invented, so the war got worse times a million at the turn of the century. Which makes me wonder, well, how's the war gonna get worse in the modern, the 21st century, but whatever. Okay, so this one is Leon Comete La Popée del Corset, 1900. And unlike the other painting, this one's a realistic depiction of a little poor girl. And then based on her actions and whatnot, you can tell that she's a factory worker, but she has a ridiculously expensive dog, but that she obviously doesn't own, because it's obvious that she stole a dog from a rich person's house. And then she's just very happy to at least have something nice for a change. And that's a really big doll. They don't make dolls that big and fancy. Well, at least in the West. If you want a big doll like that, you need to order in South Korea or something. But yeah. This time it's showing the poor reality of how poor children have to live and run away in the factory. And this one is Joaquin Sorolla, children running along the beach. It almost looks like a photograph, even though it's an impressionist painting, because it catches right at the moment and the nice bending of the fabrics in the waves and whatnot. It's but yeah, it's just children at play, just fooling around on the beach. Yeah, Norman Rockwell. Tango, is it right?
Yeah, it's still right.
1947, The Babysitter. Or over here it says Babysitter with Screaming Infant. And over here she's reading a book telling her about babysitter, and then she's trying to figure out how do I get this baby to quiet down. And then over here you see the time is 11. It's almost midnight, and the baby's still screaming.
A lot of Norman Rockwell's have clocks in them. I wonder why.
Yeah, I guess to add to the humor, so that it's past both of their bedtimes. Mm-hmm. And then over here you can read American history. So apparently she had took the babysitter gig in order to have time in order to do her history homework, but since the baby is screaming and pulling her hair and then obviously she has to pay attention to the baby, and she hasn't had any time to do her homework. So yeah, it's a humorous painting. And here, even the doll lost an eyeball. baby. And then this one is Salvador Dali sun table, and then over here you see a little kid. Or the silhouette one. That one, when Dali was, whenever you see a little kid in a Dali painting, he's painting like, Dali was named, Salvador Dali was named after like his dead brother, so then he likes to paint, when he asks in painting, it's that he's thinking about him. So the long and short of it, don't name your live kid after a dead one. It ruins Salvador Dali's mind, and it also deeply traumatized Vincent van Gogh. Give him a new name. Don't name it after the dead kid either. And we're done with all the paintings. Bye bye and God bless. Nice one. Hello, my name is Artsy Sister, the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to talk to you about dragons in Western art. Because since there's like dragons everywhere, then it's too much of a, it'll be like too crazy to tell. And I just wanted to focus on Western art and not like other places. So yeah. Like the first, like we'll start the lecture or the video or whatever with like Tiamat, and this is a sketch of an ancient sculpture. Like right now, like the real version is like too like ridiculously faded, but this is what they were able to like sketch out of it as how it was supposed to look like. Like Tiamat, she's the primordial goddess of chaos. And then she gets defeated by the god Marduk, and then like they say that the world, the sky is Tiamat's corpse, like spread out, and then whenever it rains, is that her blood is still dripping down on the world. So yeah, that's brutal. So then right over here in the Mesopotamian times, like 2000 or 4000, because like Mesopotamia is like old. Over here you start already seeing like the primordial Western dragon. Over here you see like the claws in the hands, and like the tail is still more bird-like. They don't have like the long reptilian tail. And like you see the horns and the creepy face. And yes, she did steal fire as well as other elements in like her mythology. So yeah, she's the first dragon that's lame. So then now we move to the Greek times. Like the Greeks, they had dragons, drakes. But dragons over there were not like the main bosses. They were just one of the many types of monsters that the epic heroes used to slay. And like sometimes they came with multiple heads, like the Hydra. And other times they were just like getting eaten by one. This one is Jason in the Concordian Dragon. So over here you can tell that the battle didn't go well the day he got ate. But as you can see, like the design of a dragon becomes more esoteric, and sometimes it just looks like sometimes a dragon is just a really big snake that also shoots fire. But we're still seeing dragons more as something as a monster or a beast that mankind has to overcome, you know, in order to say that like the damsels in distress, the whole trope of it, the hero has to go kill a giant monster to save a damsel in distress. It also starts with the Greeks, cause like remember, Jason was the one that defeated the Kraken to
save Medea and all of those.
Yeah, to save Medea and yeah.
No, Persephone is the one that he's saving.
Well, you see, it's like it happens so many times that it just gets mixed in your head. Like the cliche that they gotta go defeat the dragon or / monster to save a damsel in distress. It started with the Greeks. The Greeks made it a cliche. But yes, interesting enough, here's a Greek goddess using dragons. Now, this Greek goddess is one of the Greek goddess of Medea. Like over here, and she's riding a chariot being drawn by serpent-like dragons. So you could easily say that she's officially this Medea is officially like the first dragon rider, because it's the first time one of the earlier depiction of a dragon not being used as a punching bag, but being used as like a cool sweet ride.
Well, would you consider Quetzalcoatl a dragon?
Yeah, but we're in the West. Yeah, but then again, Quetzalcoatl counts as a Western dragon because Quetzalcoatl was we got this information directly from a Mexican in Mexico.
In a Mexica village
in the middle of the woods in a temple of the sun.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it was very hot. I can feel my
After going through a temazcal.
So you
don't find this in history books. This is an Artsy Sister.
Yeah. Quetzalcoatl, they say that he was like a Celtic guy that went off into Mexico, and then he taught them all of his fancy medicine and dances and the types of Celtic warfare. And since he was such a powerful leader in the group, he eventually over time got deified and made into a dragon.
And the reason why he's associated with the serpent was because he would use medicine with that type of poison.
Yeah, like he would use the serpents in order to create like types of medicine, which is like legit a type of way of creating medicines, you know. So then he got made into a feather serpent god. So it's just like a snake, like Quetzalcoatl is a snake with like wings. But sometimes he has hands and feet, like a traditional Western dragon. So yeah,
and he's also the first human that can transform into a dragon.
Yeah, like Quetzalcoatl. I should have gotten a picture of Quetzalcoatl, but this thing just came into my head. But whatever. Quetzalcoatl is also there because he's a Western dragon hanging out in Mexico, so that counts. Alright, so then now we officially made it to like the medieval times. And like everything having to do with medieval times in Europe and like the West, it was art created by the Catholic Church, more specifically by the monks, because the monks they were the only people that were safe enough, because as they live in cloisters in the middle of nowhere, then they didn't have to worry, and like they got food and subsidies, and they were self-sufficient. Then since they weren't worried about surviving, they were able to like produce art but since they were monks, they had to make it all religious. So then the only dragons that you see are dragons that appear in the Catholic Bible or in the stories of saints. So then over here you got like the seven-headed dragon from Apocalypse, and as you can see, you see a little bit of Tiamat in this dragon because it has the feather, like it has feathery wings, but also like the claws, during medieval times, like the dragons lost some of their legs, you know, they lost the front legs, and then you just see them more like weird chickens with snake heads. And then over here in a Bible book, here we have a nice blue dragon. As you can see, the Western dragon it lost two sets of legs. Well, I guess I could say that in modern times they separate. They call the dragons, if they have two legs instead of four, they call them drakes, but this is medieval time, and as far as medieval people are concerned, this is what a dragon should look like. Just because they reclassified it in modern times doesn't mean that it's like what they did to Pluto. So then like the dragons that have like two legs instead of four, now in modern times they call them drakes, but no. For like the last 2,000 years, this was a dragon. So yeah. Don't call your drakes don't call your dragons drakes. You offend them. Moving on. And then over here's another dragon, And then here's a nice fighter. It's like throwing fire at an elephant. Like that's a theory that like some historians have that maybe that they saw an elephant. That the dragons, they're basically like Europeans looking at like weird creatures from other places and then mystifying it, and then they use as an example. They thought that maybe they were afraid of an elephant, so then they turned into a dragon. But then I'd be thinking like people don't hallucinate that much, because over here you see a perfect drawing of an elephant and right next to a dragon, so. Maybe they be
and also, we know for a fact that Humbaba in the Epic of Gilgamesh is an elephant based on the description of it.
That also shoots fire.
Yeah,
like a long trunk and like giant ivory teeth.
And ears that can hear everything in the forest because of they have huge elephant ears.
Yeah, and like Mesopotamia is like which is in the Fertile Crescent, which is like where like actually it's where Iran is that.
Yeah, but then
the Fertile Crescent was like a huge area which also encompassed parts of Africa and Egypt. Like Nebuchadnezzar conquered a lot of areas. But on the side, yeah. The elephant, in the Epic of Gilgamesh, more specifically, it had the power to breathe fire, and then it was in the same rank as Tiamat. So an elephant was also considered a type of dragon back in those days. So then over here you have two dragons fighting. Maybe elephants could shoot fire back then. We don't know. Here's another dragon, medieval dragon in a manuscript. You know, they just like to put those dragons there because it makes your like manuscript look freaking awesome. Like also, what type of writing this is? This is not like Western looking one. It's like weird little scribbles. And then now we officially made it to the Renaissance period, like, and this is Saint George and the Dragon by Bert Nordke, 1489. Like Saint George, he's famous for like killing a dragon. So, whenever you see a painting of a knight killing a dragon, if it's like earlier in the 1800s, it's probably Saint George, cause like dragons are still tied to like medieval Catholic religion. So anything that having to do with dragons is either gonna be the Apocalypse dragon, or it's gonna be Saint George killing a dragon. So that's all of the art related to dragons. It becomes very narrowly focused on those two subject matters. So, but I wanted to show you like this really cool sculpture. Like, I bet this looks great, like in the front, you know, like well, it's not like they say that like Dragonland. They say that you gotta like kill a dragon with a lance, but no, it's just a sword.
Like the book tells you everything you need to know. Here's a dragon, here's a lance. This is Dragonlance.
Hilarious. But the point, actually over here you see that the dragon it already took the lance, and so that's why he's like resorting to like hacking it with a sword while the horse is trying to like his best to just kick it. It's a fun dragon battle. See, yeah, you're right. Here's the dragon lance. But the dragons are still not like ridiculous big like how you see in video games. They're like more manageable, which led a lot of people to consider modern historians to say that maybe dragons were just like crocodiles or something.
Giraffes, maybe. I mean, they also had long necks
and they breathe fire, especially in the desert. Or maybe those are dehydrated Europeans hallucinating. Either way. Here we have the Arbestura, the woman clothed with the sun and the seven-headed dragon, 1511. This is the picture. Here's the woman. Here's the seven-headed dragon with like different crowns. Is it running, bro?
Yeah.
So yeah. As you can see, it's exactly 100%. Yeah, it's like this one is more of a traditional dragon with like the tail, the four legs, and like all of the different heads. And like it's Arbestura drawing literally what the Bible says. So that's why some of the dragons had like weird crowns stuck in their head, and different horns. Like also like this maiden like with the moon, it looks a lot like what's that virgin from Mexico?
La Guadalupe.
Like Guadalupe. She manifested first in Mexico, and she became like the Virgin Mary of Mexico, and then she's always depicted. But it's apparently the one that is on Mexico is this Virgin Maiden, not the Virgin, but the one for the apocalypse, the one that gives birth to the kid that's supposed to like defeat the Antichrist and the seven-headed dragon. That's what the seven-headed dragon is trying to hunt her. Yeah, let's not get into Apocalypse. Apocalypse is like a crazy book. They should read it more in like public school. It'll get the kids interesting dreams. Okay. This is Da Vinci 1530, a study sheet with cats and dragons and other animals. So it's basically like Da Vinci doing a naturalistic study of like the poses of rats, animals, and apparently also dragons.
Da Vinci had dragons because that is supposedly a sketch from life.
Yeah, of them like doing weird motions. So here's a naturalistic cat, the rats running around his house, and apparently also a dragon.
Maybe they went extinct the dodo, and that's why we don't have dragons now.
Yeah, because like every night they would tell them that like you'll be like the most awesome night if you kill a dragon. So that's a good way of like making a creature. I mean, if the humans have made the dodo extinct, I guess I can certainly like erase from existence the dragons. And you also gotta consider that like even in books they say that they would make armors out of the dragon scale, so maybe they should examine a lot more closely some fancy looking European armors to see if but then again, if it's made from like a creature, maybe the dragon aspect it like corroded away over time, cause you know, or you gotta examine more closely those leather armors that are made of alligator skin to see if it's like a different creature that might be a dragon.
What? Yeah, according to Da Vinci, they'd be dragons.
Yeah, he'd be dragon. Here's a dragon that Da Vinci was catching along with like the rats running around his house and his house cat. Alright, this is Paolo Unciello, 1470, St. George killing another dragon. But yeah, but killing a dragon with a dragon lance, cause that's cause he's the original hero of the lance. And yeah, like, and they use like a dancer, and they use this maiden in order to lure the dragon out, cause that's part of the mythology. And like the dragon would only become like super chill whenever like this woman was around. So then, but since the dragon was like killing the countryside, she brought out the dragon aside so that St. George could like kill it once and for all. So then, like the St. George mythology, it also started the whole thing that dragons they like cute pure virgin maidens. They don't eat them; they just live with them, and probably other things. But
well, the Kraken also wants.
Yeah, the Kraken also wants the woman. But they didn't ask for like a guy sacrifice. No. Give me the princess of the town. Give me the Mario. Oh yeah. So over here, St. George fighting another dragon. This one by Raphael, 1503. St. George again. But as you can see, like it all becomes like after you get out of like medieval time, the only time you see dragons is when St. George comes into town in order to decapitate them, while the horse is just freaking out most of the time. And then St. George again by Roger Wadering, 1437. Here's him killing a different, but over here, interesting enough, like the face of this dragon, it looks like it has like face like wings on the back, and like the face, it looks more like a type of crocodile or something. So it's probably this painting that got like folks thinking that dragons are just like Europeans freaking out because of crocodiles. But then again, you could say, were the crocodiles in? Well, yeah, in Egypt. The Europeans have made it as far as Egypt, Alexander the Great and stuff. And then over here, this is Titian, Saint Margaret and the Dragon, 1565. So it's not, so at least it's not, oh yeah, it's still running, bro. So at least it's not St. George again, but yeah. And then she's like dealing with the dragon not with holy. It's like the power of the cross in order to get like the dragon to shield and stuff.
She used Wrath of God on Calamity.
Yeah, she used Wrath of God on Calamity over and over. Like she spanned that attack until it was over. This was like a very gory one. This is by Henry Gulsion. This one is Cadmus slaying the dragon, so at least it's not St. George. And then like, wow, that is one freaking looking dragon, but like, and out here like the dragon like biting someone's head. Like this one went uber on the gore. Like very, and then like in the front you see all of the pieces of all of the victims of the dragon. So it's just a fun looking dragon. And this one is, well, right now during the Baroque period, it continued, it was more of the same as far as dragons were concerned. St. George killing the dragon yet again, 1606. And with the damsel in distress over there, and then, but at least this one is like very cool, with like the dragon kind of in the bottom after ripping through the spear that went through his face, and then now since the dragon lance broke, then he's just now hacking it to pieces. But the main focus is St. George and his force, so that's not something that everyone agrees on. That like I guess they spoke that in like St. George esoteric layer. I guess they said that everyone knows that he brought a white stallion into battle. Because that's something that hasn't been altered between all the painted, the color of his horse. While the dragon, nobody can agree on what it could be. This one is Salvatore Rosa, Jason, and the dragon on Lamac. 1664. So at least it's no longer St. George doing all of the heavy dragon killing. This time they let this different guy have a shot at a dragon, and it looks like, this one is like a traditional Western dragon with like the 4 legs. Here you see the wings and like the face. And it's like, the way he's killing it is weird. It's like, he gas it in a key and then he's pouring like a weird liquid on his face. But I guess it takes all different ways of killing dragons and whatnot. Or did he kill it, or did he befriend it? I don't know. This one is like we're officially now in like close to the modern times, 1872. It's Angelica guarded by a dragon and Rugerio. So as we get closer to modern times, and then the Catholic Church is no longer like the main dominant religion, then we stop seeing St. George altogether, because St. George is a Catholic saint. So then all the people get a chance to kill dragons in Western art. So as you can see here, like the dragon, it looks like it looks more like a crocodile type of snake, you know?
It's like a mix between Nessie and a crocodile.
Yeah. This one is more like a dead dragon guarding its treasure. By Theodore 70, 1892. So yeah, but you don't see St. George anywhere, but then it's an early depiction of like saying that dragons like to hoard a lot of money and stuff. And in the foreground you also see the source of like the guys that try to slay that he also didn't manage to win. But then the dragon just died of old age, you know, with all of his looting tag. This one is Thomas Cooper Gosh, 1890, The Child in the World. Like this one is interesting because it's not a dragon. First of all, it's not a. Well, it could be a. It doesn't say whether the child is male or female, and also it's not like a dragon getting killed.
He looks like Gorbash from Flight of Dragon.
Yeah, because like in the 70s there was a revival, or in the 70s and 80s there was a revival in the interest of dragons, and then in the 70s it's also when the Dungeons and Dragons came out, and then like dragons started making a comeback, but not as embodiments of evil, but sometimes they were lesser humans, sometimes they were enemies, but they were mainly a symbol of like, it was more, but I'm getting ahead of myself, but yeah. This is an early dragon that's not getting killed already, that he's just chilling, you know? And see, it even has like a snake tongue. And in order to make it less threatening, they give it more like relaxed humanoid faces, you know? And but it's just very interesting.
I am positive that Korbash is inspired on this guy. Like,
yeah. But Gorbash is, it's even blue. From Flight of Dragons. Like, watch that old movie. It has great music. This one is William Blake, 1805, the Red Dragon and the Woman Clothed with the Sun. See, another apocalypse dragon. Doing apocalypse stuff. But this dragon, what's interesting is that it has a more humanoid body. You could even consider it like a human dragon hybrid. So yeah. But now we know what the dragons were doing with like the maidens that they were kidnapped.
Yeah, that's a Draco.
Yeah, a Draco. This one is by Salvador Dali, Saint George and the Dragon, 1942. So yeah, sounds like Salvador Dali, he did like a lot of like religious surrealist paintings and like Virgin Marys and Jesus. So yeah, of course he was gonna do a Saint George like killing a dragon with a lance and stuff. Oh my god, like this. I don't know if this is a horse or what the hell that's supposed to be because it looks scary. It's like the horse getting choked to death. This one is Brito Riviere in 1914, St. George again, killing Calamite. But it's him just chilling after the battle because the horse didn't survive. You see, like this is actually like the first time that the horse doesn't show up. It's not a white horse but a black horse. And then he's just like, whoo, what a crazy dragon battle. What was the name of Thorin didn't survive? And then it's like, he's not killing the dragon, he's after the battle where he's like, oh, thank God I survived this dragon battle. Tiger?
Still, like I survived with 1 HP.
I survived with 1 HP, that's been known to happen. This one is Evelyn de Morgan, Death of the Dragon, 1914. So then, like it's interesting in this one, they look more like they're mourning the death of the dragon or something. I don't know, it's just like a weird. But then again, that's our pre-Raphaelite paintings in a nutshell. You gotta like sit down and analyze them a lot because like and also like the depiction of the dragons, they're more a la medieval fashion because the pre-Raphaelite they like medieval art a lot. But then they would also paint them more realistic because it was a reaction to like the Academy art that said that only these types of paintings were considered cool and everything else was uncool. So then they'd be like, we're gonna follow our own ninja way, and they didn't like that the modern world was becoming too secularizing and like that they were throwing the divine and religion and like everything out the window. So then, as a response to like the growing atheism and stuff, then they created art that had like religious overtones because it'd be like not everything is like nuts and bolts and industries and factories and money making, you know. There's a different meaning to that, and then that's why the dragons are there for, that they represent like the mystical and the spiritual side, and that there's still magic in the world, that that not everything has to be science. Which brings me back to like the plot of Flight of Dragons because like the main character like is spirited away to a magical world, but he's like a very scientist type of person, and the only way he's able to like defeat the final boss is to to denounce magic and telling the guy that like a magic and all of the magic you lost the battle. And now there's no magic in the world or in the future where I come from.
Like, what is that? A physics nature, my only weakness.
Yeah, a physics nature, my only weakness. And since he lost facing his magic, then he was defeated. Which makes me think that magic is tied to faith. That if a magic user doesn't believe that he can do magic, if a magic user becomes convinced that he lost his power, it's not going to happen. But then again, that becomes true of any craft. Once you're convinced yourself mentally that you can't do it, then it's not going to happen. not much to try. So the long and short of it is believe in yourself. So this was St. George and the Dragon again, 1915 by Wassily Kandinsky. So yeah, here we have St. George, fancy shield, and the Dragon Land. So yeah, he's originally the original hero of the land. From like, but by a different name.
He had a creepy younger brother who was doing magic or not?
He didn't have a Merlin there. No, it's like Dragon is a long series. Oh yeah. So then over here we reach like the modern times or the 70s, and here's Dragon Riders of Pen by William Welland. So yeah, this is right at the start of the 70s where dragons were starting to become back in the public consciousness as a reaction to like all of the crazy industries, and also the 70s was like a crazy time, so a lot of people doing a lot of like drugs, so obviously you can see why dragons made a big comeback, cause you know, because of all of the drugs it
Puff the Magic Dragon.
Puff the Magic Dragon. That was a clank for that. But yeah, you see, like, and you think of all the rock something like the 70s that the dragon did, the dragon that, and even the and he did, and the dragon did, the dragon that. You know, but yeah, the dragons came back in the 70s. And yes, the last painting I wanted to show you, it's from the 2000s. I don't know when exactly. It's from the illustration book Dream. And over here you see she being super blasé right next to like her hot dragon boy. Right next to Calamity, yeah.
It's like whenever you're next to Calamity.
Yeah, so this is currently modern times, people's relationship with dragons that, yeah. It's like the dragon trying to be uber scary, and then you be like, oh wow, our dragons are so freaking awesome. So like, we went from like Tiamat where the dragon was something scary that had to like that had to go bye-bye to being something that we find it absolutely fascinating. So yeah, I hope you have fun with like my lecture of dragons, seeing how they evolved throughout the time. When it was like uber religious, then there was something scary that had to be explained, but now in modern times and secularism won, then dragons are just something cool to look marvel at in a great dark soul spot. Bye bye, God bless. Hello, my name is the Artsy Sister, and today I wanted to talk to you about dreams in Western art. Like dreams, as far as like up there is the Oracle of Delphi interpreting the dreams. So not like Homer. Which one was like the Spartan people?
Leonidas?
Yeah. Like interpreting the dreams and stuff. Like in the old days, the dreams were perceived as being like prophetic. That it was just like the gods or dead people talking to you. And then the only dreams that were recorded were those that had religious significance. But most of the time, like dreams, they were not often depicted in like paintings because it was just something very abstract. But it was more in the form of literature. Like a good example is when Achilles dreamed that Patroclus was telling him to go bury his body because since he was still hoping for his friend to come back to life, he was rotting. Oh, and even further back, Gilgamesh had a similar dream with Enkidu in one of the different versions of the Epic of Gilgamesh, because more than one has popped up. But in one version, Enkidu tells Gilgamesh to like bury him, and then when he wakes up, he sees that his friend is like covered in maggots, very gross. But yeah, dreams back then, they had nothing to do with the subconscious. They'd be like, if you're dreaming, it's probably like very important, so jot it down because it's either God or a dead person talking to you. And then we move forward in the Renaissance, not the Renaissance, this is like proto-Renaissance, like medieval time. Here we have the dream of a palace, 1299. And it's here one of the saints who's like being visited by Jesus, and then he's like dreaming of a celestial palace. So this is like a very early depiction where we had the dream, because we had the dreamer, and also somebody actually trying to paint a dream landscape based on a description of a dream.
Is this a halakhic palace dream?
Seems like it.
By a Christian saint?
Yeah, well, medieval times, they weren't like so they weren't religious intolerant like that. They like in medieval times, like Catholics, Muslims, and Christians, and even pagans coexisted. It was a tenuous coexistence because of the fast, and they were allies, and sometimes because like in medieval times, the Roman structure they broke down, because like the Romans, they had religious tolerance, but then like when their empire went to hell, the other people within it fighting for power, they saw religion as a tool of control, and then if you didn't believe what I believe, that was a perfect excuse to go murder you and rob you. But I'm not gonna get into that. So yeah, a dream of a fancy palace. Oh, this one like came out completely out of order. Oh man, I got it out of order. Well yeah, like eventually, like once we get to modern times, here we have the dream of. Oh Jesus Christ! Why did it didn't load the images in the right order?
Who knows?
Yeah. Let me see. Check. Oh, it's just those two apparently.
Yeah.
Okay. Ignore those two for the time being. Okay. So yeah, and then eventually we get to like the Renaissance, and then like all of the dreams they're still tied to the Romans that they only depicted things having to do with religion. So then over here this Pope is dreaming of the angel telling him, dude, you're gonna be Pope. So then here we have him get the staff and the fancy hat.
And he's like, oh God, I'm gonna be Pope, please no.
Yeah.
Like he looks very concerned.
Like he fell asleep while praying, and then an angel came onto him and told him, dude, you're gonna be Pope. And then over here, Greco, the dream of Philip II over here, like he's angry up there. But as you see, the only dreams that they bother to depict in art had to do with, we're only allowed to have like religious significance. So yeah. And then like the saints and the angels and all of the other stuff on top. It's still based in dreams, based on the Greco-Roman interpretation that dreams were only like the dead talking to you or like God talking to you, but always somebody talking to you. In this one by Henry Fuseli, the Shepherd's Dream is from Paradise Lost, 1793. Like this one is Paradise Lost is a poem by John Milton, but it's like a poem epic or type of play that only talks about like the Bible and stuff. So then it's interesting that like the dreams are slowly losing some of their fancy religious significance. It's starting to focus more on like the nightmare aspect of it. Cause over here like the faces and warping and stuff. And even it's starting to look more amorphous, more dreamlike.
John Milton is practically fan art, right?
Yeah.
Like most of what is over there is not actually Bible canon, but somehow has made it into dogma.
Yeah. This is Rembrandt, Joseph's Dream in the Stable. 1647. This one is depicting a scene from the Bible where an angel tells Joseph, the Herod the Great is coming here to murder baby Jesus because like he feels threatened by a baby. So yeah, but once again it's an angel talking to someone in your dreams, having a prophetic dream of the future, telling you, dude, you gotta hustle, you gotta go run away to Egypt. They're coming to kill you, man. Like go hustle. But yeah, but with
the Three Mayors startled on you and told her about
the Three Mayors startled. But yeah, dude, you gotta hustle. And then over here is a painting of Murillo featuring Jacob's Ladder, 1665. Like the Jacob's Ladder is a dream that is painting a dream that appears in the Genesis, where Jacob is dreaming of the angels coming up and down the ladder, you know, and but it's also a type of religious dream.
He also got in a fight with one of them.
Yeah, like he wrestled them and that's how he got his nickname, Israel, he who wrestles with God. I was like, you think we should do a wrestling one with an angel and Jacob?
Oh God, no. No. We're already pushing a lot with doing baby metal. I don't think we can get away with that.
Religious folks can take a joke. Whatever.
Hey, I can do a ladder fight. That's something that I haven't done yet.
Okay, this is like 1881, Gustave Moreau. The dream hunting the mongoose. So then, oh, here we have the main character over here dreaming, but then up here you have like just two little bubbles of dreams. So I guess it's like an LED picture of, you know how you see like those little cloud stuff and then over there.
A thought bubble?
A thought bubble or something. Like, it's practically almost barely noticeable. I mean, that was kind of like a mermaid with like a skeleton human leg. It's like, but it's barely noticeable what the hell's going on.
So this is the first thought bubble in art.
Yeah. This one is William Blake Milton's Mysterious Dream, 1820. I guess John Milton was famous for having like a lot of like crazy dreams and stuff. Cause like this, I know somebody else doing a fan art of something crazy that Milton like wrote about. Like here's like a fancy looking angel scene, but then like coiling around it, there's like a person, and like this one is very close to like the nice abstraction that is normal dreams. You know, more almost like proto-surrealist. Like the melted clouds of Dali.
Like William Blake is the last person who should be drawing someone else's dream because he's already like pretty weird himself.
Yeah. Yeah, he also like had like a lot of friends that were like seer-like people. One of them, and then like his seer friend would tell him like his dream, and then he would try to paint all of the crazy stuff that his friend did.
That's how you end up with to see the world in a grain of sand, heaven in a wildflower, called infinity in the palm of your hand, and eternity in an hour.
Yep, something like that. This one is Dante Gabriel Rossetti, Dante Dream, 1871. So yeah, here's Dante, and he's dreaming of an angel kissing, what's that chick? Beatrice, kissing Beatrice in the mouth while pointing an arrow at him. So I guess
this is the first depiction of a wet dream, yes.
Yeah, for a guy.
Yeah.
A guy dreaming of 260. But even further back, this is a dream of Dante Alighieri of something that somebody wrote in medieval times while in exile. So it's a painting of a dream written down that's very ancient. Well, that is from the medieval ages.
Yeah, people who say that George O'Keeffe was the first one to draw weird flowers hasn't looked at those flowers down there. Like.
Oh, this weird flowers.
Oh, yeah. Like,
those I think are one of those like those flowers that people get amapola.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
yeah, they get high with those.
Yeah, like I think those are the ones that like you get opium out of it. Mm. So yeah.
He was high when he drew that, got it.
Yeah. This one is A Nun's Dream by Carl Briolo of 1831.
Oh, what is a nun dreaming about?
That's like, she's dreaming of like that's a guy, you can see because of the mustache. And then that's her just being with her hubby. So then that's like without any sugar coated, that's 100% the first one of the, I don't know if in Western art, one of the earliest depiction of a chick having a wet dream. A non-evolved thing, and then like this nano area, what's all that weird money stuff that you're making? This is just dreaming of her boyfriend. But the reason why she could be dreaming that is because she probably like got sent to the nunnery for refusing to marry some shop. So then she's like dreaming of her lover, because like whenever they couldn't marry the woman, it was tradition that they would just send it to the nunnery, and then like the family would just abandon their woman there because here's a chick that's unmarriageable, so now you deal with the Catholic Church.
Basically Benedetta storyline, that they put her in a burlap sack and threw her in
a nunnery, in like a temple school to be like a child soldier. So that's Bernadetta's story in a nutshell. Yeah, marriageable, you're going to a nunnery. So yeah, just whatever. They always threw everything they didn't want in a nunnery, like women, children, anything. So now we eventually get to like modern times, and now officially we got into like, because of Sigmund Freud, and there was an interest in like the subconsciousness, and since science was like so big and stuff, dreams stopped being about like God and like the dead people, and then it became more about like the subconscious, like the individual, you know, like, and really open for interpretation. So then like this was just called the dream, and we got like some weird red clumps and some other stuff, and you know, very abstract looking dream, or very literal. Maybe he dreamt of weird stuff like that. This one is by Roger Siurman, Blue Dream, 1942. Well, it's apparently seems more like a nightmare because it's twisted and turning, and then up there you got like the marriage figures all the way on top. And this one is Chagall Self-Portrait with Muse, or Dreams. So then he just dreaming, you know, also religious, but like an angel stuff showing up there and telling him what to do. But then again, Chagall tends to do like a lot of cubist, surrealist, like religious paintings. Very weird.
Yeah, don't forget about Salvador Dali and the two paintings that you have at the beginning.
Yeah, like once we go full circle.
Alright.
And this very, very sad painting is Diego Rivera's Sueño de una tarde dominical en la Almendra Central.
So it's dreaming about communism?
No, it's just a random dream. Like here in the middle is la Santa Muerte. You know, like death, Mexican death. And Mexico, like the Green River, Mexico is a fashionista. See, oh look, and you see that on her neck, it has the...
a feather boa?
No, but the feather boa, I don't know if you can see it, it's a snake, it's a feather snake. She has like Quetzalcoatl over there as her feather boa. And she's like right in the middle of the painting. And like, look over here, it's Frida Kahlo holding a yin-yang symbol. So yeah, it's basically just a dream, but since the Santa Muerte is right in the middle, you could almost interpret it that this is just a scene of the afterlife, because like, I think Frida Kahlo died before her husband, so that's something to consider. So then it shows a parade of the dead were being led by La Santa Muerte right in the middle. Oh yeah, and then it had like a fancy balloon and RM, whatever that means. These ones are being yearly value streams. So sometimes like people, 1992. Like sometimes people they don't dream of like specific people or things. Sometimes they just wandering around various cool looking sceneries. And it's just like, I like those types of dream where you're just like wandering around looking at cool stuff. Cause like there's nobody trying to like kill you, and you don't gotta like be something so powerful. You're just enjoying some nice vista stretching out before you. And this is one of those types of dream paintings. This one is Kuliaski Lagos, the Opium Smoker Stream. So this is somebody who's high.
Explains the mushrooms.
And then fell asleep. So then, yeah, you got like the, you see like the legs, they transmuted into like a mermaid. So this is a painting of somebody.
Yes.
And then like he went to sleep, and then he woke up, and then he painted that.
He couldn't paint before he woke up.
Yeah, and you see like the little mushrooms like popping up in the bottom, you know. This one didn't just do opium, it also did mushroom. But yeah, and you can kind of see the work face of somebody looking at her and judging her. Because that's usually what people do to people who are like blind. Since they're not in the same way that they just see, they're silently judging them. And that seeped into their dream world. And then he painted people, you're just trying to enjoy your trip and then somebody just being a judgmental jerk. Whatever. This one is just like a bunch of legs. Gym time walking dream with a 4-foot clam.
What?
1965. So then it's just a dream of just legs walking around.
Quentin Tarantino's dream?
Yeah, this is what Quentin Tarantino would dream. Feet. Yeah, this is what Quentin Tarantino dreams. Just feet. And this is MC Escher dream 1935. So it's over here, like in the foreground, like we got like this monk sleeping, and then on top of him, like the biggest mantis there ever was in like a weird landscape. That's a weird dream, right? Well, some people they got like weird nightmares of like giant bugs landing on top of them and stuff, and then when they wake up, they have a roach walking in their face. Ah! Well, yeah. Like they also mix in there nightmares are even depicted even less, but you know. But I didn't want to separate nightmares and dreams because
boy as the sleep of reason creates monsters without technically being a nightmare, right?
Yeah. This one is Paul Klee's Strong Dream, 1929. So I guess we got like the Dreamer over here, and then
that's the homunculus from Full Metal Alchemist.
yeah, and then we got like a moon and a red dot, or maybe it's depicting an eclipse. Just a moon, just a dream about a moon, a very strong dream about a moon. Or maybe just this one is The Dream, The Bed by 1940 Frida Kahlo. So then she's sleeping, and then there's like leaves growing out, and on top of her there's like this dead guy. I think those are
dynamite on her legs. Don't forget that she had gangrene.
Yeah, her back was broken, and she got like some serious surgery that made her. She suffered like a train crash, and then like that really messed her up because like a pipe passed right through her, and somehow she survived all of that. And then since she had nothing better to do, she started painting. And so then she often that's why she paints herself in the bed with the leaf going around her, because she feels like she's biologically fusing to the bed and molding, because that's most of the time her existence, just waiting for death to come. That's a very sad painting. Moving along. This one is Valentin Hugo, Dream of December 21, 1929, self-portrait 1929. So yeah. I guess, look, it's like interesting with like the reflection in the water, his face down there, and then the face on top of it, it's got like a weird critter, like.
Is that an eye?
Yeah, it's an eye, but it's like, you see over here that it's like crashing right into it, but like the eye's hands like warped into like a demonic claw thing, so. And then, like, it's another one you get like those dreams where like needles and stuff are like right under your skin, and then you gotta like pull them out and stuff. Or even worse when there's a creature like tearing you to piece by piece. Or the alien dreams, you know, like from the movie Alien, but then since it's a dream and not a movie, the alien does catch you and rip you to pieces. It's a bad way to wake up. But yeah. In her case, it's a creepy eye just poking away at her eyeball. And like, into her mouth. Whatever. I've seen that more when I met in a dream. This one was Silicon Disc Small Dream in Red, 1925. Very abstract looking dream. But yeah. Moving on. And over here, let's see. Oh yeah, and of course, like we got The Dream of Venus by Dalí in 1939. Like he started he didn't start it like, but he's famous for like painting for all of his funny dreams. Not funny, for all of his crazy dreams. Cause like, can you see over there like the giraffe on fire? Is it within frame?
Yeah, it's within frame. You can see the giraffes on fire in your.
Yeah, and then like the ship was like a lobster on top of her head while her face opens up in a door, and the clothes over here like the melting clouds. Yeah, that's the thing. That was his first surrealist painting, the melting cloud stuff. So yeah, and like the mountains like warping into people's faces. But yeah, it's the surrealist, the realm of the subconsciousness. So yeah, but Like actually get a tenant painting a dream. And the last one, in 1952, Rachel Leonard the Shell's dream, and it's a kid dreaming that he's like flying around while
That's
playing
not a
around.
botero.
Yeah, it should be, but no, it's somebody else painted fat people before Botero. Or maybe at the same time of Botero, 1952. Botero's from like the 19, was painting as early as the 1930s. But yeah, that's this last dream painting in a natural dream that you're flying. And
like, that's an interesting art movement that you should look into, primitivism.
Yeah. That could be something, just pick radius artists showing primitivism. But I'll deal with what I want to deal with. Oh yeah, so we're done with like the dream lecture. So like it started with having religious connotations, and then when religion stopped being popular, then it focused more on the subconscious and the individual experience of dreaming and trying to legit paint dreams in a nutshell. And which is why they vary so much depending on the dreamer. Like some had like dreams that were super high, while others were having wet dreams. Bye bye and God bless.